Coverage of the 4th 750 Motor Club meeting of 2020. We're here at Silverstone on the international circuit for 2 days of action, 2 days which will be covered in full for the races by Alpha Live. And we have 10 races to look forward to today. The first up coming up shortly, we've got the final qualifying session at the moment for the F1000 Championship, sponsored by Swallow Hills Homes. But let's take a look at the schedule of races, which we will bring you very shortly. So the first race of the day coming up following this qualifying session in about 5 or 10 minutes time will be the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which started their season at Mallory Park last month. That will be followed by the Protec Shocks Sports Specials and the Yokohama Mazda 7 Series. They both were in action at Alpha Live's previous 750 Motor Club streaming weekend, which was at Snetterton. The third race of the morning and the final race prior to the lunch break will be the RML Racing Bike Sports Championship for sports prototype cars, and that'll be the first of a number of bike engine series. We have over 70 bike engine racing cars here today. Following lunch will be the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship, yet another bike engine series. That's again for sports prototype cars. Then later on during the course of the day, we shall see the Tagua Road Sports Series, a full grid of production, sports and saloon cars in that. This will be their first round of 2020, followed by the Swallow Hills Homes F1000 Championship. The cars that are qualifying at the moment will be the first round of their Championship 2 for bike-engined single-seaters, their biggest ever grid here at Silverstone to start the season. And then we will repeat a number of the series that we see their first race for. So that'll be hot hatches, bike sports, sports specials, the Mazda 7s, and then at the end of the day will be the Sports 1000 Championship. So, and there you see it on your screen now. So 2 races today for the hot hatches, for the sports specials, for the Mazda 7s, for bike sports, sports 1000s, and single races for road sports and F1000. Sprint races will be the case for the majority of the day. 15-minute races for hot hatch, sports specials, Mazda 7s, and F1000. 20 minutes, slightly longer race for the sports prototype cars, for bike sports and for sports 1000s, and then a 45-minute mini endurance race with pit stops for the road sports series. So as you can see on your screen, the qualifying session continues for the F1000 Championship. This is their first competitive action of the season, and currently Lee Morgan is quickest on a 1:04.21, averaging over 103 miles per hour. So it's quick. These cars are with their 1 litre motorcycle engines. Dan Gore currently second quickest, just 0.03 of a second away from Morgan. And then third quickest is Rob Wellham. Fourth, making his car racing debut this weekend, is Jack Tomalin. Fifth is Matthew Booth, sixth Matt Manette, and seventh Dan Close. All those cars within 1 second. And competitive action is what we shall expect over the course of the weekend's action, both days being live streamed here on the Alpha Live channels. And please do get in touch on our social media. If you get in touch on the YouTube page, we can see that on our screens. Thanks to Motorsport Meister, who says that he loves the streams by Alpha Live. We do too, being able to watch all the action in full here this weekend. Hello to Martin James, watching, unable to take part this weekend in his Civic, but we hope to see Martin out later on this season in Club Enduro. Hello also to Jan and Zach and Grayson, and Sam and Peter. So great to see a number of you already tuning in ahead of our races today, courtesy of the 750 Motor Club. 750mc.co.uk, where you can find out all about the championships that are taking place over the course of the weekend. There's a digital event program on there, so if you want to see all the entry lists, you can do so. The live timing on there too. The results live.co.uk is another link for that, so you'll be able to follow all the action through the lap times too, if you'd like to have a second screen to our coverage. Do share the Facebook and the YouTube links on your social media. Let's get as many people watching the coverage this weekend as we can. We're really looking forward to these 10 races coming up today. 3 this morning. The first of those for the Hot Hatch Championship. Let's see, we've got some comments already coming up there. Tony Perfect has some support. We see, and he qualified really well this morning on the second row. So we should look forward to the third and fourth rounds of that championship today. F1000, the cars on your screens, they've got 3 races over the course of the weekend. They're the only championship racing over both days. 1 race this afternoon, and then 2 races tomorrow, including a reverse grid race. The F1000 Championship joined the 750 Motor Club last season, and the grids have grown rapidly ever since joining the club at the beginning of 2019. We currently have 25 cars out on circuit, which is the biggest grid the F1000 Championship has had during the 1 litre engine era. It's now Dan Clues that's gone quickest, by the way, 1 minute 04.08. So that's now nearing 104 miles per hour average speed. So he's quicker now than Lee Morgan by 1300ths of a second, with Dan Gore third and Rob Wellham fourth. Reigning champion Matthew Booth down in 6th position, and he's done an identical lap time to Jack Tomlin, 16-year-old, who's making his car racing debut today. But we'll speak more about this championship when we get to their races. There's only a minute or so of the session to go. Actually, checking flags are out now, aren't they? So the final qualifying session of this morning's action is completed. We'll have more qualifying again tomorrow morning ahead of welcoming 4 new series to the action tomorrow. And we will have that on the Alpha Live YouTube page and on the 750 Motor Club social media too. So 2 full days of club racing action. 750 Motor Club, the home of affordable club racing, and the grids are huge this weekend, as they have been ever since racing got back underway a month or so ago. We have full grids, over 40 cars in some instances over the weekend. We've got well in excess of 300 race cars competing over the 2 days here at Silverstone. Tomorrow's Club Enduro race, the extra grid because of the endurance status, means we'll be able to start 50 cars for that race. Tomorrow, the Bike Sports Championship, which we will see out later, that's got the biggest grid I think that championship's ever had, with 30 cars on the grid. The MX-5's got a huge grid tomorrow, 2 over 40 cars. So absolutely great to see the 750 Motor Club being so well supported in these difficult times as racing has got back underway. So people are asking where they can find the live time. If you head to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, the link's on there. The links to the live streaming also on the homepage and the programme. And if you click on the session that is going on at the moment, that will give you the live timing. See Sam Wallbank following along, Formula V racer. Had the Formula V Championship out at Brands Hatch last weekend, and Formula V will be back in action later on this season. Thomas Fleming asking when the racing will happen. Well, very shortly. So we've had our qualifying sessions, and coming up in a few moments' time will be the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So the first race of the day coming up in a moment, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So the third round of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship here at Silverstone is about to get underway. The cars will shortly be released from the assembly area. We had qualifying this morning. We had 2 races at Mallory Park 2. At Mallory Park 2 weeks ago, it was Gary Preble that took both victories from Steve Sawley and Phil Wright. It was an identical podium in both races. Gary Preble in his Honda Civic, as actually were Sawley and Wright. 3 classes in the Hot Hatch Championship. based on power to weight ratio. 245 brake horsepower per tonne is the maximum, so that's Class A. That's a slight reduction on last year. 200 brake horsepower per tonne in Class B and 145 brake horsepower per tonne in Class C. This is the 4th championship season for Hot Hatch following a reintroduction where the previous generation of the series finished in 2009, but it's being really well supported. We have 30 cars here. And forced induction and full drive not permitted, but a large grid of cars. And let's have a look how the grid will line up and talk you through some of the cars that we have. So it's Gary Preble on pole position, the double winner from Mallory Park. He's in a Honda Civic, as is Ian Williamson, returning to the series this weekend in a new car to him, another Civic alongside Preble. On row 2, Phil Wright and Tony Perfect. These are Class B cars, as Ian Williamson, all Civics in the front here. So Williamson on pole in Class B from Wright and Perfect. And third row of the grid overall, these back to Class A cars. That's Paul Bancroft and Will Hunt. Will Hunt, the first non-Civic. He's got a Ford Fiesta. On row 4, it's Alistair Camp returning again to the series. He's also in a Fiesta. Then back to a Civic, I think, for Oliver Barsby. On the 5th row of the grid, we've got Sean Green and Callum Houchin. And then on row 6, Jeff Connor and Leon Shepherd. Jeff Connor in a Renault Clio, so a different make there again. On the 7th row of the grid, Cameron Elder and Charlie Collins. Collins in a Mini. And then on the 8th row of the grid, Chris McCloy and Ben Morton. And then on row 9, David Drinkwater, the double Class C winner from Mallory Park and champion from last year on pole within Class C, starts there on 17th alongside long 750 Motor Club competitor Cole Swan. On row 10 will be Tony Markham and Dan Gibbs. Dan Gibbs, a number of Volkswagen Golfs we have out there. William Hornsey, he's in a Peugeot 106. David Measley in a Vauxhall Corsa, so a great different variety of cars towards the back. Wayne Shackelford and Paul Warren, they're both in Citroen Saxos. Then we've got Alex Martin, Peter Grist and Danny Levette, the 27 cars that qualified this morning. So that's how they line up. Lots of Civics, as we mentioned, but there are those other makes out there too. The Fiestas, the Clio we mentioned, the Mini. We also got Honda Integra, that's Ben Morton. The BMW Compact, David Drinkwater, and the number of Volkswagen Golfs, plus the Peugeot 106 and Vauxhall Corsa. So, great grid of cars. Reigning champion Ben Rushworth, he has moved on, or the Class A champion from last year, I should say. So that has rather allowed Gary Preble to be the star man this season. And so far he's won 2 races at Mallory Park, where he was chased by Steve Storley, but Storley not here. So that really means Preble's going to be hard to beat. He was on pole by 1.8 seconds this morning, the multiple Castle Combe champion. But Class B, that looks interesting, doesn't it? With Ian Williamson in this new car to him, the ex-Rodden Vella car that won so many Class B races. He's first out and he puts it on pole position by near on half a second ahead of Phil Wright. Wright, the double Class B winner from Mallory Park. And then Tony Perfect, the third of the Class B cars, start 4th. Then got some more Class A runners. You've got Paul Bancroft making his debut in the series in the area Motorsport Honda Civic, and Will Hunt in his Ford Fiesta ST. The cars heading out onto the circuit for their green flag lap. They have the green flag lap from the pit lane, and then they will go into this 15-minute race. Hello to Linda Preble watching son Gary starting from pole position. Let's see if Gary Preble can add another title to his name this season. The overall championship does go to whoever scores best within their class, and Gary Preble missed out on a fastest lap at Mallory Park, so he's on 31 points compared to Phil Wright and David Drinkwater, who won Class B and C respectively at Mallory and got fastest lap, so they're on 32 points. Best of the rest, Steve Storley, he's 4th. He got a couple of seconds within Class A and a fastest lap. Then 24 points, Tony Perfect and Dan Gibbs, who took a couple of second places within their classes at Mallory Park. Simon Ward, don't think he's here in his Vauxhall. He's 7th in the championship. Then Cameron Elder, Callum Houchin and Will Hunt. So this is the Hot Hatch Championship, backed in 2020 by PBS Brakes, Performance Brake Solutions. And these are for hatchback cars that are naturally aspirated and have 2-wheel drive. So mainly front-wheel drive cars, but there is the BMW of David Drinkwater with its rear-wheel drive car. So there you can see on the screen a couple of the Ford Fiestas, the Tom Bell racing car there of Will Hunt. We saw Fiestas win this category at the beginning, really, of as it brought back in 2017. Alistair Camp was the champion in a Fiesta. Problems there for Tony Markham, who qualified well. He qualified fairly well up the grid, but he is heading off the road by the looks of things in the Elms Lodge Honda Civic. So it looks like we will have at least one non-starter therefore. But already the cars arriving at the grid, 2x2 grid here at Silverstone on the international circuit. So using the Formula One starting position, which saw for the Grand Prix at the beginning of the month. The poleman starts on the outside line. Gary Preble with his Class A car ahead of all these Class B machines should give him the advantage with more power. Just under 50 brake horsepower more, something like that in the Class A cars. And he has the different shaped Civic to the others. He's in the EK, and it's the EP Civics, EP3 Civics around him. Then, as I said earlier, different makes further back on the grid. So the race, 15 minutes, about to get underway. And this is the third round of the championship. After this, it's an 8-round season this year. Snetterton, which will be live streamed too, and then Silverstone back here at Silverstone, but on the other side of the circuit, on the national track, will be where the remainder of the season goes for the Hot Hatch Championship. So last year's champion, David Drinkwater, looking for more Class C victories. He's right in the middle of the pack in his BMW Compact number 1. You can just make out the red BMW there in the middle. Class B champion last year, that was Martin Ward. He's not back this season. Perhaps we might see him out towards the end of the season. And then in Class A, the champion Ben Rushworth, he has moved on too. So Drinkwater looking to retain his title, but it looks like new champions in Class A and Class B in 2020. It's a great grid this is, isn't it? Different shapes of cars. Okay, there's a lot of Civics at the front, but they are different shapes of Civic, different eras of Civic, and then some real good variety towards the back. And we'll try and keep an eye on the classes too as we get our first race of the day underway here at Silverstone, the 750 Motor Club's PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, the third round of the season. See the red lights go on then, and the lights go out, and away they go. And who's made the best start? It's hard to tell on the long camera angles, but I don't think it's really Gary Preble. Ian Williamson was nosing ahead. A great start from the second row there, though. That's from Phil Wright. Preble has got the lead, but Wright takes the lead of Class B, importantly for him, from the second row of the grid. So he beats Ian Williamson off the line, who was quicker than him in qualifying. A problem there for one of the Fiestas, I think, smoking heavily. That's the Will Hunt car. Well, yes, I think there's a problem there, isn't there? The car got all out of shape. So issues there for car number 70, the TBR racing car of Will Hunt. Down then, out of the link they come, and you can see a big moment there for Will Hunt. Most likely put an oil onto his rear tyres there, and that put the car out of shape. And that, he's realised, I think there's a problem with that car, and he's pulled off the road. So Gary Preble getting away. It's Phil Wright in second place. Third is Ian Williamson. In fourth is Tony Perfect. And then in fifth position, good start there from Sean Green. He's come up from the fifth row of the grid. But there's Perfect just ahead of him in fourth place. So it's a whole gaggle there of Class B cars all together. And Phil Wright feeling the need to defend down into the Vale at the end of this first lap as Williamson tries to come around the outside of him. Can't make it though. So this is, I think, where our attention is going to lie within Class B and their battle. So Gary Preble out front. Don't think we've got enough Class A cars here either for full points within that class. So that's not ideal for Preble really either, is it? But the Class B battle, great grid of Class B cars. I think about half the grid are made up by that category. And they're all together as they turn through Abbey for the first time. Or the first time at racing speed on the second lap of the race. Wright, Williamson, Perfect, Green, Houchen, the top five there. So not a great start from Alistair Camp, former Class A champion in this category. He's a bit further back in his Fiesta. Here are the two leaders within the class, Phil Wright and Ian Williamson. 63 is Phil Wright, who joined the series about halfway through last year. He raced Clio's with the 750 Motor Club before that, and now he's under a lot of pressure from Ian Williamson, who finished second within Class C last year in the Citroen Saxo. He's moved up to this Honda Civic. This is his first time in that car here at Silverstone. He's going really well, isn't he? And he's chasing Phil Wright in the slipstream, but where can he find a way through? Not into Stowe, it would seem. These two now getting away from Tony Perfect, who is the best of the rest. Perfect, who got a couple of second places to Phil Wright within that class at Mallory Park. Here comes Williamson then to the outside as they go down into the Vale. He's alongside Wright, but Wright is a very experienced driver, knows where to place his car. Behind, Perfect chasing them up on two wheels through the Vale there, then through Club Corner they come. And they accelerate across the line to complete now 2 laps with Gary Preble way out in front, as you'd expect in the Class A car. But then it's his Class B battle, 5 seconds back with Wright, Williamson and Perfect all together now. Then Sean Green is 5th, but he's a bit further back ahead of Alistair Camp. Now, here comes Williamson to the outside, down into the village hairpin. He snatches a break, but then he tries to get back underneath Wright, but can't quite do it. Again, Phil Wright placing his car very cleverly. He knows that Williamson was quicker in qualifying, but that good start is helping him to stay in front. Yellow flags down into the link. That's where Will Hunt pulled off. In Class C, by the way, it is David Drinkwater that leads that in his BMW Compact, but over Dan Gibbs by about 4 seconds, with William Hornsey in 3rd. So let's concentrate on this Class B battle. Or to say that, the Honda Integra has had it off. That's another Class B car. That's Ben Morton. But here comes Ian Williamson trying to sneak to the inside of Phil Wright as they turn right then through Stowe Corner. Absolutely nose to tail then, these two Civics. Again, Williamson's really good off Stowe. Then he's able to challenge down into the Vale, but Phil Wright knows that and places his car on the inside line. So there's no way through for Ian Williamson, the chaser there in car number 11. And Tony Perfect, because of this battle up front, is able to go with them. You can see with Hot Hatch you can make your own aero adjustments, and you can see Tony Perfect's decided to put the wing on the back of the car, unlike the two in front. Behind now, Alistair Camp's up to 5th. So can Camp chase after these three? He is, 3.5 seconds back. Let's see what pace he's got in that Ford Fiesta ST. Down into the hairpin they go again, and Wright still staying then ahead of Williamson with Tony Perfect in 3rd. Fastest up of the race. Of course, goes to the leader, Gary Preble, 1:15.48. That is over a second, though, away from Ben Rushworth's lap record. So out of the cut through, they go back onto the Grand Prix circuit and down the Hangar Straight. Ian Williamson's already pulled out of the toe, so he's on the left-hand side of the circuit, but he's not really alongside at all, is he? A bit further back, there's Alistair Camp in the Fiesta. He's in 5th. 6th is Sean Green. 7th is Callum Houch, and then about 8th between Oliver Barsby and Paul Bancroft. Bancroft in one of the Class A cars, so should have more power, and he goes through on the inside there into Stowe Corner to get ahead of Bancroft's car. Different shaped Civics there once again. Barsby, though, a bit quicker through the corner, tries to come back after the Bancroft car, but Paul Bancroft stays ahead as they turn into Vale and Club on this, the 4th lap of the race. Next 110, Oliver Barsby, who was racing with us in the Type R Trophy just a week ago at Brands Hatch. But back in this car, different car to the Type R Trophy cars. So 10 seconds is Gary Preble's advantage over Phil Wright, who continues to lead Class B, or he did. He has a big moment, though, down at Village, gets all sideways as he tries to hold Ian Williamson back. He manages to hold it despite that moment, but lots of pressure being applied here. We're in a third of the way into the race, and Ian Williamson is certainly looking like he has the speed advantage on Phil Wright, but can't quite get through. Has he been able to get the overlap down the Hangar Straight? He's on the inside line now. So this is the battle for the lead of Class B, the cars that are up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, and Ian Williamson, his first race within this class, in the first race in that Honda Civic, goes ahead of Phil Wright, who won so many races within this class last season. So great move there from Ian Williamson, managed to take a tighter line out of the link, and he's gone through. The car wide there, that's Paul Warren in the former championship winning Citroen Saxo. When Paul Jarvis raced it, he won the overall championship back in 2017. Here's a battle for what is 7th and 8th positions. This is Paul Bancroft's Class A car chasing the curb-hopping Callum Houchen Civic, but he's able to hold on for now. I think Houchen had a bit of an incident at Mallory Park, had a bit of a bang in qualifying. Meanwhile, out the competition box window, the top 2 in Class B are almost together again, so Phil Wright putting the pressure back on Ian Williamson. that we watch this battle for what is 7th place. Callum Houchin, Paul Bancroft and Oliver Barsby. Down through Farm Curve they go and down towards Village Corner, defending there. 24 Houchin to the outside, looks Paul Bancroft, but no way through there. Just give a shout out to Class C, it's still David Drinkwater that leads Dan Gibbs and William Hornsey. Round the outside, Houchin tries to come back at Paul Bancroft, who manages to slice up the inside there, and he should have the extra power down the hanger straight to hold on to his newly gained 6th position. Race 2, grid's made up by the results of this race, so Paul Bancroft trying to gain as many places from not the greatest start. He did start in the 3rd row of the grid. His car actually doesn't seem to have a great amount of straight line speed, does it? Because Callum Houchin in 24 comes back down the inside into Stowe Corner, and the two cars run side by side, and they are still side by side as they come off the corner. Down towards the Vale they come, and Bancroft has got it on the inside line, breaks later, and he goes back in front. Car had retired in front of us, that's the Vauxhall Corsa of David Measday, so that's another retirement in this race. His car off the road, so no need for yellow flags into Abbey. So that means 6 laps now done by the leader Gary Preble. He leads by 14 seconds over Ian Williamson, who starts to get away from Phil Wright now. He's 7 tenths ahead. Tony Perfect is 4th overall and 3rd within class. Alistair Camp not able to catch. He's there in 5th ahead of Sean Green, who's going to be the next one to come under pressure from 53 Paul Bancroft. Then you've got Callum Houchin and Oliver Barsby behind. Completing the top 10 is Leon Shepherd. So fastest lap within Class B is Ian Williamson's 1:17.49. That is under the lap record. So a new lap record in Class B from Ian Williamson, 1:17.49. And that is a few tenths quicker than what Phil Wright managed 12 months ago. So into Stowe Corner, there's 63, there is Phil Wright chasing after Williamson. They're pulling away now from Tony Perfect. Williamson really far enough here ahead and not to feel the need to defend. He finished 2nd so many times in Class C last season to David Drinkwater, but a great opening run this is in this Civic. Listen to the VTEC power there, screaming their way through Club Corner, and they now complete 7 laps of this race. Up over the curbs as they turn then through Abbey, such a fast corner this. And then through Farm, again a really quick left-hander, keep it tight through there to have a good braking point for the Village hairpin, and then turn through the right-hander. Big moment there for Tony Perfect, who locks up, he gets the back end all sideways, he saves it, but he's off the road and he's losing a lot of time. So that's 3rd place within Class B, 4th overall for Tony Perfect, doesn't lose a place from that big moment. In Class A, by the way, we mentioned Gary Preble, 2nd within that class is... Paul Bancroft's actually moved, hasn't he, into Class B, I noticed. So Paul Bancroft, that's why he hasn't got the extra power. He's now in Class B. So I think it's actually only Gary Preble. There were supposed to be 5 Class A cars here. They've either moved into Class B or not here. And Will Hunt, of course, he's a Class A car. He retired on that first lap. So that means that Preble really won't be scoring more than half points in this race. Bad for the overall championship. So Ian Williamson leads Class B there in 2nd place and hurting Phil Wright's chances of the championship. Double winner for Mallory Park, and David Drinkwater leads Class C. And he was a double winner at Mallory, so he will take the championship lead if things stand as they are in the final 3rd of this race. There's Alistair Camp, car still for sale. He raced this last year. It was for sale then, it still is now, but I'm sure he would be pleased if you would like to get that Fiesta. It's going well there in 5th place. He's 3 seconds behind Tony Perfect. Here's Bancroft, who we know is in Class B according to the timing screens, not a Class A car as I first suggested. Then Sean Green is up next, Callum Houchin and Oliver Barsby. These are all pretty much together still. Sean Green feeling the need to defend there from Bancroft into the hairpin, and Oliver Barsby from Houchin, sorry now. So Bancroft ahead of Green, Barsby runs wide. He was braking late, too late, runs off the road. So down into the link come these 3, battling for what is 7th overall, being led by Sean Green, ahead of Callum Houchin and Oliver Barsby. So onto the hanger straight they go. Now in the tow is Houchin in 24, in 33 Sean Green. Sean Green finished 3rd within the Class B Championship last season. Houchin finished 4th, but he raced... he did race this Civic last year, didn't he? Raced Civic Clios earlier in his hot hatch career. Here's Camp, bit of a lock-up from him into the Vale. And behind, let's see what's going on in that battle for 7th. It's still Green. He's still ahead of Houcher. That off we saw from Barsby has triggered the track limits, and he has been given a 5-second penalty to be added on to the end of his time because of that track limit abuse. So down towards Abbey Corner comes Green and Houchen then. Absolutely nose to tail as they turn their way through Abbey, with Houchen having a good look at the rear hatchback of Sean Green's Civic. He comes to the outside now, but Green places his car in the middle of the road and holds on well. Nothing between them though, is there, as they accelerate off the corner. And down into the link they go, clipping the curve on the inside. Green run a bit wide here. A bit of damage to the side of Houchen's car. The rear, the left-hand side trim just flailing a bit on his Civic. Is he going to be able to challenge Green here? He looks to the inside. There's no room there because Green's defending, so he tries the outside line as they go into Stowe Corner. But 33 Green is hanging on still ahead from the Barwell Trailers Honda Civic of Callum Houchen. He's going to try and challenge again down into the Vale. Looking to the inside, here comes Houchen then. He found a bit of space, but Sean Green's able to carry the momentum on that slightly wider line to hang on ahead. But got to be careful there not to run out wide through the first part of the double right-handed corner at Club. Here, you can see our Class A and Class C leaders. The Civic there was Gary Preble. The red compact BMW was David Drinkwater, who leads Class C. So just a glimpse there of the other class leaders. Class B still being headed by Ian Williamson. He's 1.5 seconds now ahead of Phil Wright. This, though, the battle for what is 7th position overall, 6th within Class B, Sean Green and Callum Houchen. And it's still as it was. Callum Houchen unable to find a way through. Down into the link, then up over the curves on the inside. 24 Callum Houchen. Is that going to give him better momentum onto the hanger straight? There will be 1 lap to go at the end of this, because Gary Preble's just crossed the line, the leader, to go on to his final lap of this 15-minute race. So where can Callum Houchen find a way through? He's trying to come around the outside at Stowe this time on Sean Green, hoping perhaps that Green will run a bit wide on the exit. But he doesn't too much really, does he? So hanging on is Sean Green in that position, but trying to squeeze his way up the inside is Callum Houchen. There is just not room to do that, but he now finds some room if Sean Green allows it, and he goes straight through. So Callum Houchen, who originally couldn't find room because Green was defending well, but then Green moves to the middle of the road and Callum Houchen pounced down the inside into the Vale, and finally, after a number of laps of trying, moves into 7th position then, ahead of 33 Sean Green and Oliver Barsby behind. Continues to be Gary Preble that leads. He's 20 or so seconds ahead of Ian Williamson, who leads Class B by 1.7 seconds over Phil Wright, with Tony Perfect 3rd, Alistair Camp 4th and Paul Bancroft 5th. And then within Class C, David Drinkwater leads Dan Gibbs by only 3 seconds now. So catching is Gibbs, and then William Hornsey in 3rd. But there's Ian Williamson, the Class B leader, turning through Stowe Corner for the final lap of this race. A great drive it's been from Williamson. He's pulled away now from Phil Wright. Meanwhile, Gary Preble's crossed the line to take the win of the race overall. But we shall focus on the star drive of the race, really. Ian Williamson in the most competitive class within Hot Hatch this season, it would appear. And Ian Williamson is going to come out on top using all the road, and be a bit careful not to exceed the track limits there. But Ian Williamson comes across the line then and wins Class B on his first attempt, ahead of Phil Wright, a very experienced driver who'd won these races many times before, but he finished 2.5 seconds back at the end. So Ian Williamson able to convert his qualifying pace into race pace. So Preble the winner overall, 2nd Williamson, 3rd Wright, 4th is Tony Perfect, 5th is Alistair Camp, 6th catching Camp at the end was Paul Bancroft, 7th as Callum Houchen held on ahead of Sean Green. He had, but Leon Shepherd there has passed Oliver Barsby. So a great final lap there from Shepherd to go 9th, and Barsby had the penalty anyway. But there's the winner then of the race overall. Number 91, Gary Preble, takes his 3rd win out of 3 races in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship for 2020. There's the Class B winner. That was Ian Williamson in his Honda Civic, in his first race within that class. Then Class C was won by David Drinkwater. The red compact there at the front of your shot is the Class C winner, and he takes his 3rd win in 3 races too, ahead there of the Volkswagen Golf of Dan Gibbs. And then 3rd within that category, William Hornsey, Fourth, Wayne Shackelford in a Citroen Saxo. And then in fifth position, Peter Griss. So 4 different makes in the top 4 there: BMW, Volkswagen, Peugeot and Citroen. So congratulations to the class winners, Gary Preble, Ian Williamson, David Drinkwater. And that completes the first race of the day here at Silverstone, of the weekend. The full weekend to be streamed live on Alpha Live, so please do stick with us. We've got 2 further races to come up prior to the lunch break here at Silverstone, and the hot hatches will be back out in the middle of the afternoon, just prior to 4 o'clock. So great race there, watched by Josh Barrett here in the commentary box at Silverstone, of this first of 19 750 Motor Club races this weekend at the venue. And shortly we'll be able to bring in the second voice of our coverage. The man on the ground is Matt Suckling, who's got the difficult job of socially distanced interviews and socially distanced pit lane reporting. So we're going to see some great work from Matt over the 2 days, and we welcome him to Alpha Live for the first time this season. And he will be back later on in 2022 with us at the 750 Motor Club. So once we are ready, we will hear from our winner, Gary Preble. Not too sure how much he'll have to say about the race, but it'll be interesting to hear nevertheless his thoughts on the first 15-minute race of the weekend. So down in the pit lane is Matt Suckling with our winner of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
So down here with our race winner, Gary Preble. Gary, fantastic race once again. That's 3 class victories for you this year and overall victories. How was it?
Yeah, quite an easy race actually. The initial getaway wasn't so great, but car's handling good. Made a few tweaks from Mallory last time out, and just played around with the handling a little bit. Yeah, paying off. It's just a shame the likes of Steve Sawley and a couple of the other front runners like Chris Southcott and that were here last year. It's just a shame there a few of those guys are missing. So because I think it would have been a good dice up today. But yeah, still enjoyed myself, and yeah, nice easy win. I'll take that.
Yeah, it was a win by over 20 seconds there, so quite dominant. Do you reckon you can do the double later on?
Yeah, I hope so. The car feels great. Tyres are feeling good, so yeah, let's fingers crossed.
Great stuff. Well done, Gary. Congratulations. I think we've lost our second and third place men because they've disappeared. We'll have a quick chat though with, I think David Drinkwater's here. We'll have a quick chat with him, who's just popped down in the pit lane. David, well done. How did that race go for you?
Yeah, it was a great start. I think the Class B cars all got caught with themselves, which meant managed to nip through a few of them. And my main rival was quite a few cars back by then, so yeah, just managed to keep a lovely gap, and it was good.
You've done plenty of racing yourself, of course. You like the Silverstone circuit?
Yeah, I love the International. It's a circuit I really enjoy. Just turn up, do it, feel like you click with it. It's great.
And you've got another race to come later on today. How do you reckon that will go?
Hopefully the same. Hopefully it'll be good. I think we'll be starting alongside each other because you just finished just behind me in the race there. Dan did, so yeah, it'll be tight, but hopefully we can maybe sneak another one.
Well done, David. Congratulations. Catch you later.
Awesome, thank you.
There we go then. That's all we've got from down here in the pit lane at the minute. So we're going to move on to Sports Specials and Mazda 7s in just a few minutes' time.
So welcome back to Silverstone. This is the third round of the Protect Shocks Sports Special Championship, which will be a merged grid with the Yokohama Mazda 7 Series. So 2 grids within one, so a great big grid of kit cars and production 2-seat specials and smaller marques such as Caterhams. For example, we'll have a look though what we have in our grid over what will be a 15-minute race for the third round of both these championships, the Protect Shock Sports Special and a series for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. Saw both of these series/championship race at Snetterton on the Alpha Live streaming, 5 weeks ago that was now. And the Sports Specials races were won by 2 different drivers, Andy Hiley and Paul Collingwood. Andy Hiley in his Kronos, a self-designed and built car, and Paul Collingwood was an Eclipse. Let's take a look at how they start though for this first of 2 races today. So it will be Andy Hiley and Paul Collingwood, the two Snetterton winners there on the front row of the grid, though. Hiley 3 seconds quicker in qualifying. Quite impressive in the Kronos. On row 2, Anton Landon in his Sciana, and then Stuart Much in the MEV. On the third row, Chris Pike, he's in the Pro Comp, and Sam Callahan in the Tadec. On to row 4, Stuart Thompson in his in the MK Indy for him, and then Colin Childs alongside. Jonathan Curry, one of the number of Caterham drivers out this weekend. He's alongside Nigel Brown, long-time 750 Road Club racer. Then Marcus Roskill and Martin Hayward. Moving further back, Colin Benham and Mickey Scott. Then Justin Cox and Adam Harrison. Alan Robinson and David Barrow complete the 9th row of the grid. Then we move on to row 10, which is Sylvia Much and Rob Lindsay, and then the 11th row, Gerard O'Donoghue and Stephen Wells. That's the sports specials. Then we move into the Mazda 7s, and it's Matt Cherrington on pole position there by about a third of a second over Jonathan Lissetter, the double Snetterton winner within the Mazda 7s. And then we move on to the next row of the grid, to the second row within the Mazda 7s. These will have a delayed start. Will be David Winter and Ben Powney. The third row of their grid will be James Millman and Matt Groh, then David Jones and David Mason. And then we have Danny Andrew, Stuart Kimber, Simon Walker-Hansel, Colin Marshall, Lee Dolby and Oliver Sy. Then James Lewis Barnes and Lewis Penstone Smith make up 38 cars that will start the race over these two grids. There'll be a 10-second split between them. So the sports specials will go off first, and then the Mazda 7s will follow on this 10-second delay. As I was saying, at Snetterton, it was Hiley and Collingwood that shared the wins. Andy Hiley had car issues in the first race, had to make a pit stop, so dropped back. And then Paul Collingwood, that allowed him to win. That was actually in race 2. Andy Hiley won race 1 from Collingwood and Anton Landon. In race 2, Landon was second and Stuart Much third. Stuart Much in one of the MEVs, which have their own class. Class C, the MEV MX150Rs. The main part of sports specials have 2 categories. 340 brake horsepower per tonne is the maximum within Class A, and then Class B 270 brake per tonne, and a front engine cars only within Class B. A pretty big grid though of Class B cars here. And the winners from Snetterton were Steve Wells and Colin Benham within that class, and it is Benham that leads the Class B Championship after a first and second, with Chris Kirby second and third, Martin Hayward. In the Mazda 7s, this is a new series for the low-cost chassis with an 1800cc Mazda MX-5 engine. I think it's the Mark II MX-5 that is used in the Mazda 7s, and you have the gearboxes from those cars too. And at Snetterton, it was Jonathan Lissetter that won both races from David Winter, and then Oliver Batten and Tom Robinson shared a third place apiece. But there were some cars excluded there for being underweight, but some good racing within that category, much like the local championship, just a bit faster with the bigger engines from the Mazdas, the Mazda MX-5. At the front of the grid, we will have the sports specials, the championship that was sort of reborn back in 2012 from the kit car championship. So lots of kit cars here. So you have the production kit cars such as Caterham's, and then the one-offs, road-going cars, and a number of them are built and designed by the drivers, such as the pole car, Andy Hiley in the Kronos, and he doesn't actually have the lap record here. That goes to Paul Boyd, one of the Eclipse drivers from previous seasons, a 1 minute 12.47. But in qualifying, Hiley did a 1:11.79, nearly 3 seconds quicker than anybody else. So, assuming Hiley's car doesn't have any issues, you rather wonder if he will be beaten in that car. But Paul Collingwood was able to go with him at Snetterton. They had a pretty close race there, and there's going to be lap traffic to worry about here with quite a bit of speed difference to the class, some of the Class B cars. sort of 15, 20 seconds a lap slower with some of the back cars. And the Mazda 7s are going to be working their way through the order too, because Matt Cherrington on pole within that category was 7th overall, impressively, in that car. The lap record, he was 2 seconds under the lap record from last season. A 1:19.48 with 1:17.3 from Cherrington in qualifying. Here they are, actually, the Mazda 7s on your screen. Cherrington had, I think, an incident at the beginning of qualifying at Snetterton, so didn't get to race. He's got Jonathan Lisseter, the double winner from Snetterton there alongside. Then David Winter, 35, ahead of Ben Powney, who also had issues at Snetterton. So hopefully a good competitive slipstream in action at the front of the Mazda 7 field, which will have this 10-second delay, as I say. But they will shortly be into the back of the Sport Specials grid, and working their way through that will be a recipe to success, if you can do it well, of course. So the overall championship being led after those first 2 rounds by Paul Collingwood with his first and a second on 28 points from Class A. Then Colin Benham on 27 from a first and second, but not getting any fastest laps. Then 22 points to Anton Landon, who got a second and a third. Chris Kirby, who is 4th, who was better result of second within class at Snetterton. Then Martin Hayward, Stuart Thompson, 5th and 6th. Good to see Steve Wells back here this weekend. His car had an explosion, basically, at Snetterton. Big fire. We saw on the Health for Live feed of Steve Wells jumping out of the car with his foot on fire. Luckily, Steve was okay. Not sure if all is well with his car, though, because he did qualify at the back of the Sports Specials grid. He was a Class B winner 5 weeks ago, so possibly not all is well there. But good to see that Steve is all right and was keen to get back out there. So this magnificent grid on your screens of all these different shapes of cars, the kit cars, up to 2-litre engines in this. No motorcycle engine cars either. We'll see them out later. 70 bike engine cars here at Silverstone today. None of these are. Mainly Ford-engined cars for the majority of the competitors. Between 1600 and 2 litres. It looks like there's one of the Sports Special cars right at the back, so that's going to get caught up with the Mazda 7s, but we're shortly about to get underway then. This is the third round of the Protect Shock Sports Specials Championship with the Yokohama Mazda 7 Series at the back. The green flag has been waved. The race about to get underway. The field is so big it loops all the way around Club Corner. The red lights are on though, and the lights go out and away they go. And who's made the best start? The Sports Specials go away. And it's a pretty even start between Collingwood and Hiley. Collingwood on the inside, Hiley from pole. Around the outside though, swoops into the lead. Stuart Much has got past Anton Landon, hasn't he, into third place. Then the Mazda 7s go away. Cherrington versus Lisseter here. Cherrington on the outside. They're 3, 4, 5 wide in the middle. That's Matt Garreau with big problems there. He's out the race straight away, but through Abbey they go, and it is Cherrington that's held on. Back to the Sports Specials though. That's third place man Stuart Much ahead of Anton Landon, then Chris Pike, then Stuart Thompson, and there's Garreau pulling off at the first corner at Abbey. So a big line of cars then coming out onto the hangar straight. Hiley versus Collingwood up front. Anton Landon is tucked right in the toe of Stuart Much's Class C car, and he's coming up the inside is Landon. Can he go through? Not sure. Then you've got the Class B cars a bit further in the pack. We shall work out who leads that a bit later on. Landon and Much then third and fourth overall. So Landon did get through then. He seems to have a lot more pace this year in the Sienna. There's a bit of work done on that over the winter and during lockdown months. He's there in third then, ahead of Much, number 7, as they come out of Club Corner to complete lap 1 of the race. And it's Hiley from Collingwood by less than a second. Then Anton Landon third, Stuart Much fourth, Chris Pike is fifth, Stuart Thompson is in sixth. Then Colin Child, Sam Callaghan, Nigel Brown and John Curry completing the top 10. Let's work out who's the best of the Class B cars. It is Curry, so John Curry in Class B in his Caterham. Anton Landon spun though, hasn't he, at Village? So the Sienna, after moving into third place, has spun away that place and means Stuart Much back into P3. Here, car number 13 is Colin Child and another of the Siennas. This is one of the Rob Johnston specials. And then Sam Callaghan in the Tay-Deck chasing him. I think Sam Callaghan sharing with his dad, Mark, over the course of the day. They do a race each. Look at the Mazda 7s. They're all together, aren't they? Leading the Mazda 7s at the beginning of the first lap. Oh, the end of the first lap, I should say, was Matt Cherrington from Jonathan Lisseter. with in third place David Winter, David Jones fourth, and David Mason fifth. All the Davids chasing the top two. They're already amongst the sports specials though, aren't they? Cherrington and Lissetter have got a big old gap over the rest. Then it's David Mason by the looks of things in third, side by side between Ben Powney and David Jones. Then 2 and 3 cars across the circuit behind. So some great racing within the category. There's 63 James Millman. That's the sports special that started near the back, or at the back. That's Warren Vassey, 46 in the Fisher Fury. So through the traffic they come. Actually, David Winter's third, isn't he? He's gone after the top two. Then it's Mason in fourth. Fifth is Powney. And David Jones has dropped back into sixth place within the Mazda 7 class. There's 39. 39 this weekend being driven by Simon Walker-Hansel, the former T-Car champion, who's been racing a number of 750 Motor Club championships over the last few seasons. So now he's having a go at Mazda 7s. Here is Cherrington, the leader of that category, making his way through the sports specials nicely. Second there up the inside of one of the cars, that's the Mickey Scott Mev, goes Jonathan Lissetter. So Lissetter second, trying to go after Cherrington. Cherrington, who didn't get to race at Snetterton almost, I think he did actually run into the back there of 26. That's Adam Robinson in the Silver Phoenix. So that, and they get big damage, isn't there, to which car? It's to the Silver Phoenix, isn't it, of Benham, so, or Robinson, sorry, Alan Robinson. So he's got damage after Matt Cherrington bumped into the back of him on the exit of the link. So that's not ideal, is it? So you can see these much quicker Mazda 7s working their way through the order. It's a little bit awkward at times. So that means Lissetter's caught Cherrington now. He was the double winner at Snetterton, and he dives up the inside of Cherrington to grab the lead of the Yokohama Mazda 7 Series. Cherrington tries to fight back. A multiple low-cost race winner in the past is Cherrington. He comes right round the outside at Club Corner, and is he going to grab the position back ahead of Lissetter? He does. A much more experienced car racer is Cherrington. Lissetter new to it, a year or so ago. But he went really well at Snetterton with those 2 wins. The first race he was beaten by Scott Mansell on the road, but he got excluded. So through Farm Curve they come. They're already into the top 15 overall now. So they're passing plenty of the other cars out there. Third is now Powney, so Ben Powney up to third. He's another low-cost race winner. And then into fourth within the Mazda 7s has come... so it says here that Winter and Walker-Hansel were ahead of Powney across the line, but they were all together, so I think Powney's passed them both. Yeah, there's Winter and there's Walker-Hansel. So a great move, obviously, at Abbey Corner from Ben Powney to pass a couple of cars there. He's into third within the category now. In the sports specials, by the way, it's still Andy Hiley leading by nearly 3 seconds now over Paul Collingwood. Stuart Much third. New fastest lap of the race done by the leader, 1:17.78. That's under the lap record by about 3/4 of a second. There's number 50, David Jones, turning through Stowe. We've got yellow flags at the Vale, so somebody's obviously had an off there, but look like they're fairly well off the road. So here's Matt Cherrington, 88, leading the Yokohama Mazda 7 Series in what I think is 15th position overall. And they have got a bit of clear track now, have Cherrington and Lissetter to battle amongst themselves. And Ben Powney there in third position. The fastest lap has been done by Cherrington, 1:18.28. That's over a second under the lap record from a year ago. So with new drivers coming into the category, the pace has evolved. There's 43, David Mason. So he was the reason for the yellows. He was doing well within the Mazda 7s, within the top 5, but he is out. So some of the sports specials here, heading down the Hanger Straight. 62 is Marcus Roskill, who's battling here for 10th position with John Curry. Curry in one of the Caterhams dives down the inside to stay in front. This is actually the battle of a Class B lead as well. So this is a battle of a Class B, and third within that class, Colin Bedlam, and fourth, Martin Hayward, all together. So the top 4 within Class B here, coming down towards the Vale. There are yellow flags out, so Roskill can't go past Curry as they turn their way here through Club Corner. Jonathan Curry raced with the 750 Club a few weeks ago at Mallory Park within the Caterham Graduate Championship, which we were a guest, and now he's decided to have a go in one of our own championships, the Sports Specials, and he's leading his category, but only just. In Class B, we're close at Snetterton, and once again here at Silverstone, showing to be the slightly more competitive category, it would seem, within the Sports Specials Championship, with the top 4 all together: Curry, Roskill, Benham, and Hayward. Colin Benham is the championship leader after a win at Snetterton, and now he goes up the inside there of Roskill to grab second within the class. So Curry in the Caterham leads, from the CB Fury of Colin Benham, then the Silver Phoenix of Marcus Roskill, and the Silver Phoenix similar car of Martin Hayward. And there, Colin Benham's dropped back again, hasn't he? So after gaining second position at the hairpin, perhaps run a bit wide there, and has dropped back behind once again Roskill and Hayward. And now here comes Roskill's got good straight line speed, hasn't he, up the inside of John Curry, but Curry's able to brake later to stay in front as they turn right through Stowe. A bit wide there is Curry. He's off the road, isn't he? All four wheels over the white line there, so that will be noted. But he's able to hang on. Behind, 18, Benham back up the inside there of 65, which is Hayward, who goes back to third within Class B. So it's a great battle. Keep changing places during the course of the lap. We're about halfway through this 15-minute race now. And they accelerate up across the line to complete what is lap number 6 of this race. So there's John Curry in the Caterham at the head of this field. Roskill's running wide here, isn't he? He's just about kept it on the road, but that's going to put him under pressure from Colin Benham, who comes up the inside, down into the village hairpin, and he will slot past him. Let's see if he runs out wide, though. Or around the outside, Roskill's trying to hang in here, and then have the inside line for the link. There's a big bump in the middle of that, but this time Benham's able to hang on. So he's up into second. That's all allowed John Curry just to get away. So they accelerate then, off down the Hanger Straight. Just in front there, Nigel Brown, long-time racer in the championship. He's there in a 9th position overall, one of the Class A cars. Now Hayward is going to try and get past Roskill here, up the inside, but can't make it into the right-hander at Stowe Corner. Here are the Mazda 7s, the mid-pack. There's Simon Walker-Hansel, 39. Leading it is still Cherrington, now by a couple of seconds over Jonathan Lisseter. Third, Ben Powney. Fourth, David Winter. Fifth is Danny Andrew. This is the battle we're watching then for 5th place within the Mazda 7 category. So this is Danny Andrew ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel, who's in 39. 27 is Andrew. Then we've got 50 David Jones and 63 James Millman as they turn right now into Stowe Corner. They're about to be lapped by the overall leader, Andy Hiley. So a very busy race for the Mazda 7s. Early on they had to pass the slow sports specials cars, and now they're being passed by the quick ones. Danny Andrew, race winner within Sports 1000 with the 750 Motor Club, which we'll see later on. He's also a low-cost champion, 2015 low-cost champion. Now having to go in this Mazda 7, which he did race at Snetterton with a best result of 7th, so going a couple better here. But he's now under pressure from Simon Walker-Hansel in 39, who turns his way into Abbey Corner there. Walker-Hansel, the 2003 T-Car champion, with a race winner in Formula BMW 2, but now focuses on club racing, and I think almost all of his club racing with the 750 Motor Club. He was racing last weekend in the Type R Trophy and in the low-cost championship too, so getting to grips with lots of different cars. Into the link, much tighter line there for 39. Walker-Hansel in one of the the Team Sellers racing cars. A yellow flag here, so somebody's had a bit of a moment. There's Hiley in your shot now, the leader overall in the Kronos. He leads now by 7 seconds over Paul Collingwood. Third is Stuart Much, who is under pressure from Chris Pike. So there is a good battle for third overall. Here's Hiley, though, making his way through the Mazda 7s, which this battle still being led by Danny Andrew ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel. Down into the Vale, they've got now the blue flags because Hiley's coming through. Hiley's going up the inside. Got to be careful here because they are battling hard, are the Mazda 7s. He's got a lead to manage, so hasn't got to rush it if he doesn't need to. Here, he's slower off the corner, isn't he, than the Mazda 7s, and Walker-Hansel uses that to go ahead then into 5th place ahead of Danny Andrew. So I think that slightly caught them out there, as the Mazda 7s were quicker than the Kronos, the overall Sports Specials leader, going out of the Vale chicane. So that's allowed Walker-Hansel into P5 within that category. Through Farm they go. And Millman looking to the outside here of David Jones. That's for 7th and 8th. Still the same at the front. Yeah, Cherrington now leads by 4 seconds within this series, the Mazda 7 series, sponsored by Yokohama. Over Jonathan Lisseter. Ben Powney is third, David Winter 4th, and this is the best battle within that category. Problems though for David Jones. He's pulling off, isn't he, in car number 50. He was 7th and did well at Snetterton. He got a couple of top 6 places. So he drops out of that scrap, which really now leaves Walker-Hansel versus Andrew. Two pretty experienced racers. Behind, this is Lee Dolby trying to challenge her. That was 77. See if we can pick up Here's the leader of the Mazda 7s, isn't it? Matt Cherrington in 88, who I think just passed one of the Caterhams there to go 14th overall. Cherrington, best lap of the race, 1 minute 18.19. 1.3 seconds under the lap record now. Here he comes then, down into the hairpin. Hasn't that often done full seasons of racing. He finished 5th in the low cost championship back in 2009, but he's been a multiple winner over a number of different seasons within that championship. Now moving over to the Mazda 7s, the TMC engineering squad that Cherrington runs. He's obviously built a quick car here. He is 4.4 seconds ahead of Jonathan Lissetter in 71, then Ben Powney in 3rd, who won most of these races last season. Series growing all the time with hopes for championship status in 2021. That's one of the MEVs, I think. That is 66, is that? 69, Gerard O'Donoghue in one of the MEV MX 150Rs. And he is being lapped by Matt Cherrington. The Sports Specials, Andy Hiley now leads by 15 seconds. So Paul Collingwood has been having some slow laps and he's being caught by Stuart Much and Chris Pike, who continue to battle. There's Hiley then, the Sports Specials leader, 53 in the Kronos. We pan with him. Way out in front. He has got 11 points to make up on Collingwood after his problems in the second race at Snetterton. But he's rather uncatchable here at Silverstone. He's gone on to what will be his penultimate lap of the race, unless he backs the pace off on this last lap. So this is lap 12. Leads by 15 seconds to Collingwood, so that was a better lap by Collingwood. Stuart Much 3rd, Chris Pike is 4th, 5th is Anton Landon, 6th Colin Childs. Class B continues to be led by John Curry, just over Colin Benham and Marcus Roskill. So here comes Hiley into Stoke Corner. Almost doesn't look like he's going quickly enough, does it? But hard to tell on some of these longer shots. We'll see what his lap time is. He did have a 15-second lead, which would be rather helpful if he has got a problem. But I think he'll have to do another lap yet. And no sign of the checkered flag. So is Collingwood getting closer to him? He's going past the MEV there, but not at the speed you'd expect. Yeah, 1:17, so that's about 5 seconds off what he has been doing. But he's still a long way ahead of Paul Collingwood. Gap is still over 10, only came down by a second, so despite Hardy going slower, he's not really been caught. 13.5 seconds is the gap to Collingwood. Stuart Much has now pulled away from Chris Pike, but it looks fairly settled there. It's the Class B battle that may change. John Curry, well, he's starting to get away too, actually, now 1.7 seconds ahead of Colin Benham. So I think the main place is pretty much sorted. So down the Hanger Straight comes Hiley. And he goes through. Now, club racing cars on a Grand Prix venue don't look like quick as they're going on some other circuits, do they? But everyone likes racing here at Silverstone. That's why we've got so many entries. I think over 350 cars racing here at Silverstone over the course of the 2 days. And the race winner of the second race of this M50 Motor Club weekend in the 3rd round of the Pro Deck Shock Sports Specials Championship will be the Kronos. Andy Hiley then wins for the 2nd time this year. He was the champion last season too, and he wins ahead, a long way ahead of the rest. So behind him on the line is the 2nd of the Mazda 7s, Jonathan Lissetter, so that means Matt Cherrington will win. There he is, the Mazda 7s. Matt Cherrington then turns his way through Village. He'll be the only person that does 13 laps. Everybody else will have done 12. They're just lapping the Porsche Spider replica of 37, it wasn't 37, was it? If we've got two 37, we've got a Mazda 37 and a Sports Special 37. Not sure that's supposed to happen. It's Rob Lindsay that's in the Porsche replica. So obviously someone didn't spot that. Here comes Matt Cherrington then through Stoke Corner. and he is going to win. Who's going to win Class B of the Sports Specials? Because they'll be across the line first. It should be John Curry. And we've lost some cars because Curry's now 8th. So who's dropped out? Or dropped back, some cars must have done. But John Curry has come across the line to win Class B ahead of Marcus Roskill and Colin Bennett. They've actually got ahead of some of the Class A cars. Well, there's Matt Charrington across the line. He wins the 3rd round of the Yokohama Mazda 7 Series. It's a busy old race with different series on the track and classes as well within the Sports Specials. But once again, it's Andy Hiley that wins. So another slow lap at the end there, though. No, he's fed up a bit, 1:15 on that last lap. So I think we're always well with the Kronos, but we'll hear from him in a few moments' time with Matt Suckling in the Silverstone pit lane, working out of the wing this weekend. Don't forget to get in touch on the YouTube chat. I see lots of you watching the racing there. Pete O'Connor, Stephen Hicks, Gary, Richard Clark. It's good to see you all tuning in to the Alpha Live coverage of the 750 Motor Club race weekend at Silverstone. One further race to go prior to lunch will be for the Bike Sports Championship. Then we'll have 7 races this afternoon, and we will see the Sports Specials and the Mazda 7s towards the end of the afternoon for their 2nd race of the event. So the cars will head back to the pits. Some cars will be chosen for post-race scrutineering, check the weights and any other eligibility checks that the scrutineers choose to do. No pre-race scrutineering nowadays, but post-race scrutineering is still a thing for those chosen, they say, by the officials. We'll shortly hear from Andy Hiley then. 2nd win of the season, had that problem at Snetterton, but bounced back with great pace, new lap record as well, a 1 minute 11.78, an average speed of nearly 93 miles per hour. This car that has raced in lots of different forms within the 750 Motor Club, either in Sports Specials or Sports 1000. We're ready now to hear with Matt Suckling, with the winner, Andy Hiley.
So we're down here with our race winner, Andy Hiley. Andy, well done. We'll let you grab your race garland and we'll have a quick chat with you as well. Not a bad result there. Were you lagging towards the end with the pace?
Yeah, I slowed up a bit. I just protecting the tyres a bit. Didn't seem to need to be going any quicker than that, so I thought I'd just knock it back a little bit, yeah.
And of course this is good reward after what happened at Snetterton last time out.
Yes, yeah, we had a problem with the engine last time out. Didn't get to the bottom of it, unfortunately. It hasn't reoccurred.
So running well here at Silverstone, 1 win so far, a few more points and that closes you up on Paul Collingwood.
It does, yes, fortunately it does, yeah.
You looking forward to race 2?
I am, yes, very much so.
Great stuff. Well done, Andy. Congratulations to you. We're going to see if we can grab a word as well with Paul Collingwood, who's just behind us with some problems. So we'll see if we can grab a quick word with Paul. He's pushing the car in at the minute, so he's had a few problems on the slowing down lap. So let's see if we can just go and grab Paul Collingwood and see what the problems may have been with that one. He's just coming in behind us now, so see if we can grab his attention and see how that race was with Paul in 2nd place. Here he comes. Handbrake on. Paul, 2nd place in that race. A few problems there on the slowing down lap.
Yeah, it's cut out for some reason. A flat battery or something, so.
Towards the end there, the gap was coming down, but I think Andy was just backing off slightly.
Well, yeah, I had a bit of a spin and caught the back markers up in the wrong place, so didn't work out well for me.
But in terms of the championship, good points once again in that race.
Yeah, good 2nd place points, so hopefully still leading.
Good stuff. Well done, Paul. Good luck for race 2.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can grab a quick word with our Mazda 7 winner as well. So Matt Charrington comes into the mix as well. Matt, good to have you out here this weekend. Better luck here at Silverstone than Snetterton.
Yeah, just a bit. Snetterton was an awful weekend for us. Getting crashed into in qualifying and then not able to race because I hurt my arm. I felt there was a bit of unfinished business, so I had to go and win that.
You pushed hard, didn't you, there? Because Jonathan Lister was with you for most of that race.
Yeah, Jonathan's quick. And I went and spoke to him after qualifying and he had no rear brakes at all, so I knew he had some time in the bag. I got a better run on the traffic, I think, than him. And I was just trying to be as quick as I could with getting through the slower guys from Sports Specials and hoping that he struggled, and it paid off. So yeah, and then it was all about I was just looking at my lap time and just trying to do the same lap time, lap in, lap out, and just get it to the finish. Really pleased.
And a good number of Mazda 7s out there today as well.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you know, to have this number in our first full year, and the cars look fantastic as well. The level of preparation on these cars is superb. I'm really hoping that we get championship status next year. We do 20-25 cars. If we get that, I'm in for a full season. I think I've got to do it.
It's looking good.
Thank you. Cheers.
But there you go then, Matt Cherrington, our winner of the Mazda 7 category. And we also had second place man Paul Collingwood and winner of the first sports special race of the day, Andy Harley. We've got more from them later on today as well.
Race it. Bike Sports Championship. Rounds 3 and 4 coming up here this today at Silverstone for this championship that raced at Snetterton with us on the Alpha live stream in 5 weeks ago, where Martin Brooks and Josh Smith took victories, but it's Class B driver Michael Chen that leads the championship after a couple of class wins. This championship that began in 2005 is a sports racing championship for slicks and wings cars with 4-stroke motorcycle engines and gearboxes. And there are 2 classes, one for tuned cars and one for standard cars. And it's a huge grid, the biggest grid ever for the championship. And let's see how they lined up. It'll be a rolling start. It'll be Martin Brooks on pole position, a 102.4. Quick lap for him in a Radical PR6. Alongside him, the Mattel of Scott Mattel, the MC41R. And then Josh Smith starts third and Joe Stables fourth. I think they're both PR6s too. Charles Hall is fifth. He's an Aspire this season, ahead of Andrew Kimpton, who's moved up into a PR6. See some of the Radical SR3s further down the grid there. Michael Chen, the first of those, ahead of Julian Griffiths. Ash Hicklin and Richard Wells will start on row 5. Chris Preen and Alistair Smart on row 6. Then we have Leon Morell and Ian Charles on row 7. Nick Matthews and James Barwell on row 8. Then Richard Hardy and Richard Gilman on row 9. Only about halfway through the grid, it's so big. Andrew Gordon, Neil Harris on row 10. Then Anthony Ayres and Fraser McFadden. Andrew Hurst and Dominic Landon Down make up the first 24. And we have Andrew Fido, Doug Carter, David Craham, who's moving over to Bike Sports this season from GT Cars, Barry Liversidge, Mark Grayson and Robert Gilman make up not quite the full grid because Norman Lackford is there at the back. 31 cars. Alongside me, Joshua Barrett, is Marcus Pye. Marcus, welcome along to Silverstone, and what a fantastic grid this is.
Very much so. It's fantastic to see how this has developed over the years. And these are seriously quick sports prototypes, make no mistake. And the amount of talent in the field is quite amazing. You've got Charles Hall, who did a little bit of Formula 3 racing a bunch of years ago. You've got Scott Mattel, who has won championships in low cost and bike sports with the club. And it's just superb. And it's a mix of cars. Yes, they're mainly radicals, but there are a few interlopers as well, which is good to see. Other people coming in as well. David Craham has raced big sports GT cars at Castle Combe over the years, including the Bob Light car, which he ran for a while. And Norman Lackford, good to see him. What, 51st year of motor racing? He's now well into his 70s. Ex-Special Saloon, Special GT racer. And yeah, really good to have another newcomer to this record field.
Yeah, because of course the Open Sports Series ceased at the end of last year, so that has brought in a number of new entrants like Norman Lackford.
Yeah, very much so. And you know, there's still a place for a home for these type of cars, and it's with the 750 Motor Club, which is fabulous.
So you said they're mainly all radicals. They're all but 2, but those 2 are in the top 5. So you've got the Mattel on the front row with Scott driving it, and the Spire Charles Hall that starts 5th. So although they are mainly radicals, if you have another make, they seem to be right at the front of the grid.
Yeah, exactly. I think both of those drivers are exceptionally quick, which is, you know, they have a proven record in racing at various levels. I think there's even a left-hand drive car there. There's a left-hand drive SR3. Yeah, there's a left-hand drive SR3 in the middle of the pack as well, as because of course they're exported all around the world. I mean, Radicals have made, I don't know, more than a couple of thousand cars now over the years, and it took them 12 years to make 1,000, same as Van Diemen in Formula Ford, incidentally. It's really good, but here they are coming down the hangar straight then, weaving to get some temperature into those tyres, and a little bit of brake temperature as well for some of them. It's a super field. The cars are really engaging to drive. They're very fast. They corner quickly as well. And distinct change between the two types of Radical. The rather bigger SR3s and the very narrow PR6s, a centre seat version of the old Pro Sport car. There's not a lot of difference in terms of lap times, Josh.
Now we're about to get underway. The grid is very spread out, which isn't ideal because it's a rolling start, but the race is going to get underway with about 10 cars. That does not look great, does it? Oh well, let's go racing with the third round of the RML Racing Bike Sports Championship, and it's 4 cars across the track, and it's Josh Smith from row 2 trying to come up the inside. He can't do it though. It's Martin Brooks that leads. Mattel is second. Third is Smith returning to the championship now in his dad's car is Joe Stables, and he's going to lose out. Is he to Charles Hall? Comes up the inside of both him and Josh Smith, and Hall goes third, I think, as he in the Spire. They're still side by side, him and Josh Smith, who had an incident last season which wrote off one of Charles Hall's Radicals, now out in this Spire. There was side by side once again with Josh Smith, who was a winner at Snetterton, did have a car problem in the other race, and he only qualified third, and now he's trying to come past Scott Mattel. Mattel in one of the 1 litre cars. There's a bigger engine cars around him, but that means Mattel's car is lighter, but Smith on the outside line. Can he go right round Mattel here? He can. Fantastic move there from Smith. The top 5 in qualifying, running separated by 7/10 of a second, so I expect this to be a close race. There are still cars coming across the line. The leaders are about to complete lap 1, so they're going to be straight into traffic. Some very slow green flag laps from some people there, Marcus.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, kind of it's up to you to keep up with the pack, and they're going to be lapped on lap 3, I would say, at this point. But we've got to the end of the first lap, and it's Martin Brooks who leads the way. In second place with that bright orange nose is Josh Smith, and then Scott Mattel with the red and white. Mattel, designed and built at home by himself and his dad Ian. Joe Stables fourth, and Charles Hall, whose father Bill was a great racer as well. He's up there in 5th, but he was very bold, Charles Hall, through the twiddly bits onto the hangar straight last time round, but then seemed to lose out somewhere, Josh.
At Snetterton, we noticed he's put this different rear wing on the spine. I wonder if it slows the car down in the straight. It's such a big aero device, isn't it?
It looks that way, doesn't it? Yeah.
Do you remember when Tim Gray drove? Only that little tiny rear wing, which I reckoned at Snetterton it was losing out in the straight lines, and I'm just wondering if he's made a modification to the Spire, which actually doesn't work that well.
Counterproductive maybe on this circuit, where maybe it could work other places.
Martin Brooks going really well. He had about a decade and a half out of racing and won at Snetterton first time out, and he leads again here as they complete 2 laps. But it's Josh Smith going after him. They've already lapping car 8. That's David Graham, who's gone a lap down already, and you thought he'd know better to keep up on the green flag. Like, wouldn't you? He's won races as recently as last season. But through they come in now. Joe Stables going really well. He's attacking Scott Mattel. He raced the SR3 last year, Joe Stables, to win the championship in Class B. Now he's moved up to Class A in this PR6 and going really well, going after Scott Mattel. Mattel, who won all these races here last season, but Josh Smith broke, didn't he? And he wasn't able to race, but they're all being beaten by Martin Brooks, and there's 3 cars in front of them across the circuit. It's going to get very busy, Marcus.
This is very spectacular, isn't it? Of course, we've got these the slower guys at the back of the field who won't know what's hit them when the quick boys arrive on lap 3. Just extraordinary. What were they doing? Half a lap behind on the green flag lap? Who knows?
So this is a 20-minute race. They're coming into the Vale, and they're streaking through. Like you say, they wouldn't really expect to be catching traffic at this time.
One or two of them trying to evaporate on the outside as the quickies come through.
And these 5 well ahead of the rest, by the way. Ash Hicklin's come up to 6th, returning. He didn't do Snetterton. And he's ahead of Andrew Kimpton and Michael Chen. I think Chen's the first of the Class B cars. He is in the production engine cars. It's the tuned engine cars within Class A. And they are the cars up front. Martin Brooks now 1.6 seconds ahead of Smith. Then it's Mattel and Stables here battling for third, with Charles Hall trying to sneak up the inside there of Stables, unable to do so though as they turn through the link for this fourth lap of the race. So quick these cars are, averaging over 100 miles per hour. Yes, very much so. 105 mile per hour average speed there, I think, from Josh Smith. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that is absolutely extraordinary. And the G-forces that involves in the cornering particularly is quite something.
With Formula One here a few weeks ago, Mark, I think that might make the track more grippy than we would have seen in previous seasons, or was that more of a myth that drivers see?
I think we've had a fair amount of different types of rain in the interim,
yeah,
from drizzle to torrential, so I should think anything that was put down has been eroded by now.
Brooks now 2.5 seconds up the road. So that's a great effort. Now it's side by side for third. Mattel with Joe Stables up the inside, and Stables goes through. So good move there from Joe Stables. He didn't really get anyone to race against last year as he was in Class B. But now going out in his dad's car, it's a great showing from him there, Marcus.
Yeah, and Joe's driven both cars over the years, hasn't he? And he's certainly got a great pedigree in this type of racing. Mattel trying to go after him. The Mattel car is longer in the wheelbase. It's lower line though, isn't it, for the straight, and he's back in the slipstream of Stables in the black car, number 95. That's Joe Stables, now in third place ahead of 27, which is Scott Mattel in the eponymous machine made in Southampton.
So through Stowe they go down towards the Violets. A 3 PR6s up front now, isn't it? Brooks, Smith and Stables. Lap record coming into this weekend was Mattel on a 102.8, but Martin Brooks has just beaten that, a 102.5 Watton. So that's 3 tenths quicker than what Mattel did last season.
With a smaller engine, wasn't it, Mattel had last year?
He's still in the 1 litre car, but now they've moved it into Class A and they've made some more rules, so a 1 litre car can go in Class A with a different weight. So his car's 550 kilos compared to the some cars are 600 and some are 660, depending on how much power you've got. Because I think Scott Mattel didn't really enjoy racing himself last season. So he was the one that wanted this car to be put into Class A.
It's actually pretty heavy. Back in the sort of 1970s, a Formula One car with a Cosworth DFE engine was about 575, I think, at one point, with a 3 litre V8 engine in the back. But these are certainly very, very swift machines.
Probably doing similar lap times, aren't they?
Yeah, they probably are. That's the extraordinary thing.
So here's Joe Stables, still with Scott Mattel with him as they come down into the Vale. Traffic sort of eased off a bit now, hasn't it, compared to what they had early on. So Martin Brooks still leads at the end of 6 laps from Josh Smith by 3 seconds now. So Smith was quicker than Brooks at Snetterton, but that pace isn't replicated so far. There is Brooks then in 99. He was a 750 Motor Club champion about a decade and a half ago, I believe, but I don't think he's done much racing since, so this is quite an impressive return.
Chen in that class leading car, number 91. He's 8th overall, which is pretty handy.
Yeah, at Snetterton, he got a couple of 5ths actually, but the grid is bigger here this weekend.
Yes.
But he leads Class B over Chris Preen, who was a winner last season, I think, within that class. 4 seconds the gap, then Richard Wells is third.
They've got Andrew Kimpton in between them in the 44 car.
He had an SR4 last season, but now he's upgraded to a more modern PR6. And now he's featuring well in the top 10. He had some good results at Snetterton. Got a 6th and a 9th there. Here's Brooks out of Club Corner. And accelerating down the start and finish line. Second, Smith, who's not really able to catch. 3.8 seconds. The gap continues to go out. So really impressive, this from Martin Brooks. We've never really seen another PR6 be able to beat Josh Smith, so this is a great drive from Brooks.
Yeah, Josh has spent some time with the OSS, hasn't he, as well, the now defunct OSS, and now back to that car's spiritual home, if you like.
They run very wide there, don't they, out of the link section onto the Hangar Straight. But that's all within white lines, so that's all allowed. Outside the top 5, by the way, that's Ash Hicklin, ahead of Julian Griffiths, then Michael Chen, who we talked about, ahead of Kimpton and Preen.
The PR6, with similar power to some of the SR3s, is a much smaller package, isn't it? So it goes through the air that much better. It's got a much smaller frontal area, so it's quicker in a straight line, provided he comes out of the corner onto the Hangar Straight quicker than anybody else. will magnify that advantage, and that seems to be the case because he's going away. He's now more than 4 seconds ahead, number 99. Martin Brooks, our race leader, ahead of number 11, Josh Smith, in the white car with the orange nose here, who's just mired in traffic, just lapping number 60 there, coming through the link and diving down towards the hangar straight.
That was Andrew Gord they lapped, who's 19th overall. So that shows you how quickly they're getting through the pack. Notice we've got Nick Matthews out there, who normally races Heelys.
Yes.
So that's going to be quite a pace differential for him. He's 17th overall, which isn't too bad. Well, I presume it's his first go in a modern car. Certainly of this amount of grip, anyway. So 4 seconds now is Brooks's gap. There he is lapping 29 that time. I think that's Andrew Hurst in one of the SR3s. That's the second time he's been lapped. He's at the back of the grid, newcomer, I think. But Brooks has now got 2 cars between him and Josh Smith. Now, is Smith being caught by Joe Stables? I think he might be. The gap was a couple of seconds. It's now 1.2, so he certainly is. Joe Stables catching Josh Smith in the battle of a second, and he's also in the 102s. Joe Stables as Martin Brooks in the 102s. Nobody else has been able to do that. So interestingly, Scott Mattel not going as quick as he did last year, and much like last year, it's very, very windy here at Silverstone.
Yes, this last few days has been quite extraordinary. There were 66 miles an hour winds recorded at Pembrey Circuit a couple of days ago. I think 1 or 2 competitors would actually quite like to do 66 miles an hour down there. But yes, quite something.
So there's Josh Smith then ahead of Joe Stables.
Stables is closing just little by little, isn't he? He's not quite in the slipstream, but he will be at this rate of gain. If he comes down to the end of the Vale, yes, he's now very much in touch with Josh Smith in car number 11. He's gaining, isn't he? And there is 27, which is Scott Mattel. A watching brief in 4th place. He's not close enough to do anything about them. He can't quite live with them, but he's edging away from Charles Hall in the vivid green car, number 77.
Joe Stay was there in the aero wash, just understeered a bit wide, but that doesn't seem to have stopped him. He's almost overlapping there on Josh Smith down into Village. On the last lap, he was 7/10 of a second quicker than Smith with Stables, 102.84, a personal best, and now he looks up the inside onto the link. Big slide there over the curves. That wasn't an ideal line, really, was it? No,
he was hoisted by his own petard, really, because he got onto the curves, and then, of course, the back end broke away, and that cost him momentum onto the straights. In fact, it hasn't lost him very much. He's quicker over the lap. And I think Josh Smith probably says disappointing that he's not dropped back a little bit further and relieved some of this pressure that's been on. It's all there again. Mirrors absolutely filled. Josh Smith with Joe Stables in the 95 car. Here they are through club. I'm surprised it didn't cost him more, Josh.
Yeah, because he was very crossed up, wasn't he, over the curbs on the tighter line as well. Where is he going to be able to find a way through? Of course, because these cars are so quick through the corners, means the braking zones are rather limited. We have got the hairpin at Village, but again through Abbey, Stables' car seems to just wash out a bit. But then he's right there again, isn't he? Through Farm down into the Village.
And Mattel's come back at them again because the intensity of their fight has allowed him to get that much closer. And Mattel looked like he was out of this tussle a lap or so ago. And again, there's a attempt to change of direction from Stables, and the grip on that car seems to be going away a little, and that's allowed Scott Mattel, who's hiding in the back of that trio, not quite close enough to get a cumulative tow. Down the inside, though, into Stowe. Joe Stables comes through.
Very impressive stuff. Josh Smith last season wasn't really that touchable by anybody, but again at Snetterton he was that bit quicker than the rest, but now he's dropped down into 3rd place. Joe Stables wasn't at Snetterton. Martin Brooks was. Brooks was behind Smith in both races, but Smith retired in race 1, so that means he won that race, obviously. And there's a whole load of traffic this battle is going to have to deal with shortly. We've still got about a third of the race to go, a 20-minute race for the Bike Sports Championship, the 3rd round of the season. This is now Mattelli's challenging Smith. Here he comes. He looks to the inside. Can't do that. Pops then to the outside line. Charles Hall not that far back. He's keeping closer than he did at Snetterton last month. He's right there in the ballpark with the lead in 4.
I reckon Mattel, if he plays his cards right, can get past Smith I wonder whether Smith's got a bit of a problem or he's lost power or something, but Mattel was so fast through Abbey last time through that he closed that gap right down, and Smith is now more concentrating on the mirrors to see where Josh Smith is, to see where Scott Mattel is, than he is to see where Joe Stables is in front of him and running away now, Joe Stables. But he's mired in traffic, a lot of traffic going into out of Vale into Club. Stables trying to work his way, the three abreast there, going through the second part of the corner, and round the outside comes Mattel as well. This is like the M25. It's absolutely extraordinary.
Can Mattel find a way through into Abbey? They're sliding up the inside of some SR3s there, but no way through. The track was rather blocked on the optimum line. So then Smith darts to the inside. That's Richard Hardy, long time Bike Sports competitor. We can't get there though, so is this going to give Mattel a go? 66, the PR6 is in there too, but now they're down the inside. Charles Hall has caught them now too. So Charles Hall, who, as Marcus said, did lots of single-seater racing back, a decade and a half or so ago, is now challenging Scott Mattel. Right in the slipstream, the Spire now in the Mattel, so the two non-radicals in the field are absolutely together, heading down the hanger straight. To the outside comes 77 Hall, but the Mattel is hanging on in front for now. But Mattel knows about it, he's defending hard down into the Vale. Hall, though, still fancies a go. Oh, he looks up a bit, almost running into the back of the car in front.
There was a little chirrup of locked and tortured tyre, wasn't there? But he's on the inside, coming from the second apex, and they are absolutely abreast. And Hall looks like he's got the position, but we know how quick Mattel is around this corner. Mattel making room for himself to try and go through pretty much flat, but he's lost some downforce through there, and he has to settle for the chase again as they come up to more traffic coming down through the link and then turn that strangely cambered right-handed bend onto the hanger straight, where they both run pretty wide. In fact, Hall's car wider than Mattel's. There's the orange-nosed car, which is in second place. In third place, that's Josh Smith. Down the inside comes Mattel, but the door is not open.
The lead gap, by the way, has come down to 2.5 seconds in the traffic. Martin Brooks to Joe Stables, but that might fluctuate as they pass more cars. Charles Hall there dived up the inside of two cars, and that really worked well for him because now he's on the back of Smith and he's got a big gap to Mattel. So in the traffic, you would suggest that Charles Hall is a bit more confident. He's attacking more than those around him, and now he's right in the toe off Josh Smith. Smith, who's defending to the inside. There's a car to the outside of them, which Hall just about manages to avoid as he comes to the outside. But is he going to challenge here down into Village Hairpin? He's going down the inside, is Hall, and he goes through, yes. So this is a much better performance than we saw at Snetterton from Charles Hall. And now he's onto the podium.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? He's suddenly come good towards the latter stages of this race. And we've got Josh Smith now playing chaser, and falling back from that group in the traffic is 27 Mattel in the red car. Out comes Smith, pops out of the slipstream of Hall. He's got a much smaller car, that PR3, but Hall kind of knows where to position his car, the Spire, for Stowe Corner. Down they go into the Vale, coming to the end of it, that tight left, and then the double apex right, which opens up partway through. The camber's not advantageous there. There's a couple of cars ahead of Charles Hall in the 77, the bright green car, and they're all having to make adjustments to their lines, but round the lot of them comes the 11, which is Josh Smith, PR6 Radical. He's made it through that group. He's got clear sight again of the man he's battling with for third place in this race, 77 Charles Hall.
3 laps to go, I reckon, of this 20-minute race. Lead gap is 2.3 seconds now. So again, in the traffic, Joe Stables is quicker than Martin Brooks. Brooks has got the fastest lap, 1:02.51, which is 3 tenths quicker than anybody else. But through the traffic, Joe Stables does seem to be that bit better than the leader. Then you've got Charles Hall in third now, trying to lap car number 12, which is Andrew Fido, new driver to the championship, and possibly, yeah, he's novice cross on the back, so probably new driver to race in. He's a bit further back there, being lapped. There's Charles Hall, though, turning through in the Spire. The car that, of course, won the championship back in 2013 and 2015 with Tim Gray at the wheel of it. There's Brooks, though, the leader. Gap to Joe Stables looks fairly equal that time. now up to 3 seconds in fact, so I think Stables will struggle to catch the leader, but a great performance this has been. Oh, he has a big lock up though to Stables. Is he going to be able to turn the car in on the road? He is.
Yes. No shortage of trying, that's for sure. Here comes Martin Brooks, our race leader, 99. Of course, being that, having out lead of a couple of seconds, which is beyond the slipstream zone, he can actually afford to just take it a little bit easy when he's lapping people. We've seen that Stables, the chaser, has thrown caution to the wind in trying to narrow that deficit, but it's not going to work, is it, Josh?
Charles Hall now is closing in on Stables too. We know Charles Hall's been good through the traffic because we've seen that happen. And of course that lock-up for Stables could well have lost him that little bit of time. There's one further lap to go at the end of this one as they turn out of club. So it will be a 19-lap race in 20 minutes. There's Stables with Hall now pretty much with him in the spire. So in the second half of the race...
See how Hall was using the slipstream from the other car just to try to lessen that wind resistance, get a few more revs, and through this twisty part of the circuit. What do you reckon? Is he close enough? I think he probably is, Josh.
He's right with him, isn't he? So Charles Hall, who's perhaps done a bit of work on that car since Snetterton, and it's absolutely come alive in the second half of this race as they turn onto the hanger straight for the final time. Stowe and the Vale really both possible passing positions, and he's got the tow as well of the lead, the second place car, Joe Stables. The leader up in front, Martin Brooks, is certainly clear. But again, down the straights, the spire just drops away from Joe Stables, but then perhaps with that bit more aero, able to catch through Stowe corner. Is he going to be close enough for the chicane? I'm not sure he is. As they turn in, no, Stables looks clear, but it's going to be Martin Brooks who wins for the second time this season in the third round of the RML Racing Bike Sports Championship. It's Brooks that wins then. Second is Stables, third is Hall, then Josh Smith is fourth, and Scott Battelle is fifth. There's not much really between them after 19 laps of racing. The biggest grid that we've ever seen in the championship, certainly delivered well. 8 seconds separated 5 cars.
Yeah, that was a cracking race, and those drivers will really be feeling it because the forces on them at this international circuit really are very quite harsh, quite brutal. And 19 laps when you're working your way through pretty much constant traffic from lap 2, courtesy of that bizarre start, all the way to the end. Never a moment to relax, not even on the hanger straight. There's our winner then, 99. Which is Martin Brooks. 2 wins then out of 3 so far. Another race for them later in the day.
Class B, by the way, was won by Michael Chen by 4 seconds over Chris Preen and Leon Morrell in third. So Michael Chen looking good for the overall championship. Keep winning there in Class B, 3 out of 3. Lots more comments on the live stream. Callum says Joe Stables is the best racing driver to come out of Yorkshire.
Okay, court's out.
And Pert Plays was supporting Leon Morrell there, who went well in third in Class B, in I think it is first outing with the 750 Motor Club, and this great stream of cars still coming home. Great to see the Bike Sports Championship grow. It wasn't that long ago, the grids were pretty tiny to be honest, but great work by the club to grow the grids by really 3 times what they were, half a decade ago, something like that. And it's, I think, the biggest grid of sports prototypes now in the UK, which is absolutely fantastic to see. We'll see them out again this afternoon as well for a second 20-minute race. They have 2 further meetings to go this season, Oulton Park and Snetterton. So I think every race of the Bike Sports Championship in 2020 is live on Alpha Live. Do stick with us. We do have a lunch break up next, but then 7 races to come up this afternoon. We'll talk you through those races, what you will expect to see in a few moments. But first of all, the winners. I've said with the winner. We'll see how many more we get to speak to with Matt Suckling down in the pit lane.
I'm intrigued about the assertion of young Stables being the best driver from Yorkshire. Alan Brown, who we know won the 1951 Luxembourg Grand Prix, he was from Yorkshire, though lived in Surrey. Tony Dean, who won a Can-Am race at Road Atlanta in a Porsche 908, he's a Yorkshireman as well. Cuff Harrison, the ERA racer, Innis Ireland was pretty useful, etc. But probably the best club racer from Yorkshire at the moment, unless you know different.
Thanks for getting in touch with us. Keep doing that. We'll try and keep an eye on it. But the race battle is racing is so fantastic, it's hard to watch those comments come through. We have got these breaks between races where we shall try to do so. Thanks for joining us on Alpha Live. Do stick with us throughout the weekend. So we're just waiting for drivers to make their way towards Matt Suckling. Of course, interviews are a little bit more difficult to do nowadays, so make sure social distancing is happening. Of course, it's a COVID-secure venue here at Silverstone, so all those measures put in place in the paddock to make sure all the competitors are safe here at this 750 Motor Club meeting and all race meetings throughout the country. So racing will resume in actually probably about 3/4 an hour time, so a slightly shorter lunch break. There were a few delays in qualifying this morning. Bike engine cars are very much the case of the day. Over 70 bike engine racing cars here at Silverstone today, which we think is a record. The first of the winners of those today in the Bike Sports Championship was Martin Brooks, and he's downstairs with Matt Suckling.
So down here with our third place man first off, which is Charles Hall. Charles, fantastic race there. You flew through the field. You were picking off people as you went, and in the end you nearly got Joe, but third place it was going to be.
Yeah, it was an interesting race at the beginning. We weren't quite sure after qualifying. We had a great day testing yesterday, and the car was great, but then we found ourselves fifth and quite a way off. So we thought, right, we were a bit overweight, shed some ballast, and then we set the tyres for the race a bit too low, and it was coming on great. So credit to the lads, you know, great racing, fair racing, how it should be, but just a couple more laps. May have had Joe, but he was driving brilliant, so very happy actually.
It's fantastic to watch. You had some great race pace down there, as you said, and it kind of carries on from what you did at Snetterton. You got a podium there as well in class. You got another one here so far today.
Yeah, we just got to sort of we're learning the car a little bit, and it's getting a little bit better. We had some engine problems at Snet, and so yeah, the RLM lads, they took the car back. They've had the engine done and out, and it's yeah, fingers crossed. We'll just keep chipping away at it.
Good stuff. Well done, Charles. Congratulations on third place overall. Let's bring Joe Stables into the mix as well. Joe, second place in that race. You again carving your way through the field there, and you were trying to have a go at the race leader, but just too far back at the end.
Yeah, at the end of it, I couldn't really see him, and in the first few laps, I got held back a bit, and I made a few mistakes. So it was just a job of trying to get through them all really, and I luckily had the pace to catch up Josh and get in second. But then suddenly towards the end of the race, my brakes started going. I lost a lot of pressure, and I started locking the wheels up, so I had to back off a little bit, and suddenly Charles came into my mirrors, and I had to kick back into gear again. And yeah, luckily I managed to hold out in front and didn't have any more problems, so it was a good race.
Yeah, you tried a couple of times to get past Josh over on the link there, a couple of lockups, but in the end you got it done at the end of the hangar straight.
Yeah, I wimped out a couple of times. I didn't think we were going to make it, but got him eventually, safely as well.
Any changes you think you'll make before race 2?
I don't know, the car's pretty good at the moment. We won't want to change too much in case it gets worse, so might just keep it the same.
Good stuff. Well done, Joe. Congratulations on second place. And let's try and bring our race winner into the mix, who is behind us. So we're just going to pan round and try and grab a quick word with our race winner, Martin Brooks. Martin, can you join us over here a minute, if you wouldn't mind? You did an extra lap there towards the end, but race victory. Well done.
Yeah, thanks. I was really close at the start, and all the guys, top 3 or 4, were really close in qualifying. So I was expecting a close race, but I got a pretty good start and saw some dicing behind me, and then managed to get a gap, and then I just pulled away. So the race went really smoothly for me. And the guys here on my right, RG Motorsport, have been working unbelievably hard all weekend to get me the car just the way I like it, and it's absolutely spot on. So well done to those guys for putting up with all my requests and getting the car where it was today.
You missed most of what happened behind you, because there was some great battling going on, and both the lads, Joe and Charles, were catching you up towards the end there.
Yeah, well, I guess I could see there was a bit of dicing, and I know how close it is between those guys, so I'm looking forward to seeing the race on TV. Yeah, I mean, traffic, we were lapping back markers so quickly. I guess there was quite a bit of trouble in midfield. Yeah. So that made it a bit tricky today. So it was just about managing the gap, and I couldn't see any of my competitors in my mirror. So happy days.
Good stuff. Well done, Martin. Congratulations for race 1. Good luck for race 2.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
There we go. Martin Brooks, our race winner from the first of the bike sports races here at Silverstone, joined by Joe Stables and also Charles Hall as well. So really good race. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. And we've got more to come from race 2 a little bit later on as well.
Thanks to Matt Suckling there down in the pit lane. We will hear from him a bit later on. So that brings us to our lunch break, which will be about 40 minutes. That's a bit less than that before we come back on air. Do keep the YouTube stream going, or the Facebook stream if you're watching there, because we will keep that live, and then we'll be back shortly. And this is what we will see in just over half an hour or so. The first of all will be the Zap Helmet Sports 1000, so more bike engine cars, but without the wings and no slicks either. Then we have the Tigua Road Sports Series, which is a maximum grid. There are reserves for production and sports and saloon cars there, a great grid of huge different types of cars. Then we go single-seater racing with bike engines. That's for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Then we see a repeat of most of the stuff we saw before. So the hot hatches, then the bike sports out again, before Sports Specials and Mazda 7s and Sports 1000s will complete the day's action, as you can now see on your screen. So we have a full afternoon of 750 Motor Club racing, which we are very much looking forward to here at Silverstone. And two, we will be a full day of racing streaming tomorrow, so do stick with us here on Alpha Live. If you haven't done so, subscribe to the YouTube channel so you can be notified when we go live, not just at 750 Motor Club meetings, but at all Alpha Live streamed events, whether that be karting or circuit racing. And keep an eye on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, for all the information there. Results will be posted on there, and keep up to date with all the latest 750 Motor Club racing news. But we look forward to speaking to you in just over half an hour's time with the first race of the afternoon, which will be for the Zap Helmets Sports 1000 Championship. back to Alpha Live's coverage of this 750 Motor Club race weekend on the Silverstone International Circuit. 2 days full of action, over 350 entries over the 2 days, and we already had 3 great races this morning, and we look forward to 7 further races this afternoon, and the first of those will be coming up very shortly. That'll be for the Sports 1000 Championship, sponsored by Zamp Helmets, the 1 litre bike-engined sports cars. Then we have the Tigor Road Sports Series, Production Sports and Saloons, mini endurance race, 45 minutes, and that will be our second race after lunch, a full grid for that. Then the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, more motorcycle engine cars. These are 1 litre single-seaters, Jedi racing cars. Then the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which we saw out earlier on. And then RML Racing Bike Sports, which we saw just before the lunch break. And concluding today's action will be the Protect Shock Sports Specials and Yokohama Mazda 7 Series, and the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship will get 2 races this afternoon, and we will bring you all those in full here on Alpha Live, and we will have a full coverage tomorrow too, so make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel for Alpha Live to be notified of all the action. Here's the weather here at Silverstone. Very windy, 28 miles per hour. It's currently measured at 20 degrees Celsius, and that will pretty much, I think, be the case of today. You can see that at the bottom of your screens, tomorrow's forecast potentially for rain, so it might be a different sort of day tomorrow, but we should look forward to dry racing during the course of today. And the first race to come up in a few moments' time this afternoon is the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship. Sports 1000 Championship is all about the series that began back in 2001 as the RGB Championship, the road going bike engine series, but it has rather evolved now into what is the Sports 1000 Championship, the UK's most affordable way to go sports racing in these small 1 litre engined sports prototype cars that run on a semi-slick tyre, no aero or no wings, at least on these cars, and it is the ultimate formula for seeking as much performance per pound. You see how there on the video the affordability of these cars, and they lap around the same pace as a British touring car, which costs a fair bit more, it's fair to say. Lap record around the Silverstone circuit, a 1 minute 9 dead from Matt Higginson, so we expect times around that during the course of this race that will be coming up shortly. My name is Joshua Barrett in the main commentary box here at Silverstone, and alongside me is Marcus Pye. Good afternoon, Marcus.
Good afternoon, Josh. Good to be here, and great that we're back watching big grids of cars and really competitive racing on what is a great circuit for club racing. And we've had 3 fine races, another one about to come to the grid, but prospects for a wonderful weekend here, particularly today when the weather's going to be fine.
Absolutely, as I say, big grids, particularly later on. You've got capacity grid for the Road Sports Series. 750 Motor Club, of course, has been about for over 80 years, and Marcus, it's evolved in something very different to what it was actually not that long ago.
Yeah, very much so, but and I don't recall, obviously, the very early days of 750 Motor Club when it introduced club racing at the beginning of the 1950s when Charles Bulmer was the first 750 Formula champion. But I've been coming to watch and to work at 750 club meetings since the kind of later part of the 1970s. So I've seen it evolve very much from a kind of a club in which many of the competitors built their own cars and raced them to one where that now is the minority, because you can actually go and buy a ready built car and still tinker with it and develop it. But of course there are still some guys like Andy Hiley who won the race today already in a car that he built himself. So I think that's really still holds that ethos of the club, which was founded, of course, before World War II.
And what I enjoy about these race weekends is the variety, not just on any particular race, but throughout the whole weekend. There are some one-make racing, but then there's some class racing and different types of cars and many different marks in some races. You've got sports cars, single-seater, saloon cars, everything really.
I think there's something for everybody, and that's good. There's also many different price points are covered. You can buy a car for, say, a couple of £1,000 or something like that, which is cheap racing by today's standards. Or you can invest in something really flash to run in one of the Enduros, the Club Enduro or the big one tomorrow.
Absolutely, and we see that, as we say, throughout the course of the weekend. So do stay with us on Alpha Live. If you'd like to find out more about the championship, 750mc.co.uk give you brief details on what each of the championships are about, and if you want to get more involved, all the regulations are on there as well. And as Marcus say, there's something for everybody, depending on whatever your budget is, what you like driving. There'll be something that fits you. And you might perhaps have a road car at home, you might want to convert into a race car, or if you want a purpose-built racing car like the Sports 1000's coming up, they're all here.
Exactly, and because you're a young technical boffin and I'm just an old fogey, of course you can even watch the streaming through my Facebook page. Just Marcus Pye will find that as an option to other stream services.
Yeah, do share the streams on your social medias at home. 750mc.co.uk/live. 750mc.co.uk/live is where the links for both today and tomorrow are, and future live streamed events will all be there. So share that page on your Facebook or your Twitter or whatever you're using, or send an email to your friends, let them know where they can watch the racing, because it's great to have, I think, people not actually just from this country either, Marcus, but we had at Snetterton, we had lots of German people tune in, and we don't have club racing like this. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, that's where social media really scores, doesn't it? Because you can send things all around the world instantaneously. People follow my pages, and they follow from Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the States, one or two in South America, etc. And it's a fantastic way of engaging the entire sort of racing community, or people who just love racing. I mean, many followers will never go near a racing car themselves. Very sadly, it'd be lovely if they all could. Yeah, it's opportunities like never before. I mean, we think of the way print media has changed in recent times, and the rise of social media. It's a different world to the one that I grew up in, but nonetheless, it's very valuable, and it has its benefits.
Yeah, because like going back to the 1970s, if you weren't at the race meeting, you wouldn't have known what happened until the Thursday, I guess, when Autosport came out, where now you're seeing the action at the same time as we are.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, I do like printed magazines as well, because you can actually read them in the bath if you want to.
Absolutely. I guess you could watch this in the bath if you wanted to.
But you might get your tablet wet.
Absolutely. Get in touch on the YouTube feed. Hello to, we've got Argentina just watching. Good morning to you watching there. We've got cars going out, though, onto their green flag lap. So I think we can take a look at the grid. So the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship. This is round 3 of the season, and we shall have the grid appearing shortly. At Snetterton, by the way, it was Richard Morris and Ryan Yarrow that took victories in the Spires. You've got Mattels out there and a Contour too, so 3 different types of sports racing field. But let's take a look at that grid now then. So for round 3 of the championship, it's Ryan Yarrow that put it on pole position, a 1:09.69, 3 tenths quicker than teammate Richard Morris. On row 2, Joe Locke moving over from Bike Sports for this season, and James Walker, who went well here last season. He starts there in 4th. 5th on the grid is Jonathan McGill alongside Victor Newman, newcomer in one of the Mattels. I think he's from Belgium, if I remember correctly. On the 4th row of the grid, Tom Johnston and Cole Austin. On row 5, Colin Chapman and Michael Roots, a bit further down the grid than he would have liked in other of the Mattels. On the 6th row is Phil Hutchins and Stephen Dean. And then on the 7th row is Colin Spicer. So a bit of a smaller grid than we would have liked, really, with the Sports 1000 Championship. Of course, some people, with the current situation, feeling perhaps we just sit this season out, whether that be for budget or for health reasons. So in some championships, we have got lower numbers, but really, actually, on the whole, everything's doing very well.
Absolutely. There's been a hunger for racing for those who can afford to be out there or have the resources to go and race. And the weight has just exacerbated that, really, and got them out in good numbers for many of the classes. There's the 44 car just coming to the grid. Carl Austin with his Spire. You saw the black and red car.
That's the ex-championship winning car that Matt Higginson took to so many titles. Got a new livery on it for this season. There's only one car on the front row. So
at the moment. There it comes. There's a second one.
That's the Walker car that's on row 2. So there's a spark. That's Richard Morrison, is it? That's missing from the inside of row 1. By the looks of it, anyway. So it looks like we're missing Richard Morris, who is the championship or equal championship leader with Ryan Yarrow. Yes, there's only one car there.
That's a worry.
He's at the back. So
here he comes. Yes, the traditional sort of works Spire colour.
It looks like that means he'll have to start from the back, which will be a big disappointment for the
now,
winner.
Has he been bumped to there, one wonders, or has he potentially got an issue with a transmission issue or something like that, which precludes him from maybe starting at the front with confidence?
Or just arrived at the
assembly area late. Yeah, exactly. Who knows?
There's a bit of confusion now for 67. That's Victor Newman in the first of the Mattels. 2 drivers in Mattels, both really newcomers for this season.
I see is from France in our putative list.
I can't remember if it was France or Belgium, so French driver Victor Newman. But the Mattel brand not quite as competitive so far this season. It's been all about Spire.
It's weight of numbers as well, isn't it, Josh?
Yes.
Many more Spires in the field.
Although, of course, it was Chippy Wesmar that won the championship last year in a Mattel. He was a British GT race winner just last weekend. Shows you the competitiveness of drivers in this series. But the third round of the 2020 Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship is about to get underway at Silverstone. The lights go out. Richard Morris from the back. Watch for him. There's a couple that aren't going anywhere. They were Stephen Dean and Phil Hutchins. As they come into Abbey for the first time, it's from pole position Ryan Yarrow that leads James Walker. Poor start, I think, from Joe Locke. He's dropped further back. There he is in number 8. So he's lost some positions too. So there's a couple of quick drivers that'll be working their way through the order during this race. Into Village they go, though, but it is the pole man and the round 2 winner, Ryan Yarrow, that leads the way. He's only really got the odd podium before this season, but he's, I'd imagine, might be able to pull away from James Walker in one of the slightly older Spires. But watch out for Richard Morris right in the middle. He'll be coming through the pack.
Yeah, here he comes, popping his way out of the slipstream of the pack. The silver car with the red marking. 72, that's McGill, isn't it, coming up as well out of the line. And there's the 67 in there too, which is Victor Newman. That's the French blue car, quite appropriately. The blue Mattel, as opposed to most of them which have been red in the past.
Yeah, both blue this year. In fact, Michael Roots there in the middle, also in a blue car for the 2 works. Mattels, don't think, we haven't got the private run cars here this weekend. Top 2 going away then, that is Ryan Yarrow and James Walker. In 3rd position is Cole Austin, I think. Yes, it is. Cole Austin from 8th on the grid to 3rd. A great first lap from him. Then Victor Newman in 4th. 5th is Jonathan McGill. 6th is Joe Locke. So he hasn't made much more progress from a slow start. Then Michael Roots 7th and Richard Morris in 8th position. Lock up there. That is from Roots in the 2nd of the Mattels. He's already been passed by Morris. So he's down to 8th position now. Is Michael Roots. And here come the 2 Spires there, Locke and Morris. They're up the inside of Jonathan McGill. So that's put some 5th and 6th positions down. There's a spinner at the back. That's Tom Johnston, I think, in one of the Spires. There he is, 87.
There he goes, yes. McGill rather left the door open there, didn't he, for 2 of them to come past him. And another's going past as well. which is one of the Mattels, having a look. In fact, ducking back in. That's the number 5 car, which is Michael Roots.
And Newman's gone around in 67 at Stowe Corner. He was trying to get Cole Austin there. That didn't work, so he's spun to the back. So a few issues here at the beginning of this race. And Richard Morris, I think, might have pounced and passed most of them because it's ahead of Joe Locke as well now. So I think Cole Austin will be 3rd, but Richard Morris in 4th. Let's check that across the line. No. So I think Austin must have got caught out as well. He hasn't come through, has he? So
doesn't appear to them. They're black and red car missing.
So perhaps him and Newman both spun then in that instant at Stowe.
That's interesting because Richard Morris from the back of the grid in the number 2 car is absolutely on it. He's only 6 seconds away from the lead, effectively.
At Snetterton, he had a spin and came back to win the first round of the championship too. So it's not all over for him yet.
Spin it and win it.
Absolutely. Joe Locke there in 4th position, moving over from bike sports this season. He was going to do Club Enduro, but changes over the lockdown period, and now he's out in one of the Tim Gray Motorsport Spires. Here's Michael Roots coming up the inside of Jonathan McGill and goes through, so that's P5. Is he going to get there though? Because McGill fighting back on the outside. Yes, he has done it eventually. Michael Roots he's an ex-low-cost racer, did a few races in low-cost, and now moving over to the Mattel team. But McGill is fighting back and goes back down the inside. So Jonathan McGill doing well there to get back ahead of the Mattel.
He's in the sort of Vitaphone coloured car, isn't he? A tribute to those Maseratis that Michael Bartels raced in the big GT races. But yes, he did well there. It's like he's come alive suddenly. Had a couple of laps just playing himself in, and now is up into 5th ahead of Colin Chapman, who's been one of the stalwarts of this series in its different guises.
Yes, because he's now in Aspire, isn't he? Had what was it he raced previously?
He had a BDN at one point, didn't he?
And then Neil Gardiner bought it, and the car burnt down in its first race with the new owner. So I don't think that BDN there's much left of it anymore. Had a big fire at Brands Hatch a few years ago. Here are the 2 Spires in 3rd and 4th. That's Richard Morris and Joe Locke. Morris going away from Locke now. Then behind, Michael Roots now ahead of McGill. Is McGill going to fight back at Stowe? Get a big toe down there, especially in these windy conditions, and McGill back up the inside, much more experienced in these type of cars, and goes back ahead. McGill, over the years, has been getting quicker and quicker, and with Tim Gray's coaching, he's now always up there in the top 6.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of opposition to that, was there? It's almost resigned to letting him through. But I think the 2 types of car may be slightly advantaged at different parts of the circuit. So I think overall their lap times are very, very similar. And look through there, the Mattel quicker through the exit of Club Corner, whereas McGill is more adventurous on the braking with his Spire, and he's going to lose out coming through Abbey. They're absolutely abreast through there. Here's Yarrow having a second bite of the cherry, turning across the link onto the Hangar Straight. And he is slowly shaking off James Walker, and in the background Richard Morris, if anything, just slipping back a few tenths a lap.
Yeah, still around that same gap. James Walker, though, he always goes well here at Silverstone. He was on the podium last season. James Walker, I don't think was at Snetterton, but yes, goes well at this venue. In one of the slightly older Spires, but he's only 1.5 seconds away from the leader, so good effort again from him. There's that battle of a 5th, McGill and Roots. Jonathan McGill back ahead of the Mattel as they turn their way through Stowe Corner. Just ahead, as Marcus said, of Colin Chapman, who's been out in Aspire now for a couple of seasons. Looks like Cole Austin didn't come through at all. So in that instant with Victor Newman, we've lost him, which is such a shame because he was going there in 3rd place, way higher than we've ever seen him go before. Victor Newman did get back going, but he's a long way behind the rest, so he's not really going to make any more progress. And we only had 12 starters, so we did... looks like we did lose one, but another one. Just trying to work out who that might have been. We had 13 13 that were due to be on the grid.
Well, McGill has established himself now ahead of number 5, which is Michael Roots. This is the intermark tussle between a Spire driver and a Mattel driver. The other Mattel 67 running down the order, but it's Ryan Yarrow leading by 2.1 seconds now and edging away from James Walker. The gap back from them to Richard Morris is pretty stable, in fairness. Richard Morris on the back of the grid into 3rd place.
The one car that didn't start was Colin Spicer, who was due to be off the back but did a very slow qualifying lap. So obviously problems this morning unable to be resolved, which means we had these 12 cars take the start. Ryan Yarrow across the line 2.4 seconds ahead of James Walker. Fastest laps are 1:10.36, so they're over a second off the lap record here at Silverstone for these cars. Richard Morris still 6.5 seconds behind, so pretty stable on those ahead. Then Joe Locke and Jonathan McGill complete the top 5. After Snetterton, Morris and Yarrow were equal on points. They were 11 ahead of Joe Locke and Victor Newman in 4th. So Newman running at the back now after that spin, going to hurt his championship hopes.
So this could this is going to advantage Yarrow in that for the bragging rights after this round, if he can stay ahead of the pack, as Richard Morris shows no signs of catching James Walker at this point. This is the tussle between the 72 car of Jonathan McGill, the Spire, made up in Derbyshire by Paul Nightingale's team, and the Mattel made in Southampton by the Mattel father and son, Ian and Scott. And say over a lap, very, very little between these types of car.
This is a 20-minute race, by the way, so much like the bike sport, slightly longer than the majority of 750 Motor Club categories racing. And if you're a 750 Motor Club regular, but this being your first one of the season, now we're into full minutes of races, no +1 lap at the end, like we've had in previous seasons. Now they're 15 and 20-minute races rather than 13 and 18 +1 lap.
It's always a bit bizarre, isn't it?
So here is Joe Locke, number 8, as I said earlier, coming from bike sports, so sort of downgraded, so he's got to relearn how to use what was aero on the Radical, and now what's sort of all underbody aero on these cars, Marcus.
Yeah, it's they're really nicely developed, these cars, and they are phenomenally quick for what they are. You know, bear in mind that they only have a 1-litre motorcycle engine in them. And they motor. My fastest lap, you know, in about the, what do you say it was, 110 or something like that?
Yarrow's now done a 110.0, but these cars have done 109s before.
So they're not far away, and conditions are pretty favourable today. Morris with his lights ablaze, just to warn anyone as he comes through. Not that many on the grid to warn, in fairness, but he's just left the lights on now.
He was 6/10 quicker than James Walker on the last lap, and he's less than 4 behind now. So that could be a gap to watch into the second half of the race. There's Victor Newman, who has been lapped now by the leader, Ryan Yarrow. Ryan Yarrow only in what, 2nd or 3rd season of racing, and getting quicker all the time. And now leading. He took his first victory last time out at Snetterton, beating Richard Morris. And here, just gently pulling
Newman
away.
Again, having another major tank slapper through Stowe Corner.
I guess sort of dropping behind the leader sort of gives him a place to follow, doesn't it? But perhaps just not quite able to carry the speed through. That
Might be a bridge too far just yet, but certainly he can aspire to learn from the race leader.
He was on the podium at Snetterton, was Newman, was 3rd in race 1 and 4th in race 2.
Richard Morris way out wide over the curbs on the exit of Club that time through.
He pulled another half a second back on James Walker now, so it is 3 seconds between them. So with half of the race to go, that is a battle I think that could develop. There is number 2, Richard Morris, the ex-Formula Ford racer, who moved over to these cars last season. I don't think he managed to win a race last year, but was a winner immediately this season. Finished 2nd so many times to Chippy Wesmell, but he showed his class, taking victory in a wet-dry race at Donington Park last weekend in British GT.
Yeah, Wesmell was very impressive over the last couple of seasons now with the 750s.
Yeah, I think he's sort of only about half a second off the Works McLaren drivers in British GT, so that's not a bad first effort.
Hugely impressive.
And he'd only, done 2 seasons, I think, in this? Yeah. Got pole position in his first ever qualifying session, which was in the snow at Donington Park, and that didn't actually turn out to be a race. But then his racecraft came on as well, and I think he's here still coaching the Mattel guys and helping them out. which is good to see. 5 seconds now, the gap Yarrow to Walker, and the new fastest lap from Ryan Yarrow. He's in the 9s, but only just, a 109.99.
That counts. That's definitely one you go home thinking, I've broken the barrier.
But Walker again, half a second was caught by Richard Morris, but Morris not lapping as quick as the leader. Only slightly slower, because what was 6 seconds at the beginning is now 7. Here's a battle. This is 34 Stephen Dean and 87 Tom Johnston as they make their way through. See, Dean's got a newer Spire now, the GT3S. He had an older spec car previously, like the one that's chasing him with Tom Johnston there.
Those cars can be updated. You can actually go away and buy a kit, or have it modified by the factory to the later specification.
Stephen Dean did get a pole position in odd circumstances at Croft a couple of seasons ago, but he rather got swamped at the beginning of the race, and I think probably would have been better off in a sort of a normal grid position. But here he is, battling with Tom Johnston. Stephen Dean is 8th in the championship, had a best result of 8th at Snetterton.
Oh, a spin for number 21. That's Phil Hutchins with his Spire.
He was just ahead of them in 8th. I think he might have. Oh, he's just ahead of them still, isn't he, in 8th position?
One to watch. That could be a triumvirate going for that place now, battling for 8th, 9th and 10th places.
Phil Hutchins got a podium last season at Snetterton in soaking wet conditions. Yeah, he's just lost out to them by the end of the straight, didn't have the momentum to hold them back, and Johnston trying to get 2 places now because he's on the inside of Stephen Dean. Is Dean going to hang on the outside line? I think just about in 34. And Hutchins, is he going to try and get down the inside of the pair of them into the chicane? He locks up though. He might get one.
He got one. That was against the odds, wasn't it? I think it was rather because his adversary, 87 Johnston, decided he better stay out of the way.
So this is battle now for 8th position, being led by Stephen Dean, but Hutchins is fighting back immediately after that spin on the previous lap. At Abbey, it's a bit tight to go down the inside there, and he had to back out of it, and that's dropped him wide over the curb. But he's still there to challenge, and here comes Johnston behind. Can he now try and pick up 1, maybe 2 places at the hairpin when he gets back ahead? Does he, of Hutchins? Hutchins trying to hold on the outside line, which will give him the inside through the kink. Johnston still there in 87, so this has turned into quite a nice battle, Mark.
Yeah, it's good to see. In fact, if running down the field and you can't run, on the pace of the leaders, it's quite dispiriting sometimes to be running on your own, or worse than that, to actually be falling back little by little from somebody. But when you're involved in a battle, however it emerges, it brings new impetus. You tend to go faster because you're forgetting some of the external influences and just chasing for all you're worth.
Notice the battle for second has got closer. It's just a second now between James Walker and Richard Morris. I don't know if we might be able to pick up that in a few moments' time, because Richard Morris is rapidly catching James Walker now. And here they are, Interstow. Up the inside for Morris. And is that going to give him the position? James Walker, I think, will be a rather tougher opponent than what he had earlier in the race.
Yeah, Walker's car is the sort of the Highline version, isn't it? It's a much taller body, larger frontal area, the earlier car, and then Morris's, you can see it's just been pared back very subtly. It's got a longer tail, it's got different aero on the back. It comes around the outside now, touches the grass. That's interesting. These Flymo.
Couldn't get down the inside at Abbey, but I think he'll have a good run here through Farm Corner and down towards the hairpin at Village. Is on the inside line, and he will slot past him this time. Yes, he does. So Richard Morris up into 2nd place. They've again upgraded the bodywork a bit this season. They've called it the GT3 20S. Not sure quite how much difference there is from last year's model. And that's one I guess you have to have a good look over in the pit lane to be able to tell the differences, because Spire have got that car pretty much perfected now after many years of development.
I remember the first Spires coming out, probably 20 odd years ago. Well, they were fairly ungainly, but very, very quickly. Paul Nightingale, who was an XF4 racer, had a Delta, got them together and started to modify them away from that road-going bike spec, as they were called, RGB back then.
It was a very different championship then, wasn't it? Mainly front-engine cars then. Now we've got no front-engine cars out this weekend.
Yeah, funnily enough, Spire have built a couple of 7s, haven't they, which go very well with the CSCC Magnificent 7 series. And John Cutmore won one of those races recently at Thruxton by dint of an exceedingly well-timed pit stop.
But we did have them out in the invitation class Donington last year, I think. They started at the back, but they've got bigger engines, haven't they, than these 1 litre cars. But yeah, so good to see sort of Spire developing, because at one point Paul Nightingale was going to retire, wasn't he? But that seemed to never happen.
Yes, he's going to be retiring for the last sort of 5 years, hasn't he? But hasn't quite managed to do it.
Here's that battle between Dean and Hutchins, because Tom Johnston's passed them both now, so he was at the back a little while ago. Now he's into 8th and just getting away from them.
Yeah, he's kind of got second wind, hasn't he, after that early spin coming out of the link onto the hangar straight.
He's really got a nice gap now. They cross the line to complete 14 laps. And here comes Hutchins down the inside into Abbey. No, he couldn't do that, had to back out. Not really an overtaking place, or in any car I wouldn't really suggest, particularly in these quick cars. They will be lapped soon by Ryan Yarrow too. So Yarrow want to get past safely when he gets there. There's going to be 2 more laps. Actually, it'll be a 17-lap race, which will be pretty much bang on 20 minutes. So will he get... Oh, Hutchins out over the grass. That didn't help his momentum down the hangar straight.
It's a lot less bother than a hover, as they used to say.
And there's Yarrow right behind, so he's going to lap them, isn't he? So he just want to do that safely.
Yeah, Yarrow's got 3 to worry about. In the background is Morris. He's 6.5 seconds-ish behind. So unless something goes very badly wrong with Yarrow, he'll claim his second win of this 2020 campaign. And he looks up the inside of 21, which is Hutchins at the end of the Vale. Turns sharply to the left, now starts to open out, gives it a bit of a boot, and then builds the momentum all through this long double apex right-hander at Club, which was part of the original Grand Prix circuit here, going back to when I remember watching Jim Clark race here in '67.
It's evolved a rather lot over the years, hasn't it, Silverstone circuit?
Unrecognisable, I think.
Still amazing how big the runoff areas are in Formula 1 cars. You can still hit them at quite a rate, can't
Quite.
they? Which I think a club racing car would have rather more effort to get there. Such is the speed differential now of the top line race cars. But out of the link, there comes Ryan Yarrow, so he's on for the second win of the season, which is good for him, but a good recovery from Richard Morris. He should be disappointed for whatever reason that was, that he had to start from the back. Hopefully we'll hear from him with Matt in a few moments, and we shall be able to find that out. And we'll try again at the end of the day to have the Yarrow and Morris battle that is promised over the course of this season.
Yes, I think if Morris starts a little closer to the front next time would be helpful, wouldn't it? But we don't know why he didn't this time.
They stayed at that 6 seconds ever since that was at the end of the first or second lap, whenever it was. But across the line, there goes Ryan Yarrow. He is the winner for the second time this season. And there's Richard Morris in P2. I think that gap came down a bit because of the traffic. James Walker, first of the sort of privateers there, in 3rd position. Great drive from him, a long way, or a decent way ahead there of Joe Locke, who was in 4th position. And then I think there was quite a big gap to the rest. Oh, that came down a bit, didn't it? Michael Roots, he was further down than that, I think, earlier to Joe Locke. But that's because that wasn't Roots, was it? It was the Pat Marker Newman.
That was Newman.
And
there's Roots crossing the line. Following him is the black car of McGill, 72. 4 seconds. And the odd 100th behind Michael Roots. And this will be the arrival of Colin Chapman in 63.
I think Johnston, Dean and Hutchins were lapped, I think, in the end, weren't they?
Yes.
Or did one of them did Johnston manage to hang on ahead there of Yarrow? May well have done. But hopefully we'll see more of these cars out through the season. Both Spire and Mattel, I'm sure, are keen to sell more of these cars. So if you'd like to come sport prototype racing, this is the best way to get involved, Marcus.
Well, I think there also are a reasonable number of second-hand cars available as well, which perhaps because it's a kind of foreshortened season, this strange year, 1 or 2 of these cars may have changed hands, and their new owners are refettling them for 2021 rather than wearing them out this year.
Thanks to those of you who've got in touch. Donna saying great camera action from the Alpha Live team. So thanks, Donna, for that comment. Do get in touch on the YouTube stream, and we'll try and keep an eye on that during the course of the day. We will see the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship out again at the end of the afternoon for round 4 of what is an 8-round season for this championship, which will race at the first Anglesey meeting, which will be a trial event for Anglesey Circuit to try and convince the Anglesey Council to allow motor racing back at that venue. 750 Motor Club have had to cancel their regular meeting there next month, but are running, I think, 3 series there in a few weeks' time, and the Sports 1000 will be one of those. And then Snetterton, which will be live streamed by Alpha. In October, will conclude their 8-round season, but the cars are headed back to the wing pit lane, and Matt Suckling is waiting there to speak to as many of the top 3 as he can. Ryan Yarrow, the winner, from Richard Morris in 2nd and James Walker 3rd. Outside the podium positions was Joe Locke, Michael Roots, Jonathan McGill, Colin Chapman, Tom Johnston, Stephen Dean and Phil Hutchins, the top 10. And we have 6 further races to come up this afternoon, so do stay with us on Alpha Live and on the socials for 750 Motor Club and for Alpha Live, whether that be YouTube or Facebook. Do share the live stream with your friends. Let's get as many people watching this weekend as we can, because of course we are back tomorrow for a full day, another full day of 750 Motor Club racing. Looks like the cars have gone straight to post-race scrutineering, so it might be a few moments' time before Matt can grab a word with our winner. I can see Matt is now prepared, so let's head down to Matt Suckling down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'll call you in a minute. I'll just get Richard first. Sorry. Right, down here with our second place man, Richard Morris. Richard, great race there for you. You were carving your way through once again and just managed to pip second place towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was tough starting from the back. Got a little penalty after qualifying, which I'm not sure I'm terribly happy about, but nevertheless, starting where we started, obviously all I could do was try and carve through as quickly as I can. There was lots going on the first couple of laps, managed to get third, as you say, and then chasing down James Walker, who's doing a cracking job. Took me a while to catch him. Fantastic few corners side by side with him, really loved that battle. And then just obviously starting where we started, 2 bigger gaps to Ryan, but second place, you know, from where I started, you really can't complain.
And it was important for you to get those places because you and Ryan came here this weekend joint on points.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's helped Ryan out a little bit in the championship, but there's still races left, and we'll see what we can do from here, starting from the next race this afternoon.
You're going to go guns blazing?
We'll see what I can do.
Brilliant stuff. Cheers, Richard.
Cheers.
There we go then, Richard Morris down here, who finished in second place. Let's bring in our third place man next up, James Walker. James, congratulations. You tried to have second for as much as you can through that race, but as we just said, Richard pipped you towards the end.
Yeah, no, Richard was just too quick for me, but I was trying to hold on to Ryan at the front there. But I've, third place I'm very pleased with. It's only actually the second meeting that I've had a podium in my entire career. So I've had class wins before, but out at the front, it's not. I'm not used to it. So yeah, I'm actually very pleased. But it was hard to keep Richard behind me. So beat me fair and square.
Is this your first time out this year?
It is, yeah. So very pleased to be here.
Not a bad circuit at all. You've got some places to stretch your legs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love it. And having been watching the Formula One, I thought, no, I've got to get out there and do that myself.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, James.
Thank you very much.
James Walker, who finished in third place. Let's see if we can get our race winner, who's just been weighed. I think he might have disappeared actually because we can't see him around yet. So I think he's gone elsewhere, unfortunately. So our race winner has parked himself out the back, so we can't hear from Ryan, unfortunately, but hopefully we'll get a chat with him a little bit later on. But there you go, some great racing as ever from the Sports 1000s, and we'll have more a little bit later on this afternoon here at Silverstone.
It's now time for the first Tiguar Road Sport Series race of 2020. There's a huge grid. There are reserves. It's a production sports and saloon car series, a 45-minute mini endurance race. So I think we shall have a look at the grid before we talk much about this series, because there are so many cars to look at. So on pole position is Jamie Sturgis, who's in one of the Seat Leon Euro Cup cars. On the second on the grid is Warren Allen, and he's on a Porsche Cayman. On row 2, Bradley Philpott in a Lotus and Chris Byalon in a BMW. On row 3 is the first of the shared cars. British GT champion Bradley Ellis is with Linus Lucas in a Porsche and David Vincent in a Honda. Then on the 4th row of the grid is Leon Bidgeway and Colin Gillespie. That's Lotus and Porsche. On row 5, Nick Vaughan making his racing debut in his Audi. He's alongside the shared car of Chris Freeman and Jonathan Munday. On the 6th row is Adam Harrison and John Curry. That's a relay Caterham team, I think. And Liam Crilly alongside, debut in his BMW Z4. On row 7 is Neil Primrose in a modified Ginetta G20, and alongside John Maudsley and Stuart Meads, Volkswagen Golf. On the 8th the 8th row is David Sheed and Michael Ederson's BMW Compact and Paul Bancroft's Honda Civic. Then we have Darren Ball's Porsche Cayman and Jonathan Barrett's BMW, Ollie Samway's Toyota MR2 and Charlie Atkinson's BMW. Then the relay team of Ben Hansey and Ben Short's MX-5s and Josh Johnson's Golf, Andy Bailey in a Civic, start 722nd, and Clayton and Edward Sampson's Porsche 968 and Matthew Creed in his Clio. Cars already coming out for their green flag lap. Sam McKee and Ian Fortin's BMW, Nick Williamson's MR2, and Adam Harrison's Caterham, Nick Goff's Audi TT, Ivan Mayers in an MX-5, Peter Hickson's MR2, Pete Seeley in a similar car. And then we have next on the grid Mick and Maxine Nichols, Adam Reed's BMW Compact, Chris Williams and Kevin Fulbrook's Mini, the Hobbses in their Peugeot. Then we have Thomas Holland and Kian Donaldson's MX-5, Adrian Johnson and Tom Smith, another relay MX-5 team. They're still coming. Daniel Cogson in his Nissan Almera, Sam Diffin's Ford Fiesta, Vikram Sudhira's Porsche Boxer, Matthew Brock's Renault Clio, Andrew Strange's MR2, Chris Fontana's MX-5, Josh Watson a BMW E30, Martin Fahy's MX-5, and Nick Ramsden's BMW 328i. Now this is due to be a rolling start, so I think we'll be going. No, the safety car doing much slower green flag lap this time, so I think we shall stick with the race, presuming we have, yes, I think just a sole green flag lap. So I think making sure everybody is bunched up for this green flag lap, which will mean, Marcus, I don't think anybody have particularly much tyre temperature.
No, that's right, and not quite so critical on this type of car. We've got the Almera and one or two others coming out of the pit lane still.
Coming out of the pits, and that's why they're trying to take them so slowly on the Hangar Straight with this capacity grid of 44 cars.
They may have to go round again at this point.
I think it would almost be easier if they did, wouldn't it?
It would certainly unite the field, but just watch in the background, see what else appears. There's still a whole wodge of cars coming out there onto the Hangar Straight.
This is a rolling start for the first time, I think, in the series history too.
Well, they've got most of them there, in fact, because there's the white Porsches arrived in the background.
Still more coming, aren't there? But it's an amazing mix of cars, isn't it?
As she says that, another car comes out of the pit lane. And another. Yes, this could be a work in progress for a while. I think it would be easy just to give them an extra run. There's the Audi TT that we saw down the back.
Yes, because I don't think this is a warming up lap, is it? Not for those at the front, anyway.
So there's a black Audi TT somewhere up the field, and there's another one I think I saw running round to join the field.
This is the Road Sports Series, based in over 4 classes, based on power to weight ratio. So, as the name suggests, for road cars, and actually there are some road legal race cars in this series, and some of them actually driven to the circuit too. So, which is great.
Always brave, isn't it, Josh, to see that?
I think they are going to take them round, aren't they, for another lap, because the safety car hasn't peeled off. So perhaps they've decided to get everybody together.
The lights are off, though. The lights are off on the roof.
It's not going to put into the pit lane from there, though, is it?
No.
So I guess now they get everybody together and let them actually get some warmth.
Give them a little bit more speed up.
Hopefully, everyone will realise who's further back in the queue, side by side, that the race hasn't started. Is obviously the next thing to worry about. So here's the pace car then, taking the cars around onto a second green flag, which makes sense after the spread of this 44 car grid.
Yes, it's better to have the couple of minute delay at this point than be sorry in the middle of the first lap, or maybe the second, something like that, when the leaders catch the tail enders. But it's a very, very impressive field from where we are on the outside of Abbey Corner, as far as the eye can see, which is down to the Silverstone writing on the grandstand, or in front of the grandstand at Club. It's a solid kind of wall of cars.
So if we look at that grid, Jamie Sturgis on pole, then Castle Combe GT champion from last year.
With that Seat, yeah.
Although, yeah, he's in this slightly different car to what I think he races at Combe. So this is the Euro Cup, slightly earlier car.
He runs this one. He also runs a Golf TCR car. We have about 350, 360 horsepower, something like that.
Yeah, I imagine this isn't far away. Then alongside him is Warren Allen in a Porsche Cayman. He was a winner last season here at Silverstone, I think, on the Grand Prix circuit. Then Bradley Philpott, who returns to the 750 Motor Club, where he raced in the MR2 Championship back in 2007. But he's been racing in the VLN since then, multiple winner. He's in the Avon Tyres back Lotus Elise. Then you've got Chris Byalon in a BMW M3 GTR, and he's an ex-British GT racer, starting in 4th. So you've got 4 makes of cars in the top 4 places: Seat, Porsche, Lotus and BMW. I think the 45 minutes may have started at the end of the first green flag lap, by the way, by the looks of it. Then you've got a shared car in 5th, the 2007, I think, British GT champion, Bradley Ellis, who shares this car with Leonidas Lucas, I think is how you pronounce that, in his Cayman. That looks like a GT4 spec car. And then David Vincent's Honda Civic. They're all Class A cars at the front. The Class B poleman is the Civic of Chris Freeman and Jonathan Munday. Class C is Jonathan Barrett's BMW 330. And Class D is Adam Reed's BMW Compact. So the race about to get underway. 45 minutes. It's the first of what will only be 3 races in the 2020 Tigor Road Sports Series. But it's a full grid. Everybody coming out for this first race, and these great mix of cars. And the race is about to get underway, and they will see the lights go out and they accelerate them past the pit wall in this 2x2 rolling. Starting Brad Philpott in the Lotus, trying to come up the inside. Is that Bradley Ellis? I want to start in the Cayman because he's come from the 3rd row of the grid up into something like 3rd position as they turn through Abbey. There's the Janetta, that's Neil Primrose, and it's Warren Allen that's took the lead in the Cayman. Jamie Sturgis is 2nd. Philpott's come back to 3rd, so Ellis is there in 4th, and then I guess that's the Vincent Civic, who's side by side with Chris Byalon's GTR M3. But it's absolutely together up front. There's the Audi A3. Nick Vaughan having his first ever race in this road legal Audi A3. And he's really getting stuck in, which is great to see. But 3 very different types of car at the front, Marcus.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? And the Porsche with its parakeet-coloured wheels just shot away around the outside of Abbey to grab the lead. The battle for 3rd is equally intense with Philpott there in the Lotus, isn't it? And then the number 2, which is Jamie Martin behind him. But here they come then down through the Vale, hard on the brakes to the nose of the Lotus dip. It's in 3rd place there. The Avon Tyres Lotus, number 90, Bradley Philpott. Sturgis and Warren Allen, the 2 leaders, but it was Allen and the Porsche we saw was ahead and still is. And the first 3 have a bit of a break now. 99, which is Warren Allen, 90 Jamie Sturgis from down near Thruxton, and then the Bradley Philpott car. In fact, it's 165, Alan. His number's just changed on our screen. So here comes Sturgis and the Seat, and they're trying to bustle through. He's got some temperature into those tyres now. It's a heavier car to get away.
And you got the little Lotus, which is about halfway. He also, Brad Philpott, passes the Porsche of Warren Allen. So it's the touring car that leads the 2 sports cars, and they're going to go 3 cars across the track. Not quite. The Lotus hasn't got the power for that. So Allen's back to 2nd, and the Porsche's definitely got more power than both of these cars, hasn't it? Because now he's coming past Jamie Sturgis too. So that's 3rd to 1st in the space of the Hangar Straight.
Incredible, isn't it? Yeah.
So that's how this power to weight ratio works, of course. So you can have more power, but that means you need more weight. So the nimble cars quick through the corners, and the powerful cars obviously quick down the straights. And Sturgis now trying to fight back. His car's sort of in the middle ground and slices back up the inside. So the front-wheel drive Seat ahead of the rear-wheel drive Porsche. This looks like it's going to have a really good battle, I think, between these 3 markers. Yeah,
distinctly different cars, and the Lotus very quick out of Club Corner. Here we are in the meat of the pack with an Audi IC charging down one side, BMW, Porsche in the mix.
Amazing, isn't it?
Oh.
And Chris Byallen's M3, that was what, 5th or 6th early on. Qualified on the second row in the gravel. It's got a bit of damage there on the front right corner.
It's damaged the splitter and the front valance, hasn't it? It's going nowhere.
So the marshals deal with that, but it's all in an awkward place there, right on the edge of the gravel trap. So it is Sturgis that leads them from Allen in second, third is Philpott, the Ellis and Lucas Porsche is fourth, then David Vincent fifth, Nick Vaughan in his first ever race in his A3, really good from him in sixth position. Then it's the Class B leader of the Freeman and Monday shared car. Then Liam Crilly up in 8th position in the Z4, which is having his first race in that this weekend. There's Nick Vaughan in that Audi A3 with the novice cross on the back. He said to me that he went and filled it up in the local petrol station, taking the car down there yesterday, Marcus, because he put it his road legal. And it's fantastic to see it right near the front of the field against these, like that say, it's a proper factory-built race car.
Yeah, it really is. It's good to see, and also very good to see the number of novice crosses in the field, which indicates a lot of drivers. Often that's the Primrose Ginetta, isn't it?
Yes, amazingly far up the field. It's been modified, but it just looks like one of the old Ginetta Challenge cars, doesn't it?
The Travis Drummer off to explore the kitty litter.
So I wonder if he and the BMW had to come in together, because they would have been fairly close together on the track, I would suggest. Here's Alan and Philpott out of the link down the Hanger Straight. We're soon being into lap traffic, I suspect. Here's a car a bit further back. You've got a Mini, you've got Maxine Nichols' MR2. There's Jonathan Barrett's BMW, who was on pole in Class C, but surprise, surprise, it's Ben Short in his MX-5 that's taken the lead of that class. Second is Andy Bailey, third Matthew Creed. So Barrett's fallen a long way down from his good grid position. There's one of the Audi TTs making its way up the order. Good to see one of them out here today. And you got this a load of MX-5s and MR2s towards the back, which will all be racing tomorrow in single make racing.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see whether they've actually scraped those cars. The marshals have scraped those cars out of the gravel.
It looks like they're working of it under yellows. You can do that at Silverstone, perhaps more than other circuits, can't you? There we go. So you've got the Snatch tractor, that JCB down there.
Yeah, the big JCB's got the Ginetta, but marshals are sort of doing it looks like something from Jurassic Coast, as the marshals scrape away the pebbles to see what they can find under the BMW and make some room for it to escape.
It'll be a little while, I suspect, for them to deal with that. Yeah. When the leaders catch the back markers, which they will do shortly, if you can get there before the yellows, it'll be pretty important, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. And there's an attempt at a break from Sturgis now, who's a prolific winner in this car. And he had Jake Hill driving his VW Golf TCR recently at Thruxton. It's based down on the fringes of the circuit.
There's 221. That's Adrian Johnson, who's relaying with Tom Smith in their MX-5s. Be racing tomorrow in the 5 Club Series. And at the back of the field there, 22, that's Nick Fontana, and he's about to be lapped by the leader. So we took, 6 laps to get to the back markers, and that included the green flag lap, I think, which was included in the race distance. So the leaders in this traffic, and it is absolutely frantic. It will become as they get further up the order. So they've passed a few of the MX-5s now. Now, Brad Philpott raced in the VLN, which had, 150 car entries. He should be used to this, although I think there he's probably in a much lower class car rather than here in the top class. But it's what endurance racing is all about, isn't it, Marcus? Managing the traffic.
It is, and it's also preserving the car, trying to keep it nice and neat and tidy, so don't give your pit crew any cause for concern or any accident damage to tape up, etc. Easier said than done. Did a 24-hour race here, the Wilhite 24-hour race, a lot of years ago, probably 15 years ago, and it brings a whole new set of responsibilities to the competitors when you're into an enduro, even a mini enduro like this. It's getting to the end. That's the important thing. There's a Nissan Almera, which is the most unlikely race car, but it runs really well.
That's another, I think, road legal car, I was being told. Daniel Cogswell driving that. I shall try and find amongst the 44 cars where that is.
Warren Allen now is right behind Jamie Sturgis as they come up towards Abbey, and they cut inside a bunch of lapped cars.
The Almira is 30th out of the 44 starters and will shortly be lapped. As you say, the top three together, Sturgis, Allen and Philpott. The recovery still ongoing down there at the Vale, but great work by the marshals to be doing this under local yellows, because there's been a long old safety car period otherwise.
Ground clearance there is a massive issue on something like a BMW M3, isn't it? And here they are, look at the hangar straight. Wow, there's 4 or 5 cars there ahead of the leader. The leader's made ground, he does a good job. But he's got to be very, very cautious, because the cars he's lapping are having a battle of their own. And Warren Allen now is glued to the back bumper of the Ram Air Filters Seat. And there is Bradley Philpott as well. There's no overtaking through here, which is a massive speed differential. But the Porsche has snuck through before that braking zone, one would think. Didn't see it happen.
Yeah, Sturgis was being very cautious on that inside at Stowe, wasn't he? So I wonder if Allen just went right around the outside. But he has got the lead now, Warren Allen, 165 the Porsche, ahead of Jamie Sturgis. And Brad Philpott there in 3rd position. Let's pick them out here, coming down towards Village. There's Maxine Nichols in her MR2, and they're the leaders, right behind her. So Warren Allen in the Porsche Cayman for him, and then the Seat Euro Cup car in 2nd position, and the Lotus Elise in 3rd. But it could well be a 45-minute long race, this, between the three of them, battle between the three of them, because they're certainly not separating out. Then the 4th place car, the Ellis and Lucas Porsche, isn't that far back.
There is a mandatory stop, isn't there, in the middle of it, because obviously some drivers are running solo, some are sharing their cars. And when does that click in?
So after 15 minutes, the pit lane will open. It'll be a 15-minute window.
So the middle third of the race is the window.
And it's a longer pit stop than in the past, 90-second compulsory stop.
Oh, it's the COVID-19 pit stop, which is the social distancing one.
And if you're a shared car, you have to disinfect the car between drivers, which will be new for all these teams. This is the first round of the season for them. Here's one of the older cars on the grid, the BMW E30. That is Josh Watts. Looks like one of the old production BMW cars. Got a Civic in here, 14. This is the Class B leader, the shared car between Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday. So they lead Class B over Liam Crilly by about a second. So the Z4 behind them is second within the class. So that's pretty close. Yes, 8 tenths it was at the end of the lap between 14, the Civic, and 12, the BMW. And see the Z4 there just amongst the traffic. Liam Crilly debuting this car this weekend. Raced a Mazda RX-8 before. Around the outside of the Porsche he goes. But
he was into production BMWs before that, wasn't he?
Champion.
Yeah.
He champion in 2006, amazingly.
As long ago as that?
I think looking at the stats, he's sort of 2nd and 3rd many times after that. I think he just won it the once by the looks of it. But yes, top quick driver. He's won, I think, some Club Enduro races in his class as well. But having the first go in the Z4, and obviously he's going pretty well, right behind the class leader there, the Freeman and Monday Civic.
It's funny, isn't it? You see Z4s everywhere now. I must have seen 20 in the last 3 or 4 days on the road, and I haven't seen so many of them for such a long time. I guess they're just getting very popular, getting more affordable in the second-hand market.
That's the big thing, isn't it? And particularly with this type of racing series, it's those type of cars that you see lots of.
Yeah.
Up front, Warren Allen's got a 5-second lead. Where's that come from? So that shows that he's pretty strong in the traffic, doesn't it?
He's worked his way through the traffic. Maybe just they fell for him, you never know.
Especially with those yellows.
It happens sometimes.
And at the end of this lap, the pit window will open because we'll already have had 15 minutes of it. The other classes, Class C is being led by Ben Short, who's sharing with Ben Hansey. And then second in that class is Andy Bailey, and third is Matthew Creed, that's a Civic and a Clio. Then in Class D, Adam Reeves, BMW Compact, leads the Hobbs brothers in their Peugeot 106, and Daniel Cogswell's Nissan Almera is third. There's Philpott in the Avon Tyres Lotus. And yeah, you can see the recovery still ongoing. It would have been a long old safety car period, so I think the right thing to do, have it under local yellows. Everyone seems to have fairly much behaved themselves. And marshals been working at that. There's one of the MR2s that'll be racing in the MR2 Championship tomorrow. That's Peter Higdon in one of the Roadsters, the newer MR2. Making his way onto the pit straight to complete another lap. Much further down the order, of course, being a smaller engine car, 25th overall. So
Gap's come down a little bit between first and second. It was 5 seconds, it's now 4.7.
fastest lap of the race is with Sturgis, a 1:14.6, which is under the lap record by over half a second. And here's side by side for second. Bradley Philpott's got alongside Jamie Sturgis, but down the straight, I suspect Philpott will lose out in the Little Lotus. Now there's Ivor Mares in his new MX-5, or new to him, lap him, and Pete Seeley's MR2. Sturgis has put them between him and Philpott. And I think Philpott, that lighter car, but therefore not as good down the straight, he's finding it difficult to pass the Sayat into, I presume, is still a yellow flag zone. Indeed it is. So they'll be stuck behind John Wilson there, who's returning to racing this weekend.
Oh dear. There's an off one of the...
That's the Bradley Ellis car.
Is it?
Which he shares with Leo Lucas. It's the Veluga Porsche Cayman. Looks like a GT4 spec car. But, so that's out of fourth position into the gravel. So that will promote David Vincent in the Honda Civic up into P4 and Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3 into the top 5.
So do we assume, or do we know, that it's the owner of the car in it first?
I haven't been sent a list. I think they're a bit too busy down in race admin. And it's much more difficult now to get start drivers. But,
Quite.
But the car qualified in 5th place, which you'd assume is Bradley Ellis's lap time, and it didn't really gain any places from there.
No.
Although that car you would expect to be at the front, so it's a bit strange, really. But that is a Stowe. It hit the wall on the way down to. It's a strange place, isn't it? Has he hit the?
It's had some patching at that front corner already, by the looks of things.
Some debris across the circuit. It might have been quite a sizable accident. Looking at, and there's gravel on the track too. So I assume he's come into contact with one of the slower cars midway down the Hangar Straight.
To be avoided at all costs.
Busy piece of track here.
12 laps down then for the leaders. Still Warren Allen in the 1:65. 99 James Sturgis second and 90 Bradley Philpott. That's the tussle. They've done 13 laps now.
There's the Chris Byallen car coming into the pit lane, so that's obviously been cleared now. And I think the pit window should be open, so I suspect that will get quite busy very shortly. Here is David Vincent Civic, the area motorsport car that's in 4th position. Heading through Village there, he's sort of all by himself, 8 seconds behind Philpott and 15 ahead of Vaughan. Yes, here comes the busy pit lane period, including the Class B leader. So that's Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday to change over. And 1:17 looks like it's already done its stop, and that is Charlie Atchison in a BMW.
Sometimes it pays to come in while there's not much going on in the pit lane, just so you can find your crew, serve your time, and then go back out onto the track. It will get very busy in the next couple of minutes.
So it looks like Jamie Sturgis is making his stop now, so Bradley Philpott is released. And he's only 1.6 seconds behind Warren Allen, so that shows you that if you get the traffic right. And he's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:14.0, which is 1.2 seconds under the lap record, and is a second quicker than Warren Allen has gone all race. So I'm looking at the wrong line, aren't I? That's Jamie Sturgis, that's coming into the pits, isn't it? So got overexcited there. So we have to remember that here, don't we? The into the pit lane is not a real lap.
Does the same thing at Thruxton.
Oh, really?
As soon as you turn off into the pit lane, you trigger the lap time, but then the timekeepers wind that one off the system.
So it's actually a 6-second gap, Warren Allen to Brad Philpott. Read the wrong line there. So Jamie Sturgis' best lap needs to be removed, basically, now. I think he had the best lap before, but not as quick as he just did. So we've got 6, something like that, cars in the pit lane. Oh, there's the Monday Freeman car going out, which was the Class B leader. So Liam Crilly takes that place up. Of course, he is yet to stop. Here's Warren Allen, the leader, in the Porsche. So this will be Bradley Philport's first clear lap, assuming he hasn't had too much lap tracking, of course, to see if he can close in the Porsche. That goes across the line, goes down towards Abbey. Cameramen having to work hard here to pick out the cars amongst the traffic. Not an easy job. Safety car's out, isn't it? Yes, yellow flags and safety car boards. And it has missed the leader, hasn't it? Just.
I think narrowly.
But now Warren Allen can sneak into the pit lane.
That would help.
So that hasn't gone quite as well. I mean, it's so hard, isn't it, to pick up the leader amongst such a big grid. But now, is it because of the Ellis, the Bradley Ellis, and
to be for that gravel on the track at Stowe while they take the Porsche away, I would think. If someone's gone there, it's a target, isn't it?
Been there for a little while, but obviously now they decided that it needs moving. The damage on the front left corner, do we think?
Yeah, have some damage there already, didn't it? That was where it's not painted, but it's in the wars again.
There's Monday and Freeman. They'd made their stop, which presumably may lose them position. It's always hard to tell, isn't it? Because you never know if you might be held at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, that's right.
During a safety car period. So it's Adam Reed's Compact as the first car behind. There's one of the Class C BMWs. And if you say, Marcus, another driver with a novice cross on the back.
Yeah. Very similar colour to that which used to adorn CSLs and things in the 70s. It was called Tiger Green, I think. T-A-I-G-A.
Brad Philpott came straight in, didn't he? And Warren Allen's come in at the end of that lap. So it's going to be all a bit of confusion, I suspect, for the next 5 minutes or whatever to get this safety car period through before we have any idea of what the order may be. So pit stops ongoing. See a couple of the relay cars there parked diagonally.
There's Philpott coming out in the white Lotus just in the foreground. 221 Mazda's just dived in.
And Philpott's going to get out in here ahead of the safety car that's just coming across the line. There's only, what, half a dozen or so cars behind the safety car, so everybody else is in the pit lane. 316, that's Ivor Mairds, who has changed from Formula Fords to 750 Wave Club racing over the last couple of years in Club Enduro and in road sports. There is Philpott. Yes, he did just get out ahead of the safety car, which one would think has worked pretty well for him. There's Peter Higton in his MR2. This type of series, Marcus, really is what club racing is all about, isn't it? Bring whatever car you've got.
Run what you brung, as they say in the States. It's a form of racing that many clubs are now espousing, because of course it fills grids, and if you fill grids you have a sporting chance of covering the cost of circuit rental.
And of course endurance racing getting more popular, because really club endurance racing wasn't really a thing until a few years ago, and now there's so much of it.
Last 5 or 6 years it's suddenly really become the flavour of the times, of the decade maybe.
It's a bit more of an affordable way of going racing. Of course, you can share your cost, which is the big saver. Yeah. But also with the longer races per minute, it does work out as a bit cheaper than the short races.
Get some decent mileage in the car, which is always good particularly if you're working sort of long hours during the week. You want your leisure time, and you maximise your weekends on track.
Well, the Caterham's there. That should be Adam Harrison or John Curry, I think. John Curry we threw out in the sports specials, making the most of his day by doing road sports as well. So the car's passing the instant zone. There is Sturgis.
Alan's still shown us the lead by 46 seconds, isn't he? But I guess that's going to adjust.
Yeah, when we come across the line, it'll give us a better idea, won't it? Safety car staying out, it is. So obviously instant still going on up there at Stowe. Things do take a bit longer now, don't they, to sort out because of the lower left marshals. And
a bunch of cars came in, including I think the BMW Z4, which sort of came rocketing in. I think much mistaken, it came past the car in the pit lane, which is something.
Especially under safety car period. But yeah, so things do take a bit longer to clear up now because of social distancing and less marshal numbers because of Motorsport UK mandate. So if you're wondering why things are taking longer to clear up, that
yeah, there was a time last sort of a month or so ago when it was only 2 marshals per post, and that fortunately was relaxed, particularly after Brands Hatch events where a couple or 3 drivers had to climb out of their cars, go and fetch a fire extinguisher and put them out. I think that the report that went back from the MSA steward suggested that this rule needed a fairly urgent shake-up. So here is the pace car, the safety car, leading them round. But at the moment, the lights on the safety car appear to be out, which would indicate that this safety car intervention will finish relatively shortly. How's the old TikTok coming down, Josh?
So we've had, what, 26 minutes, something like that.
So 19 to go. I saw a marshal running down the track there towards Stowe, probably removing bits of debris from the side of the circuit.
Lots of people getting in touch watching this race. Jorge says that Lotus looks so tiny next to the Seat, and it certainly did, didn't it? I don't think the safety car's coming in yet, is it?
No, they've just got to the beached Porsche with the safety truck. So and the
I can't pan any more to the right because of the barrier.
Crew's looking at the corner of that car, which is damaged, putting the hydraulic stabilizers out just so they can lift it onto the back of the flatbed. Liam Crowley is shown as the leader.
He was who you saw came in, though.
Yes.
Now the safety car has let. Oh, that's not the safety. It looked like the safety car. That car with the scoop on the top, but it's not, is it?
No, that's right. it looks very similar to the safety car.
It's just a long, slow field. David Elms, he's supporting Nick Goff out in the Audi TT. Lee Whitehead supporting Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3. Marek Mika supporting Daniel Cogswell in the Nissan. Pete Garrett supporting Bradley Philpott. So good to see lots of support for the drivers out there.
Well, the safety car lights do appear to be off, but it's still coming through the club, or the little chicane before club down at the end of the Vale. Now that is the safety car moving over to one side. Now he's trying to locate, the observer is trying to locate the race leader. Warren Allen's in that group with the Porsche, but Liam Crowley is shown as leader. There we go, of extensive damage to the Porsche down the left-hand side. A lot of the under tray is ripped out of it as well. That's had a fairly forceful whack into the wall there, as you suggested, Josh.
You have to presumably he's clipped a back marker and sort of gone hard left into the wall.
Yeah, unless something on the car's let go. That's possible.
Porsche builds them strong, of course, so if you hit a concrete wall, you're not going to be winning that fight, are you? So yeah, I think the safety car trying to work out who is the leader, but it is Warren Allen. There he is. So he's only a few more cars to wave past.
Allen's shown back at the top of the chart, which is something.
There's loads of back markers between him and Bradley Philpott.
He's done 18 laps now. Jamie
Sturgis is lost out terribly. He is a lap down according to the screens. Is he down there in 11th place? So he's certainly
but as he comes through, he should maybe get back onto the leader's lap. That would be.
Just wonder if when he has come through, been seen. Which you can see on your screens, the order. Warren Allen leading in the Porsche Cayman. Second is Bradley Philpott in the Lotus Elise. Third is David Vincent in the Honda Civic. Fourth is Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3. Fifth is the Class B leaders, which is now a Volkswagen Golf, John Maudsley and Stuart Mead. Sixth is a Caterham, that's Adam Harrison and John Curry. Seventh is the MX-5 relay of Ben Hansey and Ben Short that lead Class C. Eighth is Liam Crilley's BMW Z4. 9th is David Sheed and Malcolm Ederson's BMW Compact. Andy Bailey's Civic is 10th. Oh yes, Jamie Sturgis now has come through, so he's just on the end of the lead lap in the Seat Leon. Then everybody else is it a lap down? There, the Freeman and Monday car hasn't been waved through yet, has it? But that should be on the lead lap, therefore. In 12th position. In 13th, Matthew Creed in a Renault Clio. 14th, Jonathan Barrett in a BMW 330. And Nick Williams in 15th in a Toyota MR2. 16th is Ivan Mayers in an MX-5. 17th, Pete Seeley in an MR2. 18th is Sam McKee and Ian Fulton in the BMW 328i. 19th is Mick and daughter Maxine Nichols in an MR2. 20th is Daniel Cogswell in the Nissan Almera leading Class D. 23rd is Vikram Sudhira in the Porsche Boxster. 22nd is Thomas Holland and Kian Donaldson in an MX-5. 23rd is the Sampsons in a Porsche 968. Ollie Samways 24th in an MR2, and 25th is Paul Bancroft in a Civic. So how are we doing? Letting some more cars through, aren't we? So that will put Freeman and Monday onto the end of the lead lap. Hearing that the Bradley Philpott Lotus has lost its clutch. And it's a synchro-less gearbox.
Okay, so it's a dog box in there, is it?
So is that going to cause problems? We shall see. He's got David Vincent right behind him in the Civic, so that's second and third together on the road.
Yeah, it's not ideal when running in traffic like that, is it? Because you're in a fairly low gear.
We're not going to have much of this race left, are we, when we get back going?
No, the danger is we'll be into single figures, won't we, in terms of that. But at least the leader is now ensconced behind the Sympathy Motor Club Renault safety car. Bradley Philpott is probably best part of 10 cars behind.
It sounds like the safety car coming in at the end of this lap. So Warren Allen's going to scamper off into the distance, I somewhat suspect. And there's the safety car into the pit lane. So we're going to have not much more than 10 minutes left of this race as they come up across the line out of Club Corner. Warren Allen, then it's in the traffic, that battle for second. Brad Philpott versus David Vincent is the one to watch. Allen's absolutely gone, made the most of that. Yes, 12 minutes to go then, so just over 10 laps of racing. There's Philpott and Vincent together, so the Lotus and the Civic battling for second and third positions. Can the Honda make a move into Abbey? Not quite, I don't think. No, Philpott hangs on there in P2 as they turn their way through Abbey. And they go down the inside of number 7, which is Sam Daffin's Ford Fiesta. And then through the link they come. As cars still come across the line as the first cars have done half a lap already.
Yeah, Sturgis has only just gone on to the lead lap. He's in 11th place in that Seat.
40 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Well, Allen was 12 ahead of Philpott, which is quite remarkable, and therefore it looks good for Warren Allen this race. Here's about of a second. Philpott versus Vincent. Which side of the traffic do you go? Well, on the outside is Vincent. That's the Track Obsession Renault Clio, and one of the Minis, 42, I think that is, which is Chris Williams and Kevin Fulbrooks. And there's Vincent going up the inside of both of them into the chicane.
Yeah, Kevin Fulbrook, who used to work for John Cooper Works, didn't he?
Right.
Before setting up that team down in Sussex.
So across the line, Warren Allen there does a 1 minute 16.2, and in the traffic, Bradley Philpott's quicker, 1:15.7. He was half a second quicker despite having to go through the traffic, perhaps surprisingly. And he's, much more unsurprisingly, he's starting to pull away from David Vincent. And Nick Vaughan there in 4th position. He's 4 seconds ahead of the Gulf, the Maudsley and Mead car. Then the Harrison and Curry Caterham in 6th. But Maudsley and Mead lead Class B over Liam Crilly by about 7 seconds. Class C has been led by Andy Bailey, the only car on the overall lead lap, and Class D being led by Daniel Cogswell by 5 seconds over Tom Holland and Kian Donaldson's MX-5. There's the Sam McKee BMW, the car that gets driven to each of these race meetings that he's sharing this weekend with Ian Thornton. Onto the hangar straight he goes in 18th position. Just did a PB, 1 minute 23.7. There's Sturgis coming through, and that's for position, just passing the Malcolm Edison BMW Compact in the background, which should put him 9th. So he'd also have passed Andy Bailey on that lap. Here's Liam Crilly.
Gap's come down to 11.1 seconds first to second by 0.3 or so over the previous lap. Here's the chaser, number 90, Bradley Philpott, with the Lotus, huge Venturi underneath the car.
I think we'll see this again tomorrow, but with different drivers.
Oh, something's happened up here. Marshall's running to the aid of a BMW, which is off on the outside.
It's the Barrett car, Jonathan Barrett, on the screens. I don't think he's hit anything. Novice cross on the back. Oh, another car off. That's the car that was leading Class B earlier. Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday's Civic was running in 12th position. It dropped back a bit, and it's pulled off. I think that's down there at Vale. And the BMW looked like it was going to get going again. Don't think there's any damage. The driver's just getting his breath back after what would have been a big old spin at Abbey. And here's the traffic. It is absolutely as busy as it ever has been. There's Porsche into the pits. Here's 11, that's Ollie Samways in the MR2 Super GT.
Still got wave yellows here at Abbey for whatever that incident was that's out of our sight. Sturgis has now come hurtling back up the order. He's moving through into 9th place and going quickly.
Let's see if he's picked up any more on this lap. Should have come across the
10.4 seconds between Alan, the leader, and the Porsche. Cayman with the bright green. I guess there's damage to the front of the BMW there.
So he has hit something.
It's had a bit of a clonk.
A penalty to the Class C leaders. Ben Hansey and Ben Short have got a 30-second time penalty for something unknown. Could be track limits.
Short pit stop, maybe. Another possibility.
And they're only 8 seconds ahead of Andy Bailey, so Bailey's going to get the lead of Class C with that penalty with his Honda Civic. There's Jamie Sturgis in the set. He's caught Liam Crilly now for 6th. Oh, and Crilly's only 1.8 seconds behind the Class B leader, the Gulf of Maudsley and Mead. So where's that Gulf? Is Crilly with it yet? Or they pass it even? There's a Gulf behind, isn't there? Yes, it is. So I think Liam Crilly's got the lead of Class B on this lap. So that'd be Sturgis up to 5th, I reckon. The Gulf is falling away. The Maudsley and Mead car. So I think Liam Crilly into the lead of Class B on that lap. Lap 24 of the race completed. There's Sturgis 5th. He's 12 seconds behind Nick Vaughan, so that might be as far as he gets. So car off. Oh, there's the Barrett car that's just pulling off now. And there's a driver down here. So is there a second car off somewhere? That wasn't the driver of the BMW because that was moving. So perhaps a second car involved in that incident at Abbey a few laps ago. Just seeing if anybody's... the Matthew Brock Clio went missing about the same time, so perhaps that was an incident between the two of them. Warren Allen's lead now under 10 seconds to Bradley Philpott. But with only 5.5 minutes to go, I don't think Philpott's going to get there. And David Vincent's Civic hasn't fallen too much further away either. So there's the Lotus and the Civic. And onto the hangar straight. There's the leader, Warren Allen. ahead of all the traffic. There's Ivor Mares in one of the Mark III Mazdas, MX-5, just behind John Wilson. Not a battle for position. And then another MX-5 involved in all of that.
Sturgis is getting closer to Nick Vaughan by the lap, isn't he? But the time is ticking away.
He was 2.3 seconds quicker on that last lap.
So he's about 8 seconds behind, something like that. Yes, no, 10 seconds.
There's, what, 4 or 5 laps to go, so it might happen yet.
Could be close, yep.
There's Nick Williamson. He was a winner at Snetterton in the MR2 Championship. He is 13th overall, just ahead of Ivor Mares. So that is a battle for position 13th and 14th. Oh yes, that's the Williamson car then, not the John Wilson car as I thought it was to start with. So Williamson under pressure here from Ivor Mares, both in Class C. 1, 2, 3, 4th position in Class C, that battle.
Working lap 27 now for Warren Allen. 7.9 seconds. This is advantage over Bradley Philpott, who continues to close in at a rate of a bit more than a second a lap. David Vincent in the Honda is third. He's a couple of seconds adrift, and then it's about 20 seconds back to Nick Vaughan in the Audi, who's only 6 seconds now ahead of Jamie Sturgis, who is homing in to try to pounce and get 4th place before the end of this race.
There's Mick Nichols in his MR2. He's relaying with his daughter Maxine in this race, and they are further down the order, I think. And some of the other MR2 runners. Warren Allen's lead's come down to 7 seconds to Brad Philpott. In that last lap, Philpott 7/10 quicker, but there's not enough of the race to go.
Clutch or no clutch, he's certainly going well.
Now is Vaughan going to be caught by Sturgis? That's the real battle, isn't it, for 4th position. Nick Vaughan's gone across the line. Jamie Sturgis has 2, and there's the gap, 4 seconds.
So that's come down by another couple of seconds sometime round.
So there's Bradley Philpott in 2nd. So there's Pete Seeley ahead of Josh Johnson. Andy Bailey, is that round the outside? I think it is. The Class B, the Class C leader, sorry, once the penalty was taken into account for the Mazda.
Using plenty of curb as he does so.
Problem for one of the Porsches here. That's a bit further back anyway, I think. Can't quite make the number out on that at the moment.
Not very helpful, is it? 40, is it?
25.
No, 25.
25 is Darren Ball, who's moved over from a BMW. So this Porsche's not gone so well for him, I don't think. He hasn't really featured where he was a front runner and he races M3.
So 8 seconds now, 1st to 2nd. So maybe Warren Allen's got it just about sussed. Going out again.
Right, it's nose to tail for 4th into Abbey, the Audi and the Seat. So if we can pick that up, Nick Vaughan, number 16, in the 99 Seat to Jamie Sturgis, heading down towards the hairpin, absolutely together, 4th and 5th. And 2nd and 3rd aren't far away either, are they? Brad Philpott and David Vincent. But I think Sturgis will get past Nick Vaughan on this lap. So 2 battles to look for. This is the penultimate lap of the race now as well.
When you come down the inside there of a Porsche Boxster, a low-lying car, you really do wonder whether the driver has the mental acuity to see what's going on. Yes, here comes that Clio you were talking about.
It's been over because
it has been rolled, I would think.
Abbey, that's quite a big incident, I suspect. Yes, so driver out of that car, he was fine. I saw him walk into behind the barriers. A big accident there for the Renault Clio, which I believe was Matthew Brock, car number 70. Oh yes, it is 70, you can see that, but it's got a big old dent in the roof now after going over. That's the fastest corner on the circuit.
That's why the marshals are running.
So here's the lead on what I think is going to be the last lap of the race, not unless they extend it because of the later start, because the first lap was included in the time. That would presume this will be the last lap of the race for Warren Allen. He's 10 seconds ahead.
Vincent's still pretty close to Philpott. Here's Warren Allen, the black car with the lime green wheels.
So Warren Allen, who won the last road sports race of last season, is going to win the first road sports race of this season at the same circuit. Through the chicane he comes then for the final time, 1:65. The Porsche Cayman of Warren Allen. He's going to see the checkered flag this time.
There it is.
Yes, he is. So Warren Allen, the winner after 30 laps.
30 laps down, yeah.
Bradley Philpott should be second. He was only a second ahead of the Civic, and he is still about that.
Yep.
So Bradley Philpott takes second. David Vincent third. Jamie Sturgis to get back to fourth. So a good drive from him since the safety car went in. Nick Vaughan in his first ever race, fifth in the LDA 3. That was a good drive. And then Liam Crilly in sixth. He's going to win Class B ahead of John Maudsley and Stuart Mead, and he pulled a long way clear there. And Mead, the Gulf is under pressure and may lose second actually on the last lap. So we'll try and check that. But second within Class B, the BMW Compactor, David Sheed and Malcolm Ederson catching John Maudsley and Stuart Mead's Gulf. They're just looking for that out of club corner. There's Liam Crilly. He's going to win Class B. But then about 20 seconds behind, there may be a change on the last lap of the race. So we're looking for a Volkswagen Golf and a M3 powered compact, which will be for 7th and 8th overall. So we've had Liam Crilly through to win the class, and there they are, and it's there's the compact ahead of the Golf, I think. So Malcolm Ederson and David Mead will move into second within Class B on the last lap of the race, ahead of John Maudsley and Stuart Mead. So the overall winner, Warren Allen from Bradley Philpott and David Vincent, all in Class A. Class B, Liam Crilly beats David Sheed and Malcolm Ederson. And third, John Maudsley and Stuart Mead. In Class C, Ben Hansey and Ben Short will win it because Andy Bailey got lapped by the overall leader and didn't get to do the extra lap, so the penalty didn't really affect him. So Hansey and Short win Class C over Andy Bailey. And then third, Matthew Creed in the Renault Clio. And then in Class D, Daniel Cogswell wins in the Nissan Almera, beating Tom Holland and Kieran Donaldson's MX-5, and third for Sam Daffin in the Ford Fiesta. So that was a busy race, which was interrupted somewhat by the safety car. But great to see so many cars out there, and they will have further races this season at Snetterton in October and Donington Park in November. So again, thanks to everybody getting in touch. Paul Handley, Pip Hammond watching at home, Classic Stock Cats Championship leader. He's raced in these races before. Pete Garrett, well, thanks for getting involved in the social media chat. Stuart Nichols watching his dad and his sister, saying great coverage from Alpha Live. Thanks, Stuart. Martin James also watching, who's a race winner in this category too. So that's all the road sports action for today, and the cars streaming back into the pits. How many of the cars finished? About 36, I reckon. So 36 of the 44, not too bad. And Matt Suckling will try to catch up with some of those drivers in a few moments. Warren Allen, the winner in the Porsche Cayman, second for Bradley Philpott in the Lotus Elise, and third with David Vincent in the Honda Civic. Then fourth, Jamie Sturgis in the Seat Leon. Fifth, Nick Vaughan in the Audi A3. And sixth, Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4. So that's 6 different marks of cars in the top 6. And unusually, the BMW, best BMW, only in 6th position. But let's hear then from Matt Suckling down in the pit lane.
Okay, down here with Warren Allen, who's just won the Road Sport Series race here at Silverstone. Warren, that was a great race in the Porsche Cayman, maybe helped slightly by the safety car there, but up until that point, a great race for you.
Yeah, it's a good race. I had a good start, and I got Jamie on the first lap, but then he got me back. I then just kept going as best I could, waited. I was hoping for a safety car. I was keeping my eyes peeled. And it seemed to work. I wasn't sure where I actually finished until 10 minutes before the end. But yeah, really good race and a nice dry day at Silverstone.
Did you know who was chasing you down towards the end there?
I don't know. I just go as fast as I can all the time and hope for the best.
And very busy circuit today with the amount of entries we've got. A lot of traffic to get your way through.
Yeah. I mean, I quite enjoy going through the traffic, and it certainly helped me. I'm quite pushy on the traffic, so try and make some time getting through traffic as well. So yeah, all good.
And how are you used to the Porsche? Is it a car you've had a long time, or is it fairly new?
I've had the car for 3 years now, so been racing it in MSV and 750 last year. So I thought I'd give it a go again today, and thanks to Danny and Vince and my dad who are here today. So thanks, guys.
Warren, congratulations. Good luck for the next one.
Great, thank you. Cheers.
There we go. Warren Allen, our race winner from that race. Brad Philpott's just joining us in the background. He's got a little bit of a limp car there in the Lotus, so we'll try and catch up with him in just a few minutes. I think as well Mark Vincent is just hanging about, and we'll try and get a quick word with him as well. So Mark is on his way, who finished third place in the Honda Civic. He's just out the back of the scrutineering bay at the minute, and Brad Philpott is making his way into the garage here at Silverstone. Very blustery down here as well today, as you can imagine, but some dry weather, as Warren just said, which is a bonus after the torrential downpours we've had recently. But Mark joins us now out here in the pit lane. Mark, many congratulations. That was a cracking race there. Did you kind of know what was happening after that safety car?
After the safety car, yeah, my engineer told me what was happening, so I could see who I needed to catch, but I didn't expect to be P3 after all of that, because there were some seriously fast cars out there, so P3, well happy with that.
And you weren't letting off at all, because Brad Philpott was just ahead of you in the Lotus, and you were about a second or so back at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I did have a drive shaft problem. One of the CV boots split. I said to my engineer, I'm going to back up and just make P3. He said, no, you carry on, because you're catching him. So I did. If I had one more lap, I might have got him, but, you know, like I say, I'm still happy with P3, so.
Yeah, and how did the pit stop go for you? It seemed like it was plain sailing.
Well, you know, we said if there's a safety car, we had plenty of fuel to go as long as we wanted, so we waited for the safety car and it happened, so it got us up the grid a bit more. A few unfortunate incidents for other people. Like I say, some seriously quick drivers. Bradley Philpott, you know, he won the Race of Champions, didn't he, a couple of years ago, so I'm really chuffed.
Great stuff. Well done, Mark. Congratulations on your third place. And we'll just grab Brad as well, who finished in second place. Well done, Brad. Congratulations on second. Was that hard work?
It was pretty hard work because I had no clutch from lap 5. So I knew pretty early on, and our radio wasn't working, so I knew pretty early on the team had no idea I had no clutch. I was really struggling to get it down the gears, and I knew I was going to have a lot of trouble in the pits at the end. And obviously under safety cars, trying to go slow enough without changing down through the gears. I'm a little surprised to come in second because the grey Porsche that won 100% overtook under yellows in front of me. So I'm going to go speak to the officials about that afterwards, but luckily I have a very clear GoPro. But I have no idea what actually happened in the middle to the TCR, the Seat. I think maybe he lost out under the safety car. That's what I was hoping was happening, and that's also why I didn't pit when I saw quite a long-looking yellow flag over in the gravel. So, and that worked out. So, anyway, sorry, babbling on, but it was intense and hard, and the car went really well, except for the clutch. And yeah, very happy with our Avon tyres performance over that race.
Do you think the safety car helped you out then with that clutch, or was it kind of you could have got a little bit higher up if you'd have carried on?
I'm not sure really. Without looking back at the race and seeing how it panned out with everyone else, I don't really know. It certainly helped us get past the Seat because, as it was probably obvious on the TV footage, I could hang with the guys and get alongside them, but then the moment we got to any of the long straights, I lost 200 or 300 metres. So I then spent the rest of the lap catching back. So I think the safety car put us in a position where we could at least get past one of them. I was just very surprised to see the grey Porsche come out ahead of us when I was convinced he had a penalty. So it's my first time racing back in the UK for a while, so I'm not quite sure what the procedure is. I'll go and find out.
But right towards the end there as well, Mark Vincent in that Honda Civic, he was pushing you hard.
Yeah, I was aware he was coming, and I was looking at his pit board because I couldn't see my pit board anywhere, so I was thinking, well, if the guy behind me is third, hopefully that means I'm second. And because I couldn't get fifth gear, I lost fifth towards the end as well. I just could not get it in. I was even slower at the end of the long straights, and I could see him looming. So I just kind of tried to pace it, try not to break anything. It's easy to do, obviously, when you can't use the clutch on the downshift, and just hold him back. So, yeah, it was exciting.
Great stuff. Well done, Brad. Congratulations for second place. Thanks for your time. So great racing there from the Road Sport Series. We caught up with our top three, and we'll see them at the next round as well here on Alpha Live.
And now we move on to the Swallow Hills Homes F1000 Championship, round one of their season. And we've got the biggest grid of 1 litre Jedi racing cars ever seen. So let's take a look at how they will line up for this first round of the 2020 season. It was Dan Clues that got pole position at 64.0 ahead of Lee Morgan alongside former champion. On row 2, Dan Gore and Rob Wellham. And then on row 3, racing newcomer Jack Tomlin ahead of reigning champion Matthew Booth. On row 4, Matthew Minette and Elliot Mitchell. On row 5, Adam Walker and Mark Betts. And on row 6, Dean Warren and Eddie Falkenham. On row 7, we have James Hills and Robert Bailey. On row 8, Al Rhodes-Mays and Dax Ward. On row 9, Nikita Abramov and Paul Butcher, way down the grid. On row 10, Billy Stiles and Alok Iyengar. On row 11, Max Winderhauser and Andrew Wills. And on the final and 12th row of the grid is Chris Woodhouse and Peter Legge. So a great grid here of Jedi racing cars, which make up the F1000 Championship in 2020, sponsored by Swallow Hills Homes, the premier bike engine single-seater category in the UK in its 24th season in 2020. They joined the 750 Motor Club last year, and the grid has grown rapidly ever since joining the club, now having double the entries which they had before, which is absolutely fantastic, Marcus.
Yeah, it is. I remember seeing the first of the Jedis when John Corbin introduced them, and they were hill climbed in 1984, I think. So you're following them for a long time. They've made more than a couple of hundred of these cars these days. And his son Fraser, very much involved for many, many years now in putting them together and running a team as well. But they're fabulous things to drive. They're really quick, they're light, they're nimble, and providing phenomenal value for money in single-seater racing terms.
We're missing cars at the front of the grid because on the inside, the first of those cars is Matthew Booth, which means we're missing the 2nd and 4th place cars, which is Lee Morgan and Rob Wellham. Now, we heard from Richard Morris earlier, didn't we, that he was penalised to the back of the grid, and then that wasn't sort of notified within the grid order. So whether that's happened here as well, that otherwise is a little bit confusing, it must be said. Lee Morgan, who should have started second, the 2013 champion, and Rob Wellham, who would have started behind him, was the winner at Snetterton at the end of last season. And Matthew Booth, who is there on the inside, is the reigning champion, and also the 2016 Sports Specials champion. Just seeing if we can work out if there's any extra cars at the back or we're missing them. Perhaps we are missing them. But so the opening round, though, of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship is underway then, and away they go, and it's a good start from the poleman. That's Dan Clues, who was the runner-up last season. There's a car on the grass at the back, who's back on again, as they work their way through then into Abbey Corner. Big moment there for 41. That's Billy Stiles, as they make their way down into Village. So Booth is third there, as the rest of the field work their way through. These cars so small, but so quick, Marcus.
Yeah, they are. They're very accelerative, and it's absolutely flat out all the way for these guys. Sometimes there's a few girls in the series as well, and here they are then down the Hangar Straight. Big Crocodile now panning out 3-4 wide as they come down into Stowe.
Having a go for the lead there is Dan Gore, trying to get the better of Dan Clues. He comes up the outside into the chicane, round the outside into Vale will be a good move, and now he's got the inside for the right-hander, so they run side by side through here, and that means Booth is catching them.
He's back on the power, isn't he? And that was a very, very impressive move by Dan Gore.
And that's brought Booth right into it, hasn't it, as they held each other up through the chicane. Now he goes up the inside of the poleman, but he gets sideways and has had a big, big lose. And he kind of catches it over the grass, so got it well out of the way of everybody else.
Back in the pit lane, wasn't he, there?
So that was a big moment for the reigning champion. There, Matthew Booth, big lock up here. Who's at 33? That's Robert Bailey. He's going to get back on. There's Paul Butcher, who started way back on 18th on the grid. And Butcher on lap 1 went from 18th to 10th, so 8 places gained. Safety car. Is that just getting back into position? I think it is actually, isn't it? Here's the battle for the lead because Clues now coming back at Gore up the inside into Stowe Corner. He grabs the lead back then from the Mattel Cars Run machine. It's the JFK car of Clues that grabs the lead back there at Stowe Corner. Down into the Vale then. And it's 2 for the lead. I think Jack Tomlin then will come third. This is his first ever car race, a 16-year-old. He's part of the Motorsport UK Academy students with Billy Stiles, 2 of them here. But Jack Tomlin, I think, in 3rd place, having a great debut there. Yes, he's in 3rd, ahead of Adam Walker. And Elliot Mitchell and Dean Warren complete the top 6.
Yeah, he's moved up as a result of that moment that Booth had that took him over into the pit lane. That was an enormous kind of spin, wasn't half spin. He did very well to catch it, I have to say.
He's recovered in 11th, 9 seconds back, so he didn't lose huge amounts of time considering what it could have been. He is 22, that's Dean Warren, who's come over from Monoposto Racing. And behind him is Mark Betts, former Sports 1000 racer, who's having a go. So Betts going well here in 7th, looking all over the back of Warren. And behind the pair of them, trying to pass them both, is Paul Butcher, car 42 up the inside of 88, Mark Betts. There goes 42, Paul Butcher, double runner-up in the series. So he's certainly capable of being much further up than what he currently is. Problems in qualifying. There's number 11. That's Elliot Mitchell, who is in 5th position. He finished 8th last season, so he's having a good start. And there's Dean Warren in
the Martini liveried car.
Absolutely.
Always looks good in the race car, Martini colours, particularly on Brabham BT44s. But there you go.
Here are the leaders, Clues and Gore. Dan Gore, former Caterham racer, moved over to F1000 last season. And Dan Clues, the runner-up in 2018 and 2019, looking to go one better this season. And it's a good start, leading the way from Hull. But I think Jack Tomlin is one to watch this season, Mark. A 16-year-old having his first race, and he's only 1.5 seconds behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. And these young guys who sort of come through the karting ranks, etc., certainly come with an awful lot of racecraft, don't they, Josh? And that stands them in very good stead. There's someone's gone bang down there. That's the 44 car. Unfortunately, that's Chris Woodhouse with that invitation car from the back.
Yeah, sort of front runner Monoposto driver Woodhouse is. So bad start for him. He's looking to convert that car into F1000 spec this season. So 3 for the lead across the line. Clues, Gore and Tomlin. Fastest lap from Clues, 1:05.17. That's a couple of seconds away from the lap record, was set by Ben Hingley a few seasons ago. As they all come across the line, it does look like we were missing Lee Morgan and Rob Wellham, who should have started towards the front. So that's a real shame, because they would have made that lead battle even more interesting. It's a 15-minute race. There's Lee Morgan's teammate, 67, Andrew Wills, who's a bit further back.
If those cars run in that blue, white and orange colour scheme, don't they?
He darts down the inside of Dax Ward there to gain a place. A bit further.
So who is behind. There's a car running, problems the timekeeper's picking up which one it is. Car running in 8th place.
See if we can work that out. So they're behind Butcher.
Yeah, behind the 42 car.
So this is a bit further behind, isn't it? This is 41. This is Billy Stiles, the other driver in the Motorsport UK Academy, but certainly not going as well as Jack Tomlin up there in 3rd. So we complete a 3rd of the race now. 5 minutes done. Adam Walker trying to go with the top 3. Walker finished 9th in the championship last year, so he's going well there in P4, ahead of Elliot Mitchell. And Dean Warren 6th. Then it's the car with the transponder problem now up to 7th, ahead of Paul Butcher. So let's see, there's Butcher, so Boo's behind him, so it's the car in front of him. There's Eddie Falkenham, who raced Clio's for the 750 Motor Club, just getting ahead of Matthew Minette, who was a winner in Monoposto last month at Alton Park. There's 69, that's Falkenham, he's just passed him for 10th. So let's see, there's Butcher, yeah, can't quite make it out, sitting right in the slipstream of the car ahead. Battles in the pack here. That's Billy Stiles trying to get the better of one of his competitors, 27, that's Al Rhodes. And they run side by side through Stowe Corner. And 3 leaders across the line. Tomlin going after Dan Gore now, I reckon. Gap 2nd to 3rd now, only 8/10.
One retired to the pits and all that as well.
Okay. So we've got Dean Warren. It's 7, isn't it? So 7 is James Hills, is the car with the transponder problem. Returning to racing this weekend, former Formula Renault driver. Getting stuck in this battle for 6th place. with Paul Butcher trying to come around the outside of him here through the link, and he's up him the inside as they come onto the hanger straight. Couldn't quite do it though. Hills has come through nicely too, because he started 13th, so 13th to 7th for him, and Butcher's come through from 18th on the grid, and there's a car pulling off. That's Dan Gore from second. So Gore from second place, the Mattel run car. It was losing time to Dan Clues, and now it's pulled out the race. And that's Dean Warren there being passed by Hills into Stowe. I think he has. So that will be for what it would be 5th place. Yes, 5th place now, I think. And now Matthew Booth tries to pass. This is on Paul Butcher, so this is the action pack.
He's got through, hasn't he? And he's got another place back. So Butcher was running 6th, running 8th, and Booth in 9th. Booth now takes that 8th place and can probably make 2 more places if he plays his cards right.
Halfway through the race now, done 7 laps of the 15 minutes. Dan Close has done a 104.6 now, an average speed of 102 miles per hour. Lad in a club racing car on a track with hairpins. So we've lost Dan Gore there. We'd also lost Mark Betts. You said you saw a car pit, that was him. So he's dropped outside the top 10. Reverse grid race for tomorrow morning. If you want to be in the top 8. Booth coming under pressure here from Butcher. So Paul Butcher back up the inside of Booth. That didn't work. And Eddie Falkenham now in that battle too. So this is a great battle with at the front of it Dean Warren in 6th. James Hills has pulled away from him. So it's Warren, then Booth, then Butcher, then Falkenham. And Falkenham goes up the inside there of Paul Butcher. And this is the battle for 8th. So this is the race to be on pole tomorrow. So a pretty important place gain if you can make it.
There's no radio communication saying, stay there, stay where you are.
And up the inside, here he comes. Falkenham can't quite get alongside Butcher there. Paul Butcher finished 5th in the championship last season. You ever had a go in one of these, Marcus?
When they were new, yeah. But they were nothing like as developed as this. Oh, a big moment there for the 69 car. That was a huge moment. He caught it on reflexes really well.
They seem so twitchy to drive, don't they? Everybody says they're actually not that difficult to pass, not that difficult to drive considering how they look. Booth there up the inside of Dean Warren. So the Martini car loses a place to the reigning champion. Booth goes 6th. Now, can he go after James Hills? Now he's clear of that battle. Behind Minette trying to get alongside Falkenham, who made that error earlier, but can't quite make it. Dan Clues, by the way, leads by 3.4 seconds now, so he's getting away from Jack Tomlin. And Adam Walker 3rd. I think this is Walker on for his first podium in the category. He's a couple of seconds ahead of Elliot Mitchell, who did get a 3rd place last year. Here's Butcher up the inside of Warren. Couldn't quite make it though.
Now he'll tuck in and maybe a bit of toe pass down the hanger straight. That certainly would be his intention.
See, in 15th and 16th place positions, you've got Billy Stiles of 16 years of age and Peter Legge of 80 years of age.
Unbelievable. Peter Legge used to race minis back in the end of the 60s and the early 70s. On television, you used to see Peter Legge and Simon Ridge, people like that racing hard in their mins.
Through there goes Paul Butcher to pass Dean Warren for 7th. So certainly it would appear Warren, who made a good start, because he did start back in 11th. He fights back though, actually, saying that, down into the Vale, back ahead of Butcher. He does seem to be the one holding this pack up. And here comes Butcher on the inside of the second part of Club. Oh, and they tag and they big spin, and Warren gets hit there by Falkenham, wasn't it? Sort of rode over the front wing. There just wasn't enough room for them to go side by side, and Paul Butcher's only just rejoined the circuit now, so he's dropped back. So Falkenham goes 7th and Minette 8th. And actually, because Butcher was on the grass, his lap hasn't been registered because he didn't go across the line. That could have been a bigger moment, really, couldn't it? And that's the 4th place car of Elliot Mitchell off the road now. So it's all going on in this opening round of the season. These guys haven't raced for 10 months, and it's been a pretty busy race. So Clues leads Tomlin and Walker, and then I think James Hill's now 4th with Matthew Booth chasing, so Booth could get 4th out of this yet. There's number 60. And that's Jack Tomlin, so he's the driver in second place, chasing Dan Clues with 3 laps to go, so it'll be a 14-lap race, the gap up front 3 seconds, and a further 3 seconds to Adam Walker. And there is Tomlin, and there is Walker. So Adam Walker by far having his best race in the category. So yeah, 4th is Hills, and he's under a lot of pressure from Boo, so 4th and 5th could change before the end, I reckon. That'll be 7 and 1. And then Falkenham is 6th, 7th is Manette, and Alok Inyagar from the back of the grid. He started in 20th to 8th, and 8th is that reverse grid spot. Here is the leader, Dan Clues, in the JFK Racing Team car. He finished 2nd in the championship, only won 1 race last year though. But all being well, checkered flag, so an early checkered flag for that car off. So a slightly shortened race, 12 laps, and he lost a couple. And it's Dan Clues who wins the opening round of the Swallow Hills Homes F1000 Championship for 2020. 2nd to Jack Tomlin and 3rd to Adam Walker.
Yeah, and there's a bit of debris in the road there, which has probably influenced the decision to hang the checker out, the car parked over by the pit wall as we saw.
Matthew Booth did get past James Hills on the final lap, so he got back to 4th after that big spin. Then Hills in 5th on his racing return, 6th for Matthew Manette, 7th Eddie Falkenham, and 8th Alok Inyagar. In 9th position is Rob Bailey. Is he going to hold on? Yes, he is, just ahead of Max Winterhauser. And then Nikita Abrahov in 11th, 12th for Dax Ward. Al Rhodes Mays 13th, 14th Andrew Wills, and Peter Lay got 15th ahead of Billy Stiles in the end.
So 80 beats 16.
Absolutely. So actually,
is that treachery over youth?
Stiles hasn't come through, so whether he's actually had an issue on that last lap. But yeah, Peter Lay only 40 seconds behind the winner, which is remarkable, isn't it?
Fabulous effort, really, really good stuff.
There is the winner though, Dan Clues, who's now won as many races as he won the whole of last season. And he will be...
Just remember that Keke Rosberg won the 1982 Formula 1 World Championship by winning 1 race.
It's always nice to win more though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And they'll be trying to do more of that because we'll see these cars out tomorrow. The F1000 Championship will be back for 2 races tomorrow. See support for the F1000 Championship from Daniel Santiago, Stuart Riley, Cami Sturch, Tony Palmer and Sarah Cook. So thanks for joining us on Alpha Live to watch the opening round of the F1000 Championship. Do stay with us for the rest of the day because we still have a number of races to go. Still 4 races today. The F1000 Championship will be back tomorrow. The only series we see today and tomorrow, and the only series that have 3 races over the course of the weekend. Dan Clues, Jack Tomlin, and Adam Walker the podium in round 1. So the winners down in the pit lane, 3 winning cars parked alongside one another. A few cars to pick up before the next race as well, with those few incidents over the course of the day. There's 11. So that was Elliot Mitchell, who was 4th in the early part of the race. So he pulled off. Not sure if that was an incident or just a car problem. I can see Matt Suckling, I think, now ready with our top 3. So Dan Clues the winner, 2nd Jack Tomlin, and 3rd Adam Walker.
So an action-packed race for F1000, and the winner from that first race of the weekend is Dan. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. How was it for you?
Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Just in the end, yeah, kind of nice and easy. Just cruising around, still gapping the guy to 2nd, and everything was going to plan. So yeah, bit hairy the first couple of laps, but apart from that, we're all good. All good.
It was close at the beginning, but then we lost a couple around the lap, so it made it slightly easier for you towards the end.
It did a little bit, yes. Yeah, it was Dan Gore was close behind me. He passed me on the first lap, and I passed him back on the 2nd lap. And I thought this is going to go on for a bit, and then yeah, I think we just started to gap him, and then he disappeared. So then it was keep cruising around, keep the pace up, keep it tidy, and bring it home.
But you're used to this sort of racing. You've raced these cars for many years now, so you know the tricks of the trade, don't you?
Yeah, we've got a perfectly set up car now. It's really good. The boys at JFK have done a cracking job on it all weekend. Yeah, just glad to be back out racing really, and thoroughly enjoyed that.
Good stuff. Well done, Dan. Good luck for the next 2 races this weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There we go, Dan. Now let's grab a quick word with Jack as well. Jack, do you want to pop over here for us and have a quick chat? Well done on second place. That's an excellent performance and one of your first races, isn't it?
Yeah, one of my first races in the season. We've done a bit of testing here a couple of months ago, but it was soaking wet, so it was a good result for only time being in this car in a race situation. We did have a problem at the start though with our start, just bogged off the line, but luckily we pulled some places back and then came home second.
You can learn from that and you can try and improve tomorrow. Not much better than second place to be fair, but Dan, you'll give him a good run for his money tomorrow.
No, I was trying to catch up to Dan, but it was too big, the gap. Tyres was going off, sliding around stars, like there's no way I'm catching that gap up, but hopefully tomorrow we can have a better start than today. But as I said, first start of the season, can't really complain, can I?
Not at all, and they're quick cars and it must be fun driving around Silverstone.
Yeah, it is fun, especially going around Stowe and first corner and everything. Still haven't got the balls to go flat around that though yet. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow if the tyres can hold it, but yeah, it was good fun. Good
stuff. Well done, Jack. Thank you very much, and well done on your second place. And we'll have a word with our third place man as well, which is Adam Walker. Well done, Adam. Third place in that race. How did you find that?
It was good. The tyres went off in the middle of the race, and then, to be fair, I was fourth for the majority of it, and I thought, just can't catch him, so I thought I'll just keep here and hope someone in front goes off or something happens and I might get a lucky podium, and somehow I did. But not that I wish bad luck on my competitors, but you've got to make hay where the sun shines, so yeah. Did
you just back off towards the end there just to hold on to your third place?
Yeah, well, I thought I'm not going to catch him. There's a big gap behind me, and I thought it's better to do that rather than throw it all away, so yeah.
Good stuff. First podium of the year, and we've got 2 more races to come tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just hoping my tyres last out, 'cause they were really overheating towards the end of that race, so hopefully they're still good for tomorrow. But yeah, other than that, my dad's given me an awesome car to race with, 'cause it's just me and him in the team and my mum, so yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Adam. Congratulations on your third place and good luck for 2.
Shout out to Team Walker as well.
There we go, you get your sponsor in as well. So well done to Adam Walker, to Jack Tomlin, and of course to our race winner for the first of 3 races this weekend, Dan Close, who'll be out there tomorrow for 2 more races in F1000.
We move back to where we started the day, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. The marshals having to clear up a bit of debris from the earlier race. This morning, Matt Suckling went down into the pit lane and caught up with Ian Williamson, who's moved into Class B this season and took his first victory in that class earlier on today. So let's take a look at what Ian said.
Ian, welcome to Silverstone this weekend. Let's look back at 2019 first off. You were the Class C runner-up, so not a bad season.
Yeah, it was a really good season. It was just finishing off with the car. We had a bit of issue through the middle of the season, which sort of fell us off for the end part. But yeah, really successful season, and we've obviously built up to the next class and ready for this year.
Yeah, a little bit of a shortened season in 2020, but as you said, you're stepping up to Class B with the Honda Civic. How does it kind of compare to last year? Have you had much testing with it?
No, we haven't. We did a couple of sessions yesterday, and we came down and did about 20 laps in March. But other than that, today's been the first day I've driven it in anger, really.
Of course, we had the first 2 rounds at Snetterton. You missed those ones. Any reason for that?
Just work commitments. It was just, I had too much going on, unfortunately. But we've got a few races left for the season, so let's see what that brings.
And what are you hoping for this year in Class B? As we said, stepping up, new challenge. Are you hoping to get once again towards the head of the field?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, like we said, we haven't had too much time in the car, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we're expecting to be up there and challenging. Yeah.
And in terms of Silverstone, is it a circuit you kind of get on with?
Yeah, I've always done quite well at Silverstone. So and we've done well this morning. So yeah, we'll see how the car holds up for races and go from there.
Well, thanks for your time, Ian, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
So that was Ian Williamson speaking to Matt Suckling ahead of that first race, where Ian Williamson took his Class B victory, beating Phil Wright. Still clear up, as you see, going on the circuit, so we haven't got the cars out yet. The grid for this race set by the results of the earlier race. So that means the race 1 winner, Gary Preble, as you can see on your screen, starts from pole position. And alongside him, Ian Williamson, the first of the Class B cars. On row 2, Phil Wright and Tony Perfect. And on row 3, Alistair Camp and Paul Bancroft. Row 4 will be Callum Houchin and Sean Green, with on row 5, Leon Shepherd and Oliver Barsby. Row 6, Cameron Elder and Charlie Collins. Moving back to row 7, we have Chris McCloy and Jeff Connor. And on row 8, Cole Swan and Ben Morton. Row 9, the first of the Class C cars, that's David Drinkwater, and he's got Dan Gibbs alongside him. On row 10, William Hornsey and Wayne Shackelford. On row 11, Peter Grist and Paul Warren. And on row 12, Alex Martin and Danny Levette. These are the drivers that retired earlier. On row 13, David Measday and William Hunt. And on row 14, Tony Markham. So 27 hot hatches about to take part in the 4th round of the season. The championship that started at Mallory Park at the end of July. And every race so far this season has been won by Gary Preble, the very successful Castle Combe racer. He's done bits and pieces of our racing since then. He's got this Honda Civic now, but he hasn't really got much competition this weekend. I think it's just the 2 Class A cars, the most powerful cars in this series, that are 245 brake horsepower per tonne, or up to that figure. Class B up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class 3 up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne, and that is all tested on the 750 Motor Club's rolling road. No 4-wheel drive allowed here, no forced induction, but otherwise any hatchback pretty much is allowed. And there's lots of Honda Civics, but we've also got Fiestas out there, Volkswagen Golfs, a Mini, a Honda Integra, some Citroen Saxos, Peugeot 106, and a Vauxhall Corsa too. So pretty a good mix behind a lot of Civics towards the front. In Class B, Phil Wright won the 2 races at Mallory Park, but he was beaten this morning by Ian Williamson. And in Class C, it's been David Drinkwater that has won every race, very experienced driver. Raced at the Bathurst 12 Hours a few years ago, so racing this standard BMW compact, very different to that, but he raced in this championship last year and won the championship last year. And he's racing against much less experienced drivers really in Class C. It's sort of the starting point, the low-powered cars. A lot of the cars in that class come from the Stock Hatch Championship, Peugeot 106s and Citroen Saxos within that class. And the majority of the cars here at Silverstone are in Class B. We've got Civics, Clios, Minis, Honda Integra too. Last year's Class A champion, Ben Rushworth, he's moved on. So no Ben Rushworth for Gary Preble to race with, unfortunately. Class B champion from last year, Martin Ward, also not here. Plans afoot, I think, for him to be out at the next round at Snetterton. And as I say, the Class C and overall champion, David Drinkwater, is here. We'll start on pole within that class. So still a bit more clear up going on from the previous race. But hot hatch Marcus, something that we had, what, a decade or so ago with the 750 Motor Club, and it's been reborn, and we've had pretty good grids throughout the rebirth of it.
Yes, absolutely, and it's good to see that there are some great yardstick drivers in the field. I mean, Gary Preble, we see a lot of, as you say, at Castle Combe. Had a very mixed season down there so far, driving his Seat, which has been a little bit recalcitrant in the turbo department, but he and his brother put on some fantastic races down there. But this Honda he bought kind of towards this time last
Yes,
year,
it
wasn't
was
it?
here he debuted
Yeah,
it, yeah.
and he went down to Bristol, saw it on an advert, thought, yeah, I'll buy that, and then sort of tidied it up a tad and brought it out to the track. And of course, I remember his father, Brian Preble, very successful special saloon racer with Imps back in the 1970s and 80s, and he was there watching over the boys last time out at Coombe. May well be in the paddock here as well, but he's a guy, if you can beat Gary Preble, you know you've had a very good day in the office.
Unfortunately, the only other Class A car here is Will Hunt, I think.
Which didn't finish the first race, did it? So it's down the back.
We did have Paul Bancroft in Class A, but he's moved into Class B, it would appear. Tony Markham, he retired, he pulled off on the green flag lap, so the other Class A cars, we do have 3 of them, I think, but the other 2
They've been
broke.
hobbled.
And Simon Ward, he was entered, but he's not here, and he's Vauxhall Astra. Steve Sawley was at Mallory Park. He raced Gary Preble pretty well there. Got fastest lap in one of the races, but he's not here.
No, he's been very quick here. He's won races in the past in his Honda, hasn't he?
Absolutely. So hopefully he shall be back. 4 races after today in the Hot Hatch Championship, 2 at Snetterton and then 2 on the other side of Silverstone on the national track in November, which will be interesting to see what the 2 November 750 Motor Club meetings will be like.
May not be quite as warm as today.
Possibly not. So the cars have been released now from the assembly area. Very impressed this morning, Marcus, I was with Ian Williamson. He's only really been racing for a couple of seasons. First time out in this car, and he beat Phil Wright too. He's a very experienced racer at this level. Won or got podiums in the Clio series with the 750 Motor Club.
Again, another of the drivers that you have to beat. I mean, his reputation speaks for itself, and Williamson beat him fair and square this morning. And as you heard from Williamson a few minutes ago, in that interview recorded this morning, he's done really no work in the car at this point, so doesn't know it very well.
I understand this is the ex-Rodder and Vela car who won the championship in that class in 2018.
Okay.
So the car's
Maltese racer.
Absolutely, yes. I think it looks like it did have a rear wing on it. Looks like perhaps Rodder and Vela took it off when he sold it.
There's a very strong motorsport fraternity in Malta. Joe Anastasi keeps everyone up to date on Facebook, etc., and they spend a lot of time going across to a really nice track in Sicily, and they compete there. There's lots of hill climbs and things at home, and there's a few kind of racing families, just as there are here, who seem to rise to the top. The Anastasis, the Zamits, and various others. And Roger and Vela and a couple of Maltese racers came over, didn't they, with their Hondas?
Had Bernard Garlier, I think it was, and I think they shared a car at one
Right.
point too. John Waghorn's giving support to Ian Williamson on the live chat. Moto Meerkat says, I now love club racing. This is brilliant. Well,
So he didn't prior to today, but has discovered it. Is that what it is?
that is the thing. A lot of people have never seen club racing, have they, Marcus? And hopefully with this Alpha live stream, it's going to bring more people to it.
What's really odd is I remember as a kid growing up in the sort of end of the 60s and the early 70s, seeing the occasional kind of Bentley Drivers Club or Vintage Sports Car Club race on television.
Yeah.
And, you know, sort of a multi-start handicap, etc., and trying to get a head around that one. But no, it's great, and there's much more motorsport on TV through the broadening of availability of services to broadcast.
Of course, it's people finding them, isn't it, being online. So please do share the feed with your friends. I see our view numbers are way higher today than they've been before with the 750 Motor Club. So thank you everybody for joining us. And do share the feed with your friends on social media or however else you'd like to do it, because it'd be great to get more people watching. And it's a way you can get involved in racing too. Head to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, and it will give you perhaps a bit of budget advice. And there's lots of different championships, as we've been saying, and we are showing this weekend. And you really, if there's a category you like, it will be with the 750 Motor Club in one way or another. So we're nearly there with all these hot hatches. See if the cars that retired earlier are there. Well, there's the Measday Corsa.
There's a very modern Clio at the back, isn't there? The 77 car.
It's like 197, I reckon. The Gen 3 car. That's Danny Levette. Don't think the two Class A cars are there, though. The Hunt and Markham cars, so they're missing. Which means Gary Preble will be getting very much limited points with no competition within his class, which isn't good for the championship.
No, it's funny, isn't it? It's just you can win all the races, but if you don't have enough class opposition, you don't actually score the same points, and you can win everything, but actually win nothing at the end of it.
Absolutely. So this is round 4 of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, and it's about to get underway. The lights go out, away they go, and Preble's power should come into its own. I don't think he's made the best start, but then his power will bring him into the lead by Abbey. Williamson's second. Phil Wright's going to lose third there. Is he to Tony Perfect? He made a better start in the first race. There, the Class C cars. Looks like Dan Gibbs might have got the better of David Drinkwater there. Williamson going after Preble, isn't he? I don't think he'll be able to last there, though. And then this group of cars is absolutely nailed to the back of Preble, isn't he, here, Marcus?
Looks like it, and as they come down through the link onto the hangar straight, it's still the white car of Gary Preble. Behind him is the Williamson car. And they're all chasing through, one or two arriving very adventurously in the middle of that. But here they are then on the hangar straight. One of the Black Fiesta was way out wide at the back of the towards the back of the pack, and the 77 Clio is not progressing terribly well.
No, I wonder if he's had a bit of a moment. Here's Ali Camp up the inside in the Fiesta of the Mini of Charlie Collins. Collins started much further back on the grid, so perhaps possibly not a good start for Camp. Here's the leader. This is Gary Preble, 91. And he's using that power now to get away from Ian Williamson. I think in the first race, Preble was about a second out of the lap record, so slower than Ben Rushworth. Phil Wright, he's dropping back, isn't he? He's been passed by Tony Perfect, and now he's dropping into the clutches of the rest. And I think behind him is the Paul Bancroft car. Then Leon Shepherd going really well in his Fiesta. He's in 6th overall. There is Phil Wright, though, under pressure, as I say, from Paul Bancroft, who originally had entered in Class A, but he's dropped down into Class B.
You forget how quick these cars are, and you see the sharp end of the field progressing through Abbey really. Oh, there's been an incident there.
So that's Barsby into Houchen, so that was for 7th. Oliver Barsby was 9th across the line, so I wonder if he's got his braking for the hairpin all a bit wrong. So Callum Houchen is off the road there. There's Ali Camp in his Fiesta of one of the Clios. That is Jeff Connor. New livery on that car this season. And there's Barsby now without the front bumper after his Civic got into the other car. And now he's under pressure from Sean Green, who pops out the toe and goes up the inside, but he's not going to get the better of him. Around the outside of all of them comes Ali Camp, the car that's for sale. I think it was for sale at this meeting last year, so it's still for sale. And Ali Camp, is he going to find a way through? No, he can't. A big bold move around the outside didn't work.
It's a really good camera angle, that, isn't it? Most unusual, down into through the Vale.
So Camp there, trying to progress from a slow start. So many cars in Class B means they're all getting together and racing amongst themselves, with just the one Class A car and over half dozen Class C cars. The majority of them all coming in that same class, which means we get these big packs racing together. And Ali Camp here trying to come around the outside of Charlie Collins. So the Fiesta looks up the inside of the Mini Cooper and goes through. So that's Camp into 9th.
And then runs wide towards that abandoned bumper from Oliver Barsby's car.
Behind Jeff Connor, hit the curves pretty hard in his Renault. There's one of the only Integra we have now.
Which is now in a sort of ex-BTC style livery, isn't it?
That's Ben Morton at the wheel. He was 13th across the line.
Oh, got a car pulling off here, one of the Clios.
That's that one that was slow on the first lap, wasn't it? The
yeah.
Danny Levette car. So here comes number 7, was that? 7, Cameron Elder. Here's the battle for 4. Phil Wright's lost another place. Paul Bancroft has passed him now. This race is not going well. 2 wins at Mallory Park for Phil Wright. At Silverstone, he's not going as planned. So down to P4 within the class. This is all going to go into the hands of David Drinkwater, isn't it? Who's won every race so far in Class C and leads again today by a few seconds ahead of Dan Gibbs. So here is Bancroft and Wright, 3rd and 4th within Class B, 4th and 5th overall. Ian Williamson's done a 1:17.4, which is, I think, under the lap record again, so it's just getting quicker and quicker. But Tony Perfect going with him, only a second between the two of them, so Perfect having a good race. And he's actually only half a tenth off of Williamson's best lap. again, both these drivers pretty new to racing.
And they're only, what, 4 tenths or so apart, aren't they? So they're working hard.
There is Tony Perfect, 169. Oh, Williamson was out wide though at Stowe, but I don't know if it affected him too much. There's Leon Shepherd, 6th position in the best non-Civic. That's the Ford Fiesta ST. There's Gary Preble, the overall leader. So that is 4 laps done.
It's just powering away, isn't he? It's growing all the while.
That's what an extra 50 or so brake horsepower would do, I suspect.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of talent behind the wheel, of course.
Yes, absolutely. So here's Paul Bancroft in the Area Motorsport Civic, 4th overall, 1.5 seconds behind Perfect, and catching on that last lap. So the quickest Class B car on that particular lap was Paul Bancroft in 53. There's 63, Phil Wright. And there's Cameron Alder, number 7. He's pulled off at Club Corner on the inside. Some of these cars have grown really low front splitters over the winter. Almost 3 abreast there. That's Oliver Barsby, Sean Green and Alistair Camp, 7th, 8th and 9th.
You wonder whether the lack of front splitter on that car will affect its turn-in ability that understeers the result.
Here comes Sean Green, he's alongside him now. Possibly a few spots of rain out, our trackside cameramen have felt. Whether that will affect the circuit, yet to be seen. Here comes Camp, he dived up the inside. Here's a couple of Saxos side by side. That's Paul Warren and Wayne Shackelford. And what happened in that side-by-side action? Camp got through, so Barsby's lost 2 places on this lap. First to Sean Green, and now to Ali Camp. There's the yellows for the Cameron Alder car that's been pushed away. So through Club Corner they come. So Green and Camp now getting away from Barsby. There's still a great group of cars there, all battling amongst themselves, Marcus.
Yeah, that kind of peloton effect with the biggest tranche of the field all locked in combat, which is just great.
Gary Preble still leads, 9 seconds ahead of Ian Williamson. Tony Perfect a further 1.4 seconds back, and then Paul Bancroft another second away. And then Phil Wright's just falling further and further back, so I wonder if he's got a small issue, because you wouldn't really expect him to be back there in 4th within his category. And being caught, is he by Leon Shepherd? No, not on that lap. But he's only, what, 5 seconds ahead. There's the other Fiesta. That's Camp. There's the leader.
Tom Bell racing car, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. Here's Preble. It's one of the oldest Civics too, isn't it, that car?
Yes, I never remember what they call it. Is that an EP3 or something?
I think that's the EK,
EK,
and then the EP3s are the other ones.
Followed on.
Yeah. So Preble's done 6 laps now. 1:15.5 his best lap. I guess he hasn't really pushed on as if he had a competitor, but he's 1.5 seconds off Ben Rushworth's
Looking interesting down the old hangar straight behind number 1, which is the David Drinkwater BMW.
He leads Class C still, and I think that battle we saw in the background was the rest of the class all together. Across the line, Dan Gibbs was ahead of Paul Warren and Wayne Shackelford and Will Hornsey. So perhaps we'll be able to pick that up. The Class B battle's pretty good. There are 3 cars across the circuit coming into Abbey. Charlie Collins chucks it up the inside of the Mini to go past Oliver Barsby. So that is for 9th position in the race. Here's that Class C battle. So it's the Volkswagen Golf of Dan Gibbs ahead of Wayne Shackelford's Saxo, similar car of Paul Warren, then the Peugeot of Will Hornsey. So that's sort of back to the old Stockhatch days, isn't it? There's Barsby. He's lost that place and now he's under pressure from Jeff Connor. Hard to tell which battle to watch, whether to watch the Class B cars or the Class Cs. So here come the Class Cs, the Dan Gibbs Golf. You've got the Corsa at the back of this group as well.
The old Golf Mark II. Great cars. And they still look good. They still serve well on road and track.
Now Dan Gibbs second in class in that car. What, a bit older than the Saxos, isn't it? But chasing it, and the Peugeot there of Will Hornsey. Looking up here, the Mini, Charlie Collins. Collins going much better this year than we've seen him go. That's a well turned out car as well.
The Global Robots car.
Good advertisement there. Yeah, Collins in the top 10. didn't do that at Mallory Park, so I think he's on for his best result here, if he can hang on. He's chasing after Ali Camp, and Ali Camp, a former champion within Class A back in 2017. Here's Jeff Connor now, having a go at Oliver Barsby up the inside for 10th place. Oh, and Barsby's gone straight on. Big lock-up. Has it broken the front left corner?
It's broken the steering arm, I think it's broken.
So that'd be from the contact. Oh, you've seen
Yeah.
the rain spots on the camera lens there too. So I don't think the moisture's affecting the cars there. But that would probably explain why he was falling back down the order.
If the steering is going to break, that's kind of where you want it to break, isn't it?
Not going for
on
Abbey.
a slow corner. Yeah.
So there's Camp and Collins and Connor. So Fiesta Mini and Clio. So 3 of the cars that aren't Honda Civics all together on the circuit. Again, Charlie Collins into the Vale. Has a big old look up as the rear left tyre leaves the ground.
Bancroft within 0.6 of perfect, and Wright is about 3.5 seconds behind him, something like that, and a long way ahead of the rest.
So yeah, Paul Bancroft going well in this race. His first weekend out in Hot Hatch. We saw him also, I think, out in the road sports race, so he's having plenty of track time today. We'll perhaps pick up that battle then. Here they are. So there's Williamson leading Class B, and behind Tony Perfect, under a lot of pressure now from Paul Bancroft. So there's Williamson, but it's behind. It's the battle for second within the class. 2.5 seconds behind Williamson. They're the Saxos. So that's now the Paul Warren car ahead of Wayne Shackelford.
Still bungee corded together, aren't they, those two?
And the Mini and the Clio are battling, Charlie Collins and Jeff Connors. There's plenty of battles throughout the pack, even if Gary Prebble's got a huge lead.
Something flapping, door windows hanging out on that car.
Yes, on the Mini. Don't think it's slowing him down too much. Just behind this pair are Cole Swan, who had so many seasons in Stock Hatch. Get the Mini, has these huge lock-ups into the Vale. He's run a bit wide, so is this going to give Connor the run round the outside at Club Corner?
Yeah, he's got his nose ahead, and he's made it. Connor gets 9th place from Charlie Collins.
Don't see him move round Club Corner like that very often, around the outsides. And just behind them is Cole Swan. Cole Swan in a Class B Saxo. There's Collins into this yellow flag zone. Presume they leave the car there. Leon Shepherd's gone off from 6th. Is that a spin, or is he just pulling off? No, he's pulling off, I think, isn't he? So that's a shame, because he was running there pretty well. Well, side by side here, the Corsa and the Peugeot 106. That's David Meesday up the inside of William Hornsey. And Corsa nosing ahead as they go down towards Abbey. So these are both Class C cars. As they turn into Abbey, the Peugeot goes around the outside to stay ahead. And they're soon going to be lapped by the Class B leader, Ian Williamson, who's still ahead of Tony Perfect and Paul Bancroft.
Still tied together, those two. Perfect in 1:69, 53 Bancroft.
David Drinkwater leads Class C by 10 seconds, by the way, so it'll be hard to beat him again this season, I think.
Green's going to move up into 6th place, isn't he? Yes, he does, because, of course, he's lost Shepherd. Camp is 7th, 8th is Jeffrey Connor, and in 9th now Charlie Collins, and in 10th Carl Swan.
Here are the Saxos, Paul Warren and Wayne Shackelford. The Warren car is the former championship winning car in the hands of Paul Jarvis back in 2017. There's Charlie Collins, who's getting lots of airtime in this race in the Mini Cooper. Here are the Saxos. The TBR car, that's Wayne Shackelford. That's the ex-Lee Deegan car, I think, and Phil Law since then. So both these cars have had good battles between themselves with different drivers in the past.
So what you're saying is they probably know their own way around the circuit.
Pretty much. The car's not quite being flung around like they did when the Deegans were driving them. This is the battle for 16th and 17th, third in class, and Shackelford goes up the inside and goes ahead of Paul Warren. Both these drivers pretty new to racing. I think Shackelford's come from autograss and Paul Warren's coming from short ovals. So, learnt their craft on one oval or another. Now come to circuit racing. Now behind that battle for third, there they are, absolutely nose to tail now. Tony Perfect and Paul Bancroft, and Bancroft trying to come down the inside on the long run down towards Stowe Corner, and he might get it here, Marcus. He's fully alongside, I think.
I reckon his nose is ahead. Front spoiler is nothing else, but round the outside you can take a bit more speed in. But Perfect's hung out to dry. Can he get around the car on the outside there? So they've been yellows anyway.
That's Alistair Camp.
Yeah.
So he went missing on the last lap.
Another TBR Fiesta.
Yep.
Off at the side of the track.
So that means Perfect was able to hang on because of those yellows. Oh, and the checkered flag's gone out. So Gary Prebble's won. So 2 wins out of 2, 4 out of 4 are in the season for Gary Prebble. Ian Williamson comes through to win Class B. And then for third place overall, Tony Perfect hangs on. So that yellow saved him somewhat. So fourth for Bancroft, fifth for Phil Wright, sixth should be Sean Green. He comes across the line, does he? Yeah, a bit further back, aren't they, the rest of them? And there's Jeff Connor, who's seventh in the Clio. Yeah, Sean Green crosses the line now in sixth. Jeff Connor will take seventh. Charlie Collins will be eighth, and Cole Swan and Ben Morton into the top 10 with those cars falling out earlier on.
Swan Morton make surgical blades, don't they? It's a company opportunity there, I think.
And Class C will be won by David Drinkwater once again in the compact. That will be 4 wins out of 4 and the championship lead for Drinkwater, because of course Prebble not scoring full points with the smaller entry.
Huchin, who was tagged in the early laps, recovered to 11th, suddenly ended up 11th. That was the tagger, wasn't it? We've seen the taggee finished.
Yeah, so in the long run, it rather affected Oliver Barsby's race. So fastest lap went to Gary Prebble, 1:15.5. In Class B, 1:17.44, new record for Ian Williamson. But him, Perfect and Bancroft, their best lap separated by less than a tenth. So that was pretty competitive. And then Class C, David Drinkwater, 1:22.14, which is a bit away from Paul Jarvis's lap record. You saw his car out there. Haven't seen Jarvis race, I don't think, since he sold his Saxo. But his lap record still stands here at Silverstone. Another 20-second winning margin for Gary Prebble. And another rather easy run for him without any competition. Hopefully the competition will return for the remainder of the season. The next rounds will be live with Alpha Live once more at Snetterton, and then the Silverstone National Circuit in November will complete the hot hatch season for 2020. So again, there'll be a few cars to pick up at the end of this race, and we have 3 further races to come up today, and then 9 races to look forward to tomorrow. So keep with us on the Alpha Live stream, either on YouTube or Facebook, or if you're watching on the 750 Motor Club socials too. Thanks for joining us. Jack Van Dick's asking how much this costs. We'll head to the 750 Motor Club website. All the information is there, gives you the entry fees. Cars for sale are also on that website in the classified. So head on to the 750 Motor Club website, and you can find out more about the Hot Hatch Championship and all the other championships and series that are run by the club that are the leaders in affordable motorsport here in the UK. So there's no better way to start racing than with the 750 Motor Club. Whatever your budget is, there will be a series that you fit into. Down in the pit lane, Matt Suckling once more has some winning drivers.
Down here with our race winner Gary Prebble from that second hot hatch race. Gary, many congratulations, 2 out of 2 here today at Silverstone, not bad at all.
Yeah, that was, again, it was pretty easy with some of the front runners that are normally in the mix, not here today unfortunately, but still I take that. I mean, I don't think I qualify for all the championship points due to the number of starters, which might be a bit of a setback, so
yeah, need some more Class A's out there pretty quick. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed myself and all back in one piece, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's what the guys were talking about in commentary about. We need some more Class A competitors because then you get your points. That's what you need, doesn't it, for the championship?
Yeah, exactly that. You know, there's a few of them out there that normally attend that are not here today, so they need to hurry up and get back.
Enjoyed today's racing though?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, thanks very much.
Good stuff. Thanks, Gary. Hopefully see you back out for the next one as well. There's Gary. Look, we'll bring in a Class B winner as well, which is Ian Williamson. Ian, many congratulations. You've been Class C runner-up last year. You now move to Class B. 2 victories on your first outing. Well done.
Yeah, I'm not expecting whatsoever, but I'll take it anyways.
And you weren't too bad off the start there as well. You gave Gary a good run for his money through the first few corners.
Yeah, so the first time I've ever done a start was the first race, and it didn't go particularly well. But we learned from that, and second one went a lot better. A lot more happier with that one.
You got stuck in there, so you got your first 2 races out of the way in Class B. Now on to the next one. You're looking forward to it?
But yeah, very much so. Yeah, very much so. We've got a competitive car. Bring on the rest of the season.
Good stuff. Well done, Ian. Congratulations on your second place and, of course, the Class B win as well. So there you go. 2 drivers have a chat to. One of those being Ian Williamson, and the other one there, of course, race winner twice today, Gary Preble. Back to bike engine racing cars, the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. And a huge grid of 30 or so of these cars. Just a mention for the amount of bike engine racing cars here this weekend. 70 of them, or something like that, Marcus, which is absolutely remarkable.
That's right. There's been a wholesale sea change in motorsport over the last probably 25, 30 years. And people like John Corbin were at the forefront of it, doing his Jedi cars initially for hill climbing, but became very popular on the circuits as well. The radical phenomenon grew under its original owners to a very, very high degree all around the world, and it's the way, isn't it? Sort of lightweight engines, high revving, and it's been good. It's, you know, it wasn't to everyone's taste when it was first around. Now everyone's accepted it, and it's fine. Probably the same as they will with electric cars in 10 or 15 years' time. Something like that will be the norm, and everyone will say, "Oh yeah, jolly good show." But probably the likes of you and I will still like petrol engine ones.
Yes, I think that might be a slightly bigger obstacle to overcome than bike engines.
I don't really enjoy those milk float things that sort of race on telly sometimes.
And very expensive too. So the Bike Sports Championship, which began back in 2005, so 15 years of this now, and it's absolutely grown over the last few years. Slicks and wings, sports racing cars with production 4-stroke motorcycle engines, 2 main classes, one for tuned engines and one for production engines. This grid set by the second fastest laps in qualifying, which means once again Martin Brooks starts on pole with Joe Stables alongside this time, both in Radical PR6s. Similar car in third, that's Josh Smith. Alongside him, the Spire of Charles Hall. Then the self-built and designed car, the Mattel of Scott Mattel, and Andrew Kimpton in another Radical start 6th. And it's Radicals all the way from here. Michael Chen, the Class B championship leader and pole sitter, is alongside Julian Griffiths. Chris Preen and Richard Wells are on row 5, ahead of Alistair Smart and Leon Morell. On row 7, we have Ash Hicklin, much further down the grid, watch out for him, and Ian Charles is alongside. And Nick Matthews, historic racer, joining Bike Sports this weekend, is alongside Richard Hardy. And then on row 9, Tony Barwell and Richard Gilman. On row 10, Andrew Gord and Neil Harris. On row 11, Fraser McFadden. I think he's the one, yes. He's in the Radical SR1, the entry-level car. And alongside him is Andrew Hurst. Then on row 12 is Anthony Ayres and Dominic Langdon Down. On row 13, Andrew Fido and Doug Carter. On row 14, GT Racing convert David Craham and Barry Liversidge. On row 15, Mark Grayson and John Gilman. And then on row 14, Norman Lackford, who starts at the back, over 50 years of motor racing experience for him. So 31 cars due in this race that will be starting shortly. We'll have a rolling start, and we have we have an interview to listen to from Norman Lackford. Matt Suckling caught up with him earlier about 50 years of racing. Let's hear from Norman.
Norman, racing in bike sports this weekend here at Silverstone. It's quite a special year for you. It's your 51st consecutive year racing. How's it feel?
Hard work. I'm getting old now and it really is getting difficult. It's also my 50th year from Rachel. 50 years on the pit wall.
She's done well. She's supported you along the way and kept you where you are today.
Yes, yes.
And you've run a special number this weekend as well, number 50, to celebrate 50 years from last year, so that's quite special as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And this weekend, of course, you're out there. How's it going so far? How's the weekend shaping?
Not particularly well. We've just broken a drive shaft, so we haven't qualified, so I'm going to end up starting last. But I was miles off the pace yesterday, but the cars round here is particularly quick, and the G loadings are just too much for me in my back. I've got, as you know, I've got cancer and it's quite advanced now. But the seat was particularly painful, but we've chopped a big chunk out of that. And by last session we were fine, it was okay. So we were getting on top of it. We only did one lap at a reasonable time. We thought, well, that's it, we've nailed it now, so keep the car intact, stop. And then it breaks the drive shaft.
So you're going to need some support from Rachel and obviously you've been on the for 50 years. Have you enjoyed it?
Yes, I have. I've loved every minute of it. It started up in 1970 when I had a flat above where he kept his first car. They only met him a couple of times and there was some gravel thrown at my window. And it was Norman said to me, do you want to go to Truxton with me tomorrow? So I didn't really know him, but I said yes, I'd go. And the rest is history. Yes. We were at Castlecombe. We used to do all the GT Castlecombe series, and they used to call. They called him that because he came up from Cornwall every time for the race, and he was flying and doing well. We had a car that you know, very rarely was beaten, so the commentators always called him the Flying Cornishman.
And Norman, do you reckon you can carve your way through the field like a Flying Cornishman today?
Not with this lot, no. They're all the youngsters and they're a different generation and it's so much quicker. I'm not optimistic, but we're still here and that's really what counts at the moment.
And you still enjoy it?
Yes. Oh yes, every minute.
Well, thanks for your time, both, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you.
Great to hear there from Norman Lackford. As we heard, Marcus, nothing will put him off coming racing.
No, that's right. I remember his little Fiat 850 Coupe. That was a nice little special suit, and the Saxon that he built in his house. I think he had to sort of take windows or walls or whatever out to get the car out to put it on its trailer for its first event. But yeah, one of life's great racing enthusiasts, and. Of course, his brother also competes, Robin Lackford, and sponsors various Sprite and Midget Championships races, Formula Atlantic, gets involved in Formula Ford 2000 as well. So, yeah, a great family tradition and super people, and long may they continue to come racing.
Absolutely. Well, this has gone much better than the first race. We've got all the 30 cars together on the rolling lap behind the pace car. We shall see if they do 1 or 2 green flag laps. We've seen both taken so far today, but they've got everyone together, so that bodes well. So you've got these radical PR6s up front. Martin Brooks, the race 1 winner. Joe Stables, the champion from last year in a different car. And Josh Smith, third, the Class A champion from last season. Brooks and Smith, both are the winners from this year. And the Class B championship leader after winning every race so far is Michael Chen in one of the Radical SR3s. So we shall see if the safety car pulls in here, and if it does, we'll be about to get racing underway. 20 minutes the Bike Sports Championship races will run for. And they make their way down towards the Vale then. The safety car still ahead? Don't think so, because the red lights are on, aren't they? So I think we're about to get underway then for the 4th round of the 2020 RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Yet the safety car's in the pit, so we'll have all these 30 sports racing cars about to get underway then. Who's going to make the best start? The red lights are on and the lights go out now, and they go racing and head many cars across the circuit. Martin Brooks hasn't made a good start. Look at Charles Hall in the Spire around the outside of Joe Stables, and is he going to grab the lead here? There's a moment in the middle. There's 3 or 4 or 5 and 6 cars going round. Let's hope they can all rejoin, but who's got the lead? It is Charles Hall then, from 4th on the grid. Great start from him. Then Martin Brooks fighting back now. He's alongside Josh Smith there, but they're both behind Joe Stables. Here comes Smith down the inside of Brooks to get 3rd position. Brooks, the race 1 winner though, hanging on round the outside up over the curves, and these great trainer cars head off towards Abbey, down towards Stowmarket.
Yes, Charles Hall then leads in the Spire, tucked right behind his Stables in the 95. He pops out to try to take the run round the outside of Stowe. He gets his nose ahead. Charles Hall has to give best, and so Stables who leads. Hall is in 2nd place. In 3rd is Brooks, who won this morning. Rushing past into the braking area comes Josh Smith in the white and orange car. He's in 4th place ahead of Scott Mittell, then a gap back to the rest. That's Martin Brooks in the 99. Right behind him, Josh Smith, and then tucking into the slipstream is Scott Mittell. And out front, Stables is beginning to go away. All those cars that were involved in the spins in the first corner got back going again, I'm glad to say.
Pretty amazing first lap, wasn't it?
It was.
Action-packed all the way. That was Ash Hicklin trying to pass Chris Preen into Abbey. Hicklin's come through pretty well from 14th on the grid to the top 10 on lap 1. There's Josh Smith, then 11 in 4th position. But the strong start in Charles Hall now falling away from Joe Stables. Stables who made that great move around the outside of Stowe on the previous lap. Josh Smith has lost 4th now because Scott Mittell's gone past. So the 1 litre car of Mittell up into 4th now then, ahead of Smith as they turn into Stowe Corner. Going with them is Julian Griffiths and Andrew Kimpton, who have made pretty decent starts. They make their way then down into the Vale. There is Griffiths and Kimpton. I think Kimpton's in the ex-Joe Lock car that did pretty well last year.
Yep.
But yeah, Jules Griffiths going well there in 6th position. Don't really recall seeing him in the earlier race. So that's good for him. Oh, and Chris Preen's ahead of Michael Chen in Class B. So can someone beat Chen for the first time this season? Here comes Scott Mittell or Martin Brooks now. Up the inside comes Mittell, who won all the races here last season on the Silverstone International Circuit. We had 3 races here last year for these cars.
Made it, hasn't he?
Round the outside through that kink, and absolutely up the inside into the link onto the hangar straight. But now will he come under pressure from the cars with the slightly bigger engines behind Brooks and Smith? In the toe of the Mittell, pops out of the toe, just Brooks to the outside, Smith to the inside. Brooks trying to come around the outside of Mittell here, but can't make it. Going to run out wide. So Josh Smith now tries to pounce, but no, doesn't work for him either. This is allowing Stables and Hall up front to get away.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You see the different braking characteristics of those cars, the Mittell and the Radicals. And Scott Mittell very, very committed. Of course, he was a couple of times low-cost champion, wasn't he, in the dim and distance, and he's been quick in whatever he's driven. But had a lot of fun developing these cars with his father over the last 10 or so years, I guess. And he's got himself up into 3rd place, but he's about 1.8 seconds, something like that, behind Charles Hall in 2nd.
There's Ash Hicklin trying to make his way through in his SR3. Things at him in the middle of the 2 Class B cars it is. So Chris Preen and Michael Chen, the 2 Class B leaders, either side there of Ash Hicklin. Then Anthony Ayres just behind. Is Ayres a Class B car? I think he is. Number 58. Yes, Ayres is 3rd within Class B. So 3 laps done, on to lap 4. Fastest lap from Stables, 1:03.36. Side by side there as Hicklin tries to come around the outside of Chris Preen. Is that going to work? If you look in the background, he's on the inside line. He may well get that.
Again, it's interesting to see how the SR3s can't live with the PR6s, the centre seat version of the 2nd model of Radical, which was the Pro Sport.
Hicklin run wide there, so that means Preen's back up the inside. And Michael Chen now under pressure from Anthony Ayres, who comes up the inside of him. Well, they touch a bit there, don't they? And Hicklin's coming around the outside of Chris Preen, but he runs way off the road and has to bail out of that move. And he will rejoin eventually. But still, Ayres and Chen going at it. I think Anthony Ayres has got past Michael Chen. But these 3 Radical SR3s all run in the production engine compared to the tuned engine cars up front. So really Ash Hicklin, I think the only SR3 that's in that top class this season. But a good battle this is for Class B. Anthony Ayres, who was third, is trying to go for the lead now, trying to get the better of Chris Preen around the outside. He can't make that work though. 58, Anthony Ayres. Then chasing, number 2, Chris Preen, who's raced with the 750 Motor Club for a while now. Down into the Vale. And then you've got Michael Chen third in class, then the Class A car behind them, which is 16, which is Ash Hicklin.
Yeah, a bit subdued Hicklin here this weekend. Went so well here last year.
He was on the overall podium. He wasn't at Snetterton, so perhaps hasn't had much time in the car. Here are the overall leaders. Joe Stables has got a good gap of nearly 4 seconds over Charles Hall, who's got Scott Mittal chasing him as they make their way down towards Stowe. Mittal in the tow, gets closer, and then they turn right through Stowe corner with Brooks and Smith behind. Interesting that Martin Brooks just hasn't got that pace he had in race 1. Here comes Scott Mittal up the inside, down into the Vale. And Hall locks up too, which allows Mittal through, but Hall tries to fight back through the second part of the corner.
And that's could well have exposed Charles Hall to the next two, which are Brooks and Smith. Oh, there's a spinner there. And they've all gone round him. That's onto the hanger straight, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That's 98, I think. And that's Nick Matthews, the Austin Healey racer, having his first outing in a Radical. There's 22. That is Richard Wells in an SR3 RSX, one of the new cars. Here are the PR6s. That's Martin Brooks and Josh Smith.
Yeah, RS stood for Rockingham Speedway. RSX was kind of a special version of it.
So down towards Stowe. 5 seconds behind Joe Stables now are this group, being led now by Scott Mittal, then Charles Hall, Martin Brooks and Josh Smith. Such quality in this battle, but they are quite a bit behind the leader.
Yeah, I was thinking that Rockingham thing. Of course, back in the dim and distant, you had Cooper naming its car after Monaco because it's Grand Prix car of 1 at Monaco, and then Lotus had the Lotus Monte Carlo, and now we've got the radical Rockingham Speedway, the late Rockingham Speedway.
Now a car park. Into Abbey. Charles Hall, can he squeeze past a slower car there? Just about. There goes Joe Stables past Norman Lackford, lapping him, but Stables losing out in the traffic. 3.5 seconds now the gap. Stables' new best lap, 1:02.68, which is quicker than the previous lap record, but race 1 they went quicker. Let's just see if we can see if that's a new lap record. In race 1 it was a 1:02.5, no, so it's a 10th away from what was Martin Brooks's record in the earlier race. And now Brooks is challenging Charles Hall round the outside into Stowe corner. This time though, Hall's not going to allow that to happen. He breaks later on the inside line and hangs on. Now in the earlier race, Charles Hall comes strong, didn't he, in the second half? So Charles Hall got Brooks now trying to come alongside him. They just lapped Lackford, the driver we heard from before the race, and this has allowed Mittal to really pull away as Charles Hall is defending pretty hard from around the outside. Martin Brooks, that's not going to work, and Brooks runs out of road a bit.
Just understeered a bit and couldn't change trajectory without lifting.
So that's going to give Charles Hall a little bit of room to breathe. The gap down to 3 seconds now between the leaders. Scott Mittal into the 1:02s now, which he done last year, didn't manage this morning. So perhaps a few changes on the setup and that car going better than it did earlier. Yeah, Mittal only managed 5th in race 1.
3.03 seconds. Hall is a couple of seconds down in 3rd place in the Spiner of 77. Brooks is a couple of tenths behind him in the 99 car. Then Smith, Griffiths, Kimpson, Preen and Chen. Preen and Chen are really close together in that battle for B.
Yes, and Anthony Ayres has dropped away a little bit, hasn't he? 3rd of those cars, just ahead of Richard Wells, another Class B car. Pit boards out to the cars across the line. They're out of a 3rd. Brooks right with Charles Hall, but can't quite get alongside into Abbey. And of course, Abbey not really an overtaking place in these cars particularly. Hall a bit wider through Farm. There's a car though facing the wrong way, so somebody's spun. That's 51. That's Neil Harris in his PR6. Both arms out the cockpit, so not sure if he can't get that car back going when it's in an awkward place. Again, Martin Brooks trying to have a go at Charles Hall as they go through the traffic. Interesting what pace Brooks could have if he can get past, and he's trying to get alongside Hall here, and he has done so, and he gets down the inside, but Hall breaks later at the back marker. Is that one of the SR1s that gets shuffled out the way? And is that going to allow into third position Martin Brooks? There's Neil Harris, he's got back going then, so that's good.
Overtaken on both sides simultaneously, that was quite exciting for him.
So here we've got the Class B cars in all of this, I think. So there's Hicklin, so he's just ahead of Anthony Ayres, so this is a bit further back actually, because Chen, who's now ahead of Preen, so Michael Chen's got the lead of Class B, and is ahead of this group, and ahead, importantly for him now, of Chris Preen.
And Mattel's had a better lap at 2.72 between first and second now. Stables and Mattel, 95 and 27. Brooks is third.
So he did get past Charles Hall, so that did work.
Hall is fourth. Josh Smith, from his perspective, a fairly subdued fifth in car number 11. Julian Griffiths is in sixth and number 7.
Yeah, on raw pace. I don't think we've seen Josh Smith this far back, but I think that just goes to show the competitiveness of this championship this weekend.
16 Hicklin off the track there momentarily. He's back on it again.
It's Alistair Smart, 73. He's another of those drivers that have come over from the OSS series for this season. And it's going to be 3 cars wide now, down towards Stowe Corner. The 2 SR3s coming up the inside. Ash Hicklin's Class A car, a bit more power, goes through past both of them. Anthony Ayres goes past Alistair Smart too, and now he ducks in underneath Ash Hicklin. So this is a good battle. Hicklin on the inside for the Vale. Ayres on the outside, tries to brake later. Can he hang in around the outside? We'll give him the inside for the right-hander. He does, and he goes ahead. Yeah,
kind of forcing Hicklin to go wide. And that's allowed driver with them, that's Smart in the 73, the PR6, to actually get a better exit, get right in the toe in that big hole in the air that those SR3s are making.
Into the second half, lead gap now down to 2.4 seconds. So Mattel is catching and catching and catching all the time, and now Martin Brooks is clear, is lapping quicker than the 2 leaders. There's Norman Lapford just being lapped. How's he doing? He is 27th of the 30 starters. Best lap of 1 minute 10. So there's 12. 12 is Andrew Fido, so he's being lapped by Anthony Ayres up the inside there in the Mech-Tech car there. And there's 44, that's Andrew Kimpton, who's 7th, chasing Jules Griffiths. And yeah, he's still behind that car, but chasing them both is Michael Chen, isn't he? The Class B leader. But there's a lap car between them, and that lap car is number 6. That's Robert Gilman in his SR3, one of the invitational class cars.
So Stables had a better lap last time round. He's made a second on Scott Mattel. In second place, it's 3.4 seconds. Mattel is 2.3 ahead of Brooks in third. Then it's Hall, Smith, Griffiths. Kimpton hanging on to that 7th place. He's about 3 seconds clear of Michael Chen, who has Chris Preen in tow. They've shaken off Anthony Ayres and Ash Hicklin and Alistair Smart as well. Damage to the bodywork on that the SR1, isn't it?
I think so. That's Fraser McFadden. Good to see the SR1 out there, the entry-level car.
Another second pulled out by the leader. 4.3 now. That means 1.6 only between second and third. And Martin Brooks senses that second could be his. 1 car between him and Scott Mattel at the moment. And that is the 33 of Richard Hardy, who some years ago was kind of up the sharp end of these races.
Yes, I think that's the extra competition nowadays, isn't it? So turn through Stowe Corner then. And down into the Vale. There's car number 3. That is the Barry Liversidge SR3. And that's one of the Breakall Racing run cars. Joe Stables completes another lap. A quarter of the race to go, 14 laps done. We did 19 earlier. The lead gap 4.6 seconds back to Scott Mattel, who now has Martin Brooks less than a second behind him. So Brooks, I think, still the quickest driver on the circuit. Just didn't go so well in the first half when it was pretty tightly fought racing. He was out front in the first race and was managed to get away. But in this race, didn't quite have perhaps the racecraft of those around him, wasn't quite as aggressive. And he's having to fight back. And Charles Hall and Josh Smith are certainly falling away in 4th and 5th.
Chen's dropping Preen in that B battle, isn't he? He's now established a lead of nearly 3 seconds in that class. Michael Chen in the number 91 car.
He's better at 104.6, which is nearly a second away from Joe Stables' lap record from last season when he ran in that class. Yellow flag there going into the Vale. Can't see a car off, but presumably there is one.
Yep, there is.
Ian Charles possibly has gone missing, not sure. Yes, Ian Charles not.
We saw some yellow flags waving, but not the missing car.
Nearly 5-second lead now for Stables as Mattel is focusing on keeping Brooks behind, you would think.
Yeah, half a second between those two now.
Out onto the hanger straight they go. They're nearly 5 seconds clear of Charles Hall. And then Josh Smith in 5th.
Yes, you can see Charles Hall in the background of that bright green car on the hanger straight, but this is the battle we're looking at, 27, which is Scott Mittel, maths teacher from Southampton.
There he is then, 27, in the familiar Mattel Cars Works livery. Runs in 2nd place then, chasing, or trying to chase Joe Stables, but more with the focus behind him, Martin Brooks, returning to racing this season. Oh, and off the road there is at 12.
12, yeah.
That's Andrew Fido, novice cross on the back. Oh, and a second car involved, that's Alistair Smart. So I suspect Smart was trying to lap him, and it hasn't gone to plan. Now is he going to be able to get back going? If not, may have an early checkered flag, you would imagine. So Mattel trying to hold Brooks back. Is Brooks alongside this time, heading down towards
Not quite at this point. Mattel closed across in front of the car he'd lapped, just to make sure he could command the approach to Stowe Corner. Down into the Vale, onto the brakes. That time the 99 car braked harder, Martin Brooks, and later. It's the exit he needs all the speed for, and he's got it because Mattel is tucked into the slipstream of the car in front of him. Mattel doesn't have the torque of the car of Brooks, and Brooks comes up the inside, but Mattel braves it out, runs wide, bounces over the rumble strip on the outside. Someone's gone smoky here. Can't see whether they've actually pulled off or whatever. There was something, a smoke screen from one of the cars.
I think it was the leader, Joe Stables, but I think he had a big lock-up. But the gap's come down to the leader, back to 3 seconds. But Martin Brooks got through, so good move there. 2 laps to go if we go the full distance.
Car's still on the outside there, isn't it?
Red flags. The red flags.
It's been flagged, okay.
So red
that car in the dangerous place at the corner onto the end of the link onto the hanger straight.
And that gives Scott Mattel the 2nd place back, won't it? Because they didn't complete the lap, which Brooks just got through. But it'll be Joe Stables then, his first overall win in bike sports for a couple of seasons. Run mainly in Class B in recent years, but double reigning champion Joe Stables in 2018 and 2019 when he was racing mainly his SR3 Class B car. He is the winner here. From Scott Mattel and Martin Brooks, 4th Charles Hall and 5th Josh Smith. In Class B, Michael Chen beat Chris Preen and Anthony Ayres. But good racing all weekend from the Bike Sports Championship, and with this really big grid, 30 cars, it absolutely delivered. 2 more rounds this season, 4 races, Alton Park and Snetterton. Both meetings will be due to be live streamed by Alpha Live. So we shall look forward to seeing the full season of the Bike Sports Championship on the live coverage. So the cars will come back to the pit lane and they have to clear that Alistair Smart car up. Thanks to Ben Maludi, watch it, so an excellent coverage. Formula V champion, Ben Maludi. Jan Eckerman asking who's doing the commentary. Well, it's Marcus Pye alongside me, Joshua Barrett. We've got Matt Suckling doing the good work down in the pit lane. Someone asking, how do I drive one of these? Well, as we said all weekend, head to the 750 Motor Club website and details will be there how you can get involved in motor racing. So thanks again for getting in touch. Keep those comments coming on the live stream. And you see the Silverstone wing 2 weeks ago. It had back-to-back Formula One Grand Prix. But now it only had 20 cars in the wing. Now a lot more with the 750 Motor Club. About 350 entries over the 2 days. So a lot of the competitors going home after today, and we will welcome a whole load of others tomorrow. But we can now head down to the pit lane with the third voice of this Alpha Live coverage, and that is Matt Suckling.
So we're down here with our second place man in that race, that's Scott Mattel. Scott, well done, second place, really hard fought race there between you and Martin right towards the end.
Yeah, it was a really good fun race. I got off well, much better start in this one, and we weren't catching the back markers as quickly, so it was nice to actually have a proper race with everyone. So I managed to get past Josh and then Martin and Charles. Got in chase after Joe, but then it was getting a little bit hot at the end there, so I was sort of managing temperatures, and then I saw Martin come and I sort of upped the pace again a bit, but fortunately for me, I think it was cut short by a couple of laps. So
yeah, he just passed you there before the red flag, but as you said, it goes back to the count back there, so you do get this second place.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I hadn't given up yet, but yeah, it would have been hard to get past him, to be fair. So
not a bad start to the year for you so far. We've had a brace of podiums in class, which is good. Keeps you up there in the championship.
Exactly, it's nice to be out here. We're the only 1000cc one out here, so a bit different to everyone else. And yeah, we've had 3 podiums now, so it keeps us up there in the championship.
Good stuff, well done, Scott.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go, Scott Mateo in second place. We'll have a quick chat as well with our third place man just over here, which is Martin, having a quick chat. Martin, well done, third place for you in that race. You had a great battle throughout with Scott Mateo.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure, third or second. I got past him.
It's third, red flag, count back.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was a great race. I got completely mugged at the start. So it's only my second weekend of rolling starts. I need to work on those. So I was down to fourth, I think, in the first corner. So, but then I had a great battle coming back. Got a bit of contact with Charles, which is a shame. But it was good to battle back through and to get past Scott. Okay, so the red flag takes second place away. But it was an exciting race and great fun. The cars are fantastic to drive, and bike sports is a good place to be.
Certainly is, and of course, again for you, some good points this weekend, which is handy.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to have some fun. The championship comes as a consequence of it, so I'm just looking for good weekends and good racing and the occasional win. So far so good.
You've certainly done that. Well done, Martin.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well on to Martin. We'll have a quick chat as well with our race winner, which is Joe. Joe, do you want to come and join us over here if you wouldn't mind? And we'll have a chat with you after that race. Many congratulations. That was a much better race. You got out in front and didn't look back.
Yeah, I didn't hit a sausage curb this time, so part of the car wasn't damaged, so it felt much better. Miles better. I still had brake fade towards the end though, but luckily it got red flag for me, so happy.
It was good, great start as well. Nice rolling start there to get past Martin off the front row.
Yeah, Charles was having a dig at me from behind from somewhere, but luckily we got him down the straight and he wasn't much of a problem anymore. Yeah.
Your first weekend racing with bike sports this year and 2 solid results.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Can't go any better.
Looking forward to the next one?
Yeah, if we're doing it, if all's good.
Good stuff, well done, Joe.
Thank you.
There we go then, our top 3 in that race. Joe Stay was there, our race winner. We also had Martin and Scott on the podium in that race as well. So 2 fantastic full grid bike sport races here this weekend at Silverstone.
So we now move into the second race of the weekend for the shared grid, the Protec Shocks Sports Special Championship and the Yokohama Mazda 7 Series. The 4th race for both of these in 2020. The Sports Specials, a championship for production kit cars, 1 off-road, 2-seater specials, and small sports car marks such as Caterhams. And the cars are divided into 2 classes of power to weight ratio, and there's a 3rd class for the MEV MX 150Rs, and the Mazda 7 series, which is a series of races for now, was introduced last year. I mean, a low-cost chassis, but with the Mazda MX-5 gearbox and engine, so a bit more powerful than a low-cost, and creates great racing. Here's the grid then, and on the front row, the Sport Specials at the front, Andy Hiley and Paul Collingwood. On row 2, Anton Landon and Stuart Much, and on row 3, Chris Pike and Stuart Thompson. On row 4, Colin Childs and Marcus Roskill. Here's the first class B car, I think. On the fifth row, Nigel Brown and Martin Haywood. And on the 6th row, Colin Benham and Mickey Scott. Row 7 for Justin Cox and Jonathan Curry. On row 8, Adam Harrison and Alan Robinson. And on row 9, David Barrow and Sylvia Much. Row 10, Rob Lindsay and Gerard O'Donoghue. And on row 11, Steve Wells and Mark Callaghan. And then Warren Vesey, the final of the Sports Special cars, before we move into the Mazda 7s, which is being headed by Matt Cherrington. And behind him is Jonathan Lissetter. Then we have David Winter and Matt Groh, Ben Powney and James Millman, for David Jones and Lee Dolby, then David Mason and Colin Marshall, Oliver Sy, Stephen Kimber, Danny Andrew, James Lewis Barnes, Lewis Penstone Smith and Simon Walker Hansel. And those Mazda 7 cars will start on a 10-second delay. The cars going out onto their green flag warming up lap. So 2 different series in one here, Marcus, making up a 38-car grid.
Yes, never a dull moment within this, because there'll be plenty of lappery, there'll be lots of wheel-to-wheel battling, that's for sure. And 2 distinctly different types of car. But I think that Andy Hiley, who's been around this kind of game for a very, very long time with the Tadek and then later the Kronos car, he is the class of the field. He's the guy they want to beat. And really, in terms of his lap times, I think he's probably untouchable again. In the Mazda 7s, though, it's pretty much anyone's game.
Yes, it was Matt Cherrington that won earlier, wasn't it, from Jonathan Lissetter, who won both races at Snetterton. But as we saw in that earlier race, the back of the Sports Specials grid are quite awkward to get through because they're quite a bit quicker than them and they catch them quickly. So if you can get through those cars better than competitors, you can make a gap. Otherwise, you'll be a big slipstreaming race in the Mazda 7 category. You see some of the Caterhams out with us this weekend within the Sports Specials. You see that Porsche Spider replica. I'm not sure if you know much about that.
Was that the Tadek going into the pit lane?
Yes, the Mark Callaghan car that he shares with his son Sam. But yes, interesting to see that Porsche Spider out this weekend.
It's a beautiful looking thing, isn't it? But as I was saying this morning, the bodywork was, of course, designed back in the 1950s. This is a kind of a Porsche Spider replica, and those timeless looks don't really go away, do they? Don't fade.
But like you say, good to see
it's
that
got a
here.
2-litre fuel-injected motor in it.
Right.
But it's got a lot of VW Beetle underpinnings, I understand. So those are limiting factors, if you like. But it's extremely pretty, and I'm sure would make a great little road car.
Yeah, so good to see Robert Lindsay, who's got that here today. So the car's being directed to their grid spots. There it is, the Porsche replica. I'm sure Steve Wells is out. He was the winner in Class B at Snetterton. I think he's missing again. He had an explosion, I think is better. Well, the car was on fire, or a little bit on fire. It stopped, and then it just blew up, and he got out the car with his feet on fire, and all sorts of dramas. He was okay. He had the car, what he thought was repaired, but I think he was slow in qualifying, and he's not out for the races. So that's a real shame. Comes over from the Isle of Wight as well, so lots of effort to get that car ready. But not to be, so shame there for Steve. He, like I say, won the first Class B race of the season.
Comes from the Isle of Wight, the most expensive ferry in the country, I believe.
Right, so not the easiest way to get over. He only owns a hotel chain, which probably isn't the best business to be in at the moment either. But good to have Steve's efforts this season. So the Mazda 7s are almost all back. I suspect this series will grow and grow and hope for a championship next season. And at Snetterton they had a standalone grid, and I think they will do again later on this year. And they're pretty much all there, aren't they? So round 4 of the Protec Shock Sports Special Championship and the Yokohama Mazda 7 series shortly to get underway. There's so many of them, they're part round the corner, aren't
Certainly,
they?
more than a dozen of the Mazda 7s, which is good. It's pretty much half and half, isn't it, by the time that the last ones have appeared.
You've got Charrington and Lissetter at the front of that. There's some experienced guys in there.
There's the green flag waving, and the poor guys at the back can't actually see the lights for signal.
Luckily we can, and the red lights are on, and the fourth round of the championship is underway. And who's going to make the best start this time? Can Collingwood get ahead of Harley? I think he might have done as they come down towards Abbey. He absolutely had. And second for Harley as the flag drops on the second group. So this is the Mazda 7s getting underway. And it's Charrington versus Lissetter. Lissetter on the inside line with the second place on the grid. He's actually already ahead of Charrington, with David Winter there in third, Matt Groh in fourth as they turn their way through Abbey. But here are the overall leaders. Hiley's got to try and find a way past Paul Collingwood this time.
Yeah, I think he'd probably be quite content just to sit in there at the moment. There's a lock break there for the white and orange 7, which has run very wide, but hasn't lost the place as a result. But Collingwood leads from Hiley. And then it's Much in the car that won here last year in torrential rain. Had the right choice. Doesn't Hiley touches the dust on the outside, the gravel on the outside of the approach to Stowe. That was a bit risky, but he's having a go down the inside at the end of the Vale. Tramps on the brakes, goes underneath Collingwood, turns in, and is safely through. So Andy Hiley took 7/8 of a lap to get through, and now I sense he's just going to power away.
You would think so. Battle of the third looks close though. That's Stuart Much ahead of Chris Pike and of Anton Landon. So third, fourth and fifth is a good battle. Here are the Mazda 7s. It's Matt Charrington who's now back ahead of Jonathan Lissetter, and the two of them going away from the rest. It looks like David Winter was third in that category, and they are nearly at the back of the Sports Specials grid already. In the tow is Lissetter to try and bring him back towards Charrington. And in the mix of the Sports Specials here, some of the Class B cars, the front engine cars, including the Caterham there, 29. That's Justin Cox. There's 169, that's John Curry in his 310R. Stuart Thompson here, you saw him lock up on the previous lap. That's the ex-championship winning car when Matthew Booth drove that. That's been sold for this season. There's 13. That's Colin Childs in the Rob Johnston run Sienna. Here's Anton Landon trying to go around the outside of Chris Pike. On the brakes, side by side for fourth. And can Pike in the Pro Comp hang on? Possibly not, because Landon on the inside line there in the Sienna has made it work. So Anton Landon up into fourth place. Another driver, Marcus, that's been racing here for a long time with the 750 Motor Club.
Yep, there he is, and the car named after an African moth. He got out-braked into the club complex, but managed to place his car well. Have the torque to get back past his rival.
Here are the Mazda 7s now. Absolutely one long line of them, as they now get mixed up with the back of the Sports Specials field. So let's try and pick them out. There they are, Charrington and Lissetter, quite a bit ahead of the rest, with David Winter in third. Then in fourth position was David Jones, going well ahead of David Mason and Danny Andrew, the former low-cost champion. Oh, one car's going off here. That's David Mason in the Mazda 7, just avoided the barriers, which was pretty lucky. And David Mason will rejoin. They go Simon Walker-Hansel up the inside in the Sellers car, 39. Ben Powney not going so well. He's just behind James Millman, the ex-jockey. Now a horse trainer, horse racing trainer. And the top two are well out in front in the Mazda 7 category. Here are the overall front runners. Hiley and Collingwood already through. And you see all the gravel that's been built over the circuit.
Liberally sprinkled, isn't it?
So here's David Winter. He's third of the Mazda 7. It's just ahead of David Jones. Jones, I don't think he's ever had a podium in car racing. And then you've got Danny Andrew behind in fifth place. Danny Andrew, let's say 2015 low-cost champion. Finished third in the Sports 1000 Championship last year. So very experienced. There are the overall leaders. And as we suspected, Marcus, Andy Hiley has the better.
Yes, he does. And there's the third, fourth and fifth cars all together at the other end of the hangar straight, coming under the Silverstone Bridge. There is Collingwood turning through Stowe Corner, but I'm afraid the horse has bolted, and the Kronos looks like it's long gone. Yes, it's up at the sort of farm, isn't it, where there's gravel everywhere. Could well have been what caught out your Mason a couple of laps ago.
So there's Cherrington just ahead of the Porsche replica now, leading the Mazda 7 class. He's pulled out 3 or 4 seconds to Jonathan Lisseter already. Cherrington, the 2009 front runner in low cost, finished 5th in the championship that year. Landon's got ahead of Much, so Anton Landon with 3rd, but Stuart Much looks up the inside into Abbey, can't quite make it. So that's a pretty good battle, but good to see Anton Landon going so well this season. He had a couple of podiums at Snetterton, had a spin in the earlier race, but he's looking for another podium here at Silverstone in race 2 of the weekend. There's Stuart Much in the Class C car, sideways. Has he lost it? No, he saved it, but he might lose a place to Chris Pike there.
Yeah, he does.
It could have been a big old spin, though.
Yeah, looked very impressive. He's back on it, though, isn't he? He doesn't waste any time getting back into the throttle.
The Mazda's 3 wide into Abbey just in front of us, and I think Danny Andrews just got into 3rd there within that class. So they'll be heading down towards the village hairpin. Meanwhile, Much is back ahead of Pike, so that didn't take long. There's Hiley, the leader, who's still out in front. Here are all those Mazda 7s. Let's try and pick some of those out. It's Ben Powney at the front of this group. Matt Garreau is side by side with Simon Walker-Hansel, who's on the outside line. 2 wheels out over the grass, the 2003 T-Cars champion. And just ahead, there's Danny Andrew, now in front of David Winter, but Winter pops out the toe and is trying to come back down the inside of him. This is, I think, for 3rd in class, yes, because look, David Jones has fallen much further back. He's involved in a 3-wide battle with Matt Garreau and James Millman. So it's just like low-cost racing, but just a bit quicker, Marcus.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Absolutely brilliant. This is a huge bunch of cars. The Porsche Spider's headed for the pits, unfortunately, Rob Lindsay.
Just wonder if he's just getting out of this, doesn't want to get involved.
You want to scratch it, so there we go. They're all through.
Yeah, I think these cars are about 5 seconds a lap quicker than low cost.
And 7 cars in that train by the looks of things.
Still Cherrington that leads that category. 5 seconds ahead of Lisseter, then David Winter 3rd, 4th Danny Andrew, 5th Ben Powney. There they are, through Abbey. Winter then in 3rd place. Here comes Powney down the inside of Andrew to grab 4th. So Ben Powney fighting back. He dropped down early on. Through the kink they go, down through the link. The right-hander that takes them onto the hanger straight. Walker-Hansel over the curbs on the inside. Halfway through this race. Those 2 in front though, Cherrington, Lisseter, a long way clear of this battle for 3rd. Powney on the inside of Winter, and he slots past. Can Danny Andrew follow him? He's trying, and he makes it. Yes, he does. So David Winter loses 2 places just thanks to the toe markers.
Yeah, the cars have the aerodynamics of a brick, don't they? So I mean, if you try to cut your way through the air, you're making just a huge gap for your pursuers to go through, and they just sail past you as if you're standing still. But then you can do it to them next time round. It's the built-in DRS effect.
The real one. Through club they come then. So Powney's 3rd. He's starting to get away. Walker-Hansel has got past Winter and he's trying to also pass Andrew on the outside line into Abbey. That doesn't work. And at the back of that group, and that's David Jones going side by side on the inside line. More battles. That's Oliver Sy on the inside of another. Andy Hiley's coming amongst them. But really promising stuff this from the Mazda 7 series as it looks for championship status. There's Anton Landon in 3rd. 3rd overall, that is, in the Sports Specials category. Then Stuart Much and Chris Pike behind.
Yeah, Landon now with a gap of about 1.5 seconds to Much and Pike.
Andy Hiley's done a 1:11.35.
Black and white flag being shown to somebody, but I couldn't see a number at club.
That'll be track limits, you would think.
Probably, yeah.
There's Collingwood coming through the traffic too now. We have a new fastest lap from Hiley, 1:11.35. That's over a second underneath the lap record. Here is Danny Andrew and Simon Walker-Hansel side by side. Behind, James Millman coming through now ahead of David Winter. Walker-Hansel trying to get back in underneath Andrew, couldn't quite manage it. This is for 4th in the Mazda 7s, behind Cherrington, Lisetta and Powney. There's Powney at the front of the group, just a bit clear of Danny Andrew. Then Walker-Hansel, then Millman. And through Farm Curve they come. Danny Andrew, low-cost champ. Simon Walker-Hansel, T-Cars champion. They're experienced guys in this group, Marcus.
Yeah, Walker-Hansel did some Formula BMW as well,
Yes,
didn't he, at one point?
Race winner in that as well, 2005. He's been doing quite a bit of racing with 750 Motor
Yellow
Club.
flags here. And that's the car, it's a spinner, one of the, that's the low-cost spun in the middle of Abbey, but it's gone away and it's back on its, on track.
Here comes Walker-Hansel down the inside of Danny Andrew. Getting the toe off both of them is James Millman. Meanwhile, Much and Pike battle for 4th and 5th overall. So we go back to the battle for the Mazda 7s down at Stowe Corner because that looked pretty tasty. And there they are then, going down to the Vale. There's Walker-Hansel. So we got ahead of Andrew. As they turn their way then through Club. He'll be looking to go after Ben Powney now in 3rd. There's Matt Groh, he's in 34, and they're all about to be lapped by Andy Hiley, who's only 5 seconds ahead of Paul Collingwood.
Which may actually alter the complexion of the battle between the Mazda low cost, because Hiley can't get past them all in one hit.
No, there's too many of them, isn't there? So here they come down into the village.
And they're still having their own race, which of course doesn't help Hiley. Not obliged to get out of the way.
We haven't mentioned Class B in Sports Special, should do that really. Colin Benham leads by 3 seconds over Marcus Roskill with Martin Hayward in 3rd.
They're running 8th, 10th and 11th respectively. Down on, caught in the grass there was the Kronos, the blue and white Kronos of Andy Hiley.
There's the leader.
Of course, did incredibly well to bounce back from a horrible cycling accident years ago, which put him out for quite some time.
He raced in the Kit Car Championship, which this emerged from, didn't he?
Yeah. Car based on the Tay-Deck that he had before, but kind of stretched and widened and this and added to it. So yeah, he's certainly a good driver, and it turns out a great car.
He tried to put a bike engine in it and did Sports 1000, but that didn't go quite.
That was not kind of, no, didn't really work.
There's David Mason recovering from that spin earlier. He's battling with 38. 38 is Colin Marshall, who gets back through on the inside line there at Club. So it seems to be wherever you are in the Mazda 7 pack. Oh, that's Stuart Thompson taken an unusual line there into the Vale, launched the car up over the Cottage curves.
Slammed back down again.
Wonder if he was trying to get past Colin Childs. They were pretty close. Anton Landon now is amongst the Mazda 7s. There's Mason. Behind him is Oliver Sy, who's moved over from MX-5s for this season. There's Paul Collingwood, 2nd. They're going through some of the Class B cars within Sports Specials. Benham and Roskill, and only 1.5 seconds apart, with Hayward not far back, and Warren Vessey's in that battle. And does that all change as they cross the line? Benham leads Roskill now by less than a second, with Hayward 3rd, Curry 4th, and Vessey 5th. They're all pretty close. What, 4 seconds between the top 5 there? Here's the Mazda 7s. Is that Ben Powney now being caught by the group? Let's see as they come out with only, a couple of laps to go now. There's Cherrington that leads it by quite a long way. He's 8 seconds ahead of Jonathan Lisetta. With some strong competition, Matt Cherrington is doing fantastically this weekend, Marcus.
He does. He looks so strong, doesn't he? He's got so much experience, and he knows just how much he can push. Now he's broken the rest of them. Is it a reasonably easy conversion to drop the Mazda engine into a low-cost chassis?
Yeah, not too bad. There's been a number of cars, well, a lot of the cars out there are the conversions, as you say. I think pretty much everything's the same apart from the gearbox and the engine. I think there was a bit of a problem with the sumps to start with.
You've got to modify the tunnel, I think, to get the gearbox in, etc.
I think there's now that a few guys have done it, they've worked out how to do it.
Yeah.
And able to advise, unlike more, say, professional motorsport, everybody happy to help in this paddock to make sure their mates get out on track so they can have a battle with them.
Bring it down to me, we'll modify the bits for you, kind of thing.
Exactly. So here's Powney. He's been caught by Walker Hansel. Then you've got Winter and Andrew behind. Ben Powney's the main person that's been pushing this series. Former low-cost winner. Was a championship contender a few seasons there as well.
12 laps in, 4.5 seconds between the leaders.
This is the last lap for them too. Here are the Class B leaders, by the way. 18 Colin Benham and 62 Marcus Roskill within Sports Specials. Benham was a winner at Snetterton, leads here. That Class B battle within Sports Specials looks really good this season. It's really competitive. They're trying to battle with Nigel Brown, another long-time racer. He's a Class A car, though.
Cars are always in that livery, aren't they? Nigel Brown's, white with the blue and red flashes at the back.
Not far behind these should be the overall leader, Andy Hiley, who's about to win the race because he's on the last lap. This will be 3 wins out of 4 this season in the Protec Shocks Sports Specials Championship. The Mazda 7s are 3 wide, coming down to Vale. Powney up the inside, trying to hold them back. There's Hiley, he wins. Collingwood second, not far back at the end, 1.2 seconds, so that looks pretty good on paper, even if they weren't that close throughout the race. The Mazda 7 category, Cherrington and Lissetter are going to get... Oh no, they're behind. So Cherrington's took the flag then, he was just behind Hiley, so Matt Cherrington wins the Mazda 7. Second, Jonathan Lissetter. Third, Simon Walker-Hansel. He just beat Ben Powney by 2 tenths. Then David Winter 5th and Matt Groves 6th. So behind the top 2 in the Mazda 7s, sponsored by Yokohama, there was some really good racing, which is great to see.
Groh had a better run, having broken on the first corner in the early race, didn't he? So that's good for him.
Yes, absolutely. They're getting there in 6th position, I think, just behind David Winter, just ahead of James Millman.
Colin Childs has broken on the slowing down lap by the looks of it.
Don't know if he's got to the flag. He was 7th, but I don't think he quite made it. Here's one of the Class B cars. That's Warren Vesey. Class B was being led by Colin Benham, and he took the flag ahead of Marcus Roskill by 1/3 of a second. So that was a close finish in Class B. Martin Hayward took 3rd, 4th Warren Vesey, and 5th John Curry. And those 5 separated by about 5 seconds.
They bumped Colin Childs, who stopped on the end of the hangar straight, down into 13th place.
Yes, and if he doesn't make it home, it'll be a non-finisher. Might be classified, so he didn't take the checkered flag. But different groups of cars, kit cars mainly in that group, Marcus, and great to see so many different sizes and shapes of car there.
Very much so. I think it's always super to see a mixed grid of cars. You can easily pick out your favourites. There's some you like, some you don't like quite so much, and it gives a good choice for the competitor. That's the important thing at a great price point.
Yeah, where pretty much all the rest do look like kit cars, the Kronos and the Eclipse, particularly the Kronos, does look like a sports prototype car, doesn't it?
Precisely, yeah.
Well, yeah. It's not a bad way to go. That's where all the success of modern design goes, so why not copy it? So great stuff then from the Sports Specials and the Mazda 7s. Sports Specials no longer going to Anglesey, of course. That will be replaced by Snetterton. So they'll be back at Snetterton, but on the 300 circuit. Then Alton Park to conclude their season. So they've got 4 more races. Mazda 7s also switching Anglesey for Snetterton next month, and Alton Park in October, and Silverstone on the national circuit in November. That's going to be quite a slipstreaming battle, isn't it, on the other side of the track? I think that's planned to be a stand-alone race. So we look forward to seeing both of those categories out again later this year. There's one further race to go today. It's looking at the comments. One says here, Matt Cherrington is a machine. The double Mazda 7 winner. Marshall's hard at work to get those cars removed, and it sounds like that we're ready down in the pit lane with Matt Suckling.
So we're down here with our race winner from the sports special part of the race, and that of course is Andy Hiley. Andy, second win of the day, third of the year so far. It's not going too bad there.
Ah, that's looking better, isn't it, eh? Yeah, I'm a lot happier with that. Car went round okay again, so yep, we managed to turn it into another win.
And it wasn't probably the best start there because you had Paul for company for the first few laps.
Paul got a rocket of a start. I couldn't live with him off the grid. And yeah, we had a close couple of laps, didn't we? And then just managed to eke a little bit out. And I was plain sailing from then on.
You were on the grass a couple of times there, trying to get your way through the traffic. Quite a bit of out there, weren't there?
Yeah, they don't see you coming, and if they're in a gaggle, they're too busy fighting. And I'm ready for them moving across on me. As long as I can keep one pair of wheels on the tarmac to keep it in a straight line, I'm happy.
Had a good day's racing all in all?
Yes, very good day's racing.
Good stuff. Well done, Andy. Congratulations. We'll let you get on there. We'll have a quick chat with Paul Collingwood. Paul, come over and join us here for a quick word. Elbows at the ready for congratulations. Come and stand here with us if you wouldn't mind. Paul, congratulations on second place. You gave it a good go at the start there.
Yeah, I had a really good start. Couldn't live with Andy again at the rest of the time, but closed up on him when he got in back markers, so it wasn't a bad race. I was in sight of him this time. So
that was the thing that kind of helped you out, wasn't it? The traffic kind of lot of it.
Made a big difference. It worked well for me this time and not so much for Andy.
In all this weekend though, so far you've had some good points, which is handy.
Yeah, good for the championship. I think hope I'm still the championship leader, so hopefully Snetterton again will be a good track for me again.
I'm sure it will. Paul, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go, congratulations to Paul. We'll have a word as well with Anton Landon. Anton, jump in here very quickly and join us after that. Third place in the race, you look very happy about that.
After the first race I spun twice, so you know this is recompense that I got third place rather than fifth. But Stuart and Chris were right behind me, so if it slipped up they would have taken it easily. But it was good.
You had to work hard for it then?
Once I got away, but then we ran into traffic again, and then you could see Stuart coming back in the mirrors large, so kept it going. It stayed on the track this time.
And you go home with a smile on your face.
Exactly, yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Anton. Well done to your third place there in the race. So Anton Landon with Paul Collingwood, and of course our race winner for the second time today, Andy Hiley. They'll be back out at Snetterton in a few weeks. So we now move on to our last race of the day here at Silverstone. We now move into the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship, the final race of the day at this 750 Motor Club race weekend. Summer meeting, as usual, we have on the Silverstone International Circuit. A full day of racing to come up tomorrow, so do join us again tomorrow. We've got this one further race before that, and tomorrow we have a full day of action here on Alpha Live, so subscribe to the YouTube page. Click the reminder on tomorrow's action, 750 Motor Clubs, 23rd of August, and that will help you know when we go live. Cars already going on to the green flag lap then for this fourth round of the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship. Here's the grid. On the front row, Ryan Yarrow and Richard Morris, separated by just 200ths in qualifying. On row 2, Joe Locke and James Walker. On row 3, Michael Roots and Jonathan McGill. Row 4 is Victor Newman and Colin Chapman. And on the 5th row, Phil Hutchins and Tom Johnston. Row 6, Stephen Dean and Cole Austin. And on row 7, if he's there, problems in qualifying and not out in race 1, Colin Spicer. So 13 due, which we'll see how many arrive. And I think Richard Morris is set to be on the front row of the grid this time. He had to start from the back earlier. So we've had 2 wins for Yarrow this season. Been informed that's not a works run car, so a privately run Spire for Ryan Yarrow and doing a great job with it. And then the works car of Richard Morris will start alongside him, the former Formula Ford racer. Joe Locke, moving over from bike sport, starts 3rd. He'd had a couple of podiums at Snetterton. And then James Walker, who was on the podium earlier, starts 4th on the grid in one of the older spec cars. So there they are then on the green flag lap. And this, Marcus, another championship that has changed over the years.
Yep, absolutely. And it's kind of the driver sort of profile has changed a bit, hasn't it? There's still some young bucks trying to come through, but in the days when the likes of Tim Gray were doing it, You saw some absolutely sizzling lap records, and someone for him to chase. Another guy who was involved in all this, people like John Cutmore, who was quick for so many years, and also Billy Allbone, didn't we? Came into this and had a cracking season at it, season or two at it. But it's a little bit different now. But you've still got some very quick guys. It's good to see Ryan Yarrow coming through so well. Remember him a couple of years ago when he started, and he's certainly improving with every outing.
Yeah, because of course Matt Higginson was champion, then Scott Mattel, then Billy Allbone, then Chippy Westmale, and we've lost them all now to the championship we mentioned earlier.
But some quality drivers have come through. Anyone who's done well in this has tended to go on and be still very, very good at the next step up the ladder, or a huge leap up the ladder in Chippy Westmale's case.
It's British GT race winner last weekend in a McLaren 570S, so we shall be watching his progress with intrigue. He's in the paddock this weekend helping out the Mattel Car Odds guys, so good to see that he's still involved. Looks like we may have lost a couple from the grid. Cole Austin, who retired earlier, don't think he's there, or Colin Spicer, so a slightly smaller grid. But hopefully there'll be some good racing in round 4 of the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship. The final race of the day, 20 minutes, gets underway, and can Richard Morris beat Ryan Yarrow off the line? He got a bit sideways, he went up the gears. Morris on the inside. Look at Colin Chapman, who started well in 63, but he's when there's contact there. So McGill there tagged number 8, and 8 is Joe Locke, and Victor Newman involved in that, and Locke stopped in the gravel. Marshall's already sprinting towards him. So a bit of an eventful start there. I think Richard Morris got the better of Ryan Yarrow. They're side by side as Yarrow tries to fight back. Mark Betts is Cole Austin in 44. He started last according to my grid sheet. So he's come from last to third in half a lap. So he was there. I wasn't sure if he was. So that's rather incredible stuff. And the Marshals are going to get Locke out the gravel.
They've done well to do that, that's for sure. Great job, guys.
And Morris has got the lead. Yarrow, though, trying to fight back. And Cole Austin has come absolutely alive this weekend. Unfortunately, he had the spin in the earlier race, but lap 1 seems to be his strong suit, 12th to 3rd. That's the ex-Matt Higginson championship winning car. So it is a good car with pedigree, but Cole Austin hasn't been racing very long. Started last season, I think. There he is, 44, from 12th to 3rd in not even half a lap. Great opening section for him, but it's Morris and Yarrow up front, with then Austin there in 3rd place, 4th for James Walker, 5th was the quick starting Colin Chapman 2, Michael Root 6th, and some of the others further back got involved in the incident.
Yeah, there was 1 or 2 phenomenal avoidances in the middle of all that. The blue Mattel I saw to make evasive action. So wide out onto the hangar straight, some of these guys, aren't they? McGill at the back of that group trying to sort of tag along and get back in touch. Black car seems to be slowing towards the back of the pack.
Meanwhile, Michael Root's up the inside of Colin Chapman for 5th. That's the Mattel ahead of the Spire. So all 12 completed the first lap, despite that moment. Abbey. Joe Locke obviously a long way behind the rest. Jonathan McGill seemed to get away with it. I think he was the one that got into the side of Locke. So leaders out over the curves on the exit of club. Just 4 attempts between them. 1:10.6. Richard Morris slightly quicker than the chaser. Ryan Yarrow through Abbey Corner they go. So it'll be really interesting to see how these two compare, because they seem to have similar pace to one another in the earlier race, but were obviously never together as they start at the opposite end of the grid. But it is Morris ahead. Where can Ryan Yarrow find a way through? Looking up the inside here. Not really an ideal place.
No, he wasn't close enough, was he?
Wonder if that'll lose him momentum on the exit. Cole Austin still 3rd, ahead of James Walker and Michael Roots. Looks like Victor Newman's come through now. Looks like he's up to 5th. Roots, sorry, isn't it, in 5th. Victor Newman a bit further back in the 2nd than Mattel. So Roots 5th, chasing James Walker.
Locke's pushing hard, having a lonely run, of course, having recovered from that gravelly moment.
Yeah, he's up on that pace with the 3rd place battle.
It's funny, isn't it? You sense that Yarrow is quicker, of these two guys, but he's got to be very careful trying to make a move onto a quick part of the circuit, because if it doesn't come off, he'll just lose that ground and find it very difficult to turn himself back up onto Morris's tail.
Hasn't done so much racing, so I wonder if his racecraft is a little bit of work needed. Of course, Richard Morris coming from Formula Fords. A lot of
racecraft is a byword, isn't it?
Absolutely. Did a lot of his race, I think, at Castle Combe in that local championship. Seems to be a lot of the drivers here that have done so, and he's under a lot of pressure there from Ryan Yarrow, trying to chuck it up the inside, which was a bit of a surprise, but he didn't get there. There's Joe Locke, who had the spin on lap 1 right at the back, but it's this battle for the lead. Richard Morris knows that he needs to defend, hug the white line all the way down the hanger straight. He is not allowing Ryan Yarrow to come down the inside, is he?
No, but Yarrow's touched the dirt on the outside, kicked up some gravel, and he kept his foot in. He's taken that classic wide line through into the apex of Stowe, carried a lot of momentum through it, and is this time even closer to the tail of the number 2 car of Richard Morris than he was last time through.
So out of club they come, behind. There's been a change for 4th, because Michael Roots is now ahead of Colin Chapman, a bit battling further back. That's Phil Hutchins and Tom Johnston, with the leaders heading off down towards the village hairpin. We've seen Ryan Yarrow try to challenge in this sequence of corners before, but that would make you think that Richard Morris knows where the attack's going to come. Cole Austin still hanging on well there in 3rd place, but Michael Roots keen to find a way through. He's done a bit of low-cost racing in the past, but had a few years off. Now he's back with Scott Mattel's team in the Mattel MC53. What about the 2 Spires up front, right in the tow once more? Is Ryan Yarrow. And again, Richard Morris knows where to place his car. And no way through, therefore. What about Roots, though? He has got into 3rd. He's got ahead, therefore, of Cole Austin.
Yep, he's having a good run in the Mattel, is Michael Roots.
Best result at Snetterton was a 5th, so this is an improvement. And Colin Chapman now trying to go through. Oh, sorry, it's James Walker, isn't it? Yes, James Walker trying to come through, I should say. And it's side by side for the lead as Yarrow tries to go around the outside. This race seems a bit more action-packed than the earlier one, but Morris just about hanging on, and behind Austin just about keeping Walker at bay. But now Walker under pressure from Jonathan McGill as they turned into Abbey. But here are the leaders, Marcus, down into the hairpin.
Yep, here they come again, and say that Morris under extreme pressure from Yarrow, and Yarrow, you've got to play it very carefully. He goes, looks up the inside, he gets a nose fin up alongside the tail cone of the leader, but that's cost him. That's cost him momentum. He had to jump on the brakes, locked a wheel momentarily, and that's lost him a couple of tenths. That's all it takes, but he won't be able to tow that back down the hanger straight.
He seems to think that he's stronger there, because he seems to challenge on every lap of the race into the link, but not yet worked out. There's still a long way to go yet in this 20-minute race. So, yeah, chase again and have another go. Michael Roots in 3rd. Can he do anything about them? He's only 3.5 seconds away. Hasn't had the pace off them yet this season, but he's pulling away from Cole Austin.
Certainly be encouraged by this, won't he? McGill's having a good run. He's coming back up towards Walker.
Yeah, Roots are not falling away too much from those in front, the 2 Spires.
And Newman's towed his way back up to Chapman. Has a look, kind of half-hearted look into Abbey. He wasn't close enough.
The French racer. There's his teammate, Roots. There's Austin still in 4th. This is by far the best we've seen from Cole Austin. He did get a 6th actually at Snetterton, but he's right in amongst them. Oh, spin here. That's Tom Johnston at Abbey. He's going to get back going though. It's 87. Tom Johnston spins out at 10th, trying to catch Phil Hutchins.
And Joe Locke is going to catch him, isn't he, at this point?
Joe Locke only 4 attempts away from the best lap of the race. Here comes Newman. He's past Chapman. He's going past Jonathan McGill now with 2. McGill tries to fight back on the outside. Oh, bit of a slide from Newman. They're side by side as they head off down towards the Vale. The inside line for McGill's going to work better, but then cutting underneath him is Newman. That was a great move,
That was
Marcus.
a superb move, one of the best moves of the afternoon. Just extraordinary. He just changed tack completely, dived across to the inside, got past McGill, and very impressive with Chapman watching on.
The top two have upped their pace. Now they're not battling. Ryan Yarrow 1:10.03, fastest lap of the race, about a tenth quicker than the leader. So Victor Newman now 6th. He's 4 seconds away from the Austin and Walker battle. See if he can chase them. His best lap is quicker than all those ahead, apart from the top two. Bit of a gap to work out on though. Here are the leaders. Morris and Yarrow. A bit further back, third, number 5, that's Michael Roots. 4th is 44, Cole Austin. 5th, number 20, James Walker. And then 6th is 67, Victor Newman. Here are the two spires up front. Number 2, Richard Morris. Turns into the left-hander at the Vale, then right, onto Club Corner. And that gap that he had got has come right down again.
Yeah, it seems to, almost at will, but there's never quite the opportunity to get past unless Ryan Yarrow has something up his sleeve. Time's ticking away.
1:09.86 for Ryan Yarrow. Not near the lap record, but it's the quickest we've seen today in this series, in this category. There's Newman. He's not really getting away from Jonathan McGill. Now he's ahead. Now, where's Ryan Yarrow going to have a look on Richard Morris for the lead? The link was the place we've seen in the past. There they are, just exiting that corner. Morris knows he needs to get against that white line.
That looks better for Yarrow. He's closer this time than he had been for a couple of laps. They're about half a length of the hanger straight ahead of the rest. Headed by Michael Roots in the number 5 Mitchell. Good run through Stowe for Yarrow. Morris defends over the curbs. Yarrow goes up the right-hand side of him. Now, can he tuck inside in this second element of the corner? He might try, but he's right under the tail now of the race leader. This is the closest he's been. As they come through at the end of the lap, the gap has come down. Has it? No, it's pretty much the same as it was. It's a few hundredths different.
So out of Abbey into Farm they go. These two are pulling away from Michael Roots. He hasn't quite got the pace of them, particularly when they aren't battling amongst themselves. Jonathan McGill's had a spin from that battle with Victor Newman for 6th and 7th. So that's promoted Colin Chapman. Now here's Yarrow again. He goes down the inside into the link. Get the car all it just doesn't work, does it, into there? Got the car all sideways, trying to not hit Richard Morris. But he obviously feels that he's quicker into that corner, but just can't. It's not really an overtaking opportunity.
No.
Looks like we've lost Tom Johnston after his spin. He didn't continue, so we've lost him. We've still got the best part of half the race to go. So Richard Morris has drove a lot of this race in his mirrors, hasn't he, with that chase from Ryan Yarrow, but it's working so far for Morris.
He's made a couple of car lengths this time through, Richard Morris.
Yarrow certainly seems to be the quicker, but when he tries to pass, he just loses a bit, doesn't he? There's Roots in 3rd.
Yeah, all that effort, and it just really kind of undoes him on the exit of some of the corners.
Cole Austin still 4, so he's holding on there ahead of James Walker. So great effort from 44, Cole Austin. Just ahead there of Walker. And Victor Newman, he's going about a second a lap quicker than those two, so he's catching there in 6th position. There's Yarrow again, up over the curves on the inside of the link. And then again, in the tow, in the slipstream, down the hanger straight. About a third of the race to go, and it's number 2, Richard Morris in front.
You almost want to think he would sell a dummy at one point and wait for Morris to dip out to the left-hand side and then dive into the apex and leave him on the inside, which would compromise his exit to the corner, but it might spring a challenge. Now this is interesting. It's a cutback possibility now. Oh, it goes all sideways. He gets away from him. Yarrow spins, and he came so close. He's going to hang on, I think, to that second place, but it had to be worth a try. But it bit him.
Doesn't lose second though, so we're going to continue this run we had at Snetterton, where they both take a first and second each by the looks of it. That's when fastest laps, though, I guess, is important for an extra point. And pole position, which I think has all been Ryan Yarrow today, but just couldn't get past Richard Morris. He's only a couple of seconds ahead of the Mattel there of Michael Roots. It just looks up a touch into the hairpin. Then Austin is fourth from Walker, and Newman still catching them at a rate of over a second a lap that time. So watch out for the second of the Mattels. Victor Newman chasing James Walker. Just at the background of your shot.
You get the impression to get with them, there's a possibility that that Newman could nab a couple of places with another 6 or 7 minutes to go. He's got to keep his head down till he catches them.
There he is, just going out a shot.
He lost time at that first corner incident. He had to lift off to avoid the spinning Joe Locke.
Well, there was Joe Locke, I think, just passing Stephen Dean for 10th. So he's got back to the top 10 as Locke. Leader Richard Morris turns into Abbey. 12 laps done, 5.5 minutes to go. The gap is 7 seconds. There is Locke, now ahead of Stephen Dean. Behind the top two, Michael Root still third, Cole Austin fourth, fifth James Walker, now only 1.5 seconds ahead of Newman, so Victor Newman continues to catch. Driving standards flag going out to somebody. There's 21, that's Phil Hutchins, who's been caught by the recovering Jonathan McGill. We saw him spin at club as well earlier on. Looks like there's a couple of numbers on that board, doesn't there? So into Abbey they come, Phil Hutchins and Jonathan McGill. Now look at the back of this shot. That's it. Victor Newman is catching this battle for fourth between Cole Austin and James Walker. He's almost there now, and he'll have the final 5 minutes to have a go.
Yeah, he's close to being in the tow, isn't he, from Walker's car, the number 20 car ahead of him in 5th place.
There's his teammate, Michael Roots, who's third, looking for his first podium in the championship. There's Cole Austin, there's James Walker, and there's Victor Newman.
Came in really quickly, didn't he, Newman? You saw that in the back of the shot.
There he is, 67.
He's working quite hard. He's all gung-ho.
So into Abbey. He should be with James Walker at the end of this lap, you would think.
Yeah, it's a second between Walker and Newman now.
The last lap he only caught 3 tenths, so not quite the progress he made in previous laps. Through the link road they go between the two ends of the Grand Prix circuit. They rejoin just at the end of the Beckett Cesses onto the Hanger Straight.
You see how low the Mattel is against the two spires there. Tucked in behind Walker. Walker's a little closer to 44. Carl Austin, who runs in 4th place. And Newman is right there now, under the tail of James Walker in the 20 car.
There's the leader, Richard Morris. Looks like he's got the other side of John Cutmore's pitboard by the looks of that going out. Leads Ryan Yarrow by 6.5 seconds. So Yarrow catching at a very small rate. Then Roots third in the battle for 4th. This is the interesting one. Final 3 or so laps to go. 44 Cole Austin, who's been the standout in the race compared to where you'd expect him, I think. So he must be gutted after that spin in race 1. Then you've got Walker and Newman, the chasers.
Yeah, 8 tenths between Austin and Walker, and half a second between Walker and Newman, who gets a little bit sideways on the apex of the turn onto the straight as Newman, but he's back on the throttle.
In the toe now, James Walker. We can see a move here at Stowe. He pops out the toe onto the inside line for Stowe corner, and
he's made it.
Yeah, the inside he goes through. Can Walker fight back on the outside line? I think you just run out of road trying to do that, don't you? So that's one of the 2 places gained for Newman. He's back to 5th. Can he get to 4th? Cole Austin with 2 further laps. I think it'll be a 17-lap race.
Change of colour in Carl Austin's mirror, because it's now the 67 car of Victor Newman.
Jonathan McGill is the driver getting a penalty, a 5 seconds penalty. He has fallen behind Joe Locke though, so I think McGill must have had another spin. Yeah, slow last lap, 1 minute 26. So Locke is now 9th. There's the leader, Richard Morris. Being caught slowly by Ryan Yarrow, but no need for Richard Morris to drive at the limit anymore. without any challenge. Here's that battle for fourth, sorry. Austin and Newman behind Michael Roots, who is third. And down the hanger straight they go. There they are. And is he going to do a replica of the move he did on Walker? He's in the toe, he pops out of the toe, he's on the inside line for Stowe. He brakes later, and it's exactly what he did on the previous lap. But this time for fourth, this time passing Cole Austin.
Interesting.
3 seconds behind his teammate with 1 lap to go. Don't think there's any team orders at Mattel, so I suspect that will be as far as he gets. So a good recovery. Pretty much last after the first corner. Gap up front 7 seconds now, because Richard Morris, I said he backing off when he just did the fastest lap of the race. He needed that extra point. 1 minute 09.64, 2 tenths quicker than Yarrow did earlier. So there's Richard Morris with a bit of traffic. He'll have to pass Stephen Dean, but looks to be on for maximum points in this race. Getting the fastest lap right near the end. And he will want to safely get past Stephen Dean, and does so. Turns his way through the right-hander at Stowe corner. And again, it'll be almost exactly a 20-minute race. Over 17 laps of the Silverstone International Circuit. He turns left then into the Vale, then turns right out of it and onto Club Corner. Number 2, it's his second win of the season in the Zam Palmet Sports 1000 Championship. A win then for Richard Morris. He beats the similar car of Ryan Yarrow, who comes home second. Then it'll be the 2 Mattels. Third will be Michael Roots, and here in fourth position is Victor Newman. There's Roots in third, his first podium in the series. Then fourth for Newman, fifth for Austin, sixth for Walker, and then behind Colin Chapman, Phil Hutchins, Joe Locke and Jonathan McGill. So that concludes today's action. So before you head off, we'll hear from the winners, and we shall remind you there are 9 further races to come tomorrow. We'll show you what they are, but F1000 stays, and we are joined by 4 new categories. But Marcus, before we hear from our winners, a bit of reflection on the day's action.
There really has been some great racing, hasn't there? All the way through the day. These guys have put on a great show. I thought the Master 7s were fantastic in the last race, because there were so many of them. Okay, there were 2 kind of above the rest, but the next sort of 6 or 7 were fighting tooth and nail for everything. We saw some very quick action in the Formula 1000s as well earlier on. We'll see them twice tomorrow, which is quite exciting. We may well have different conditions then.
Yes, there's a bit of a question mark over tomorrow's forecast.
Indeed.
Which spice things up. The 750 Motor Club's last meeting, which was at Brands Hatch last Saturday, was wet pretty much all day. There were cars dropping oil. It was ever so slippery.
A lovely cocktail on the on the track.
Absolutely. We had a low cost lapping in 80-second laps around Brands Hatch. It was so slippery. But we didn't really have too many significant incidents. Everybody drove fairly well in what were horrendous conditions, really. But that was last week. This is this week. This is Silverstone. And we've had at least one day of dry running. We shall see what tomorrow brings. But we got through today pretty well. Finished a few minutes early, so good stuff from all the marshals. Don't think the marshals can hear us. We're not on the PA this weekend, but a big thanks to all of you for supporting the 750 Motor Club, and good work down in race control as well to keep everything running smoothly. But we're ready down in the pit lane. For the final time today, we can hear from Matt Suckling.
So our final winner of the day here at Silverstone is that of Richard Morris. Richard, that was a fantastic race to watch. You had your work cut out there for most of it, trying to keep Ryan at bay.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a tricky race, and, you know, hats off to Ryan. He had lots of pace and really, really made it hard for me. I got a great start, which, you know, people have watched some of these races. Maybe sometimes I haven't, so that was good. And I just really got the elbows out and fought hard, really, and it was just hard, clean racing. I mean, I said before the race, one mistake is going to decide this, because our 2 cars are so evenly matched. You know, both great Spire cars and both flying around here. So I just had to keep consistent, keep my head cool, and pull it together.
He was trying at every corner. He was trying to push you down the hanger straight. You were hugging the inside line, so he really did make you work. But it was a fantastic race to watch. What was it like to be part of?
Yeah, it was so intense. I mean, every corner I didn't have to defend, I was trying to maximise so that I could try and get away. And when I was defending, I was trying to lose as little time as possible. He did actually get in front very briefly on one lap, and I was able to nip straight back through. And it just, yeah, I mean, there was no chance of pulling away with the slipstream effect here, so I just had to really fight for it.
And it's one each today, which is handy, so you both take away a win.
Yeah, I mean, after how today started with having to start from the back in race 1 and everything, I think we've really minimised the damage in the championship. So, yeah, it's great work, and obviously thanks to the team for keeping working, keeping behind me and keeping believing.
Great job. Well done, Richard.
Cheers.
There we go. Richard Morris, our winner there. Let's try and grab a quick word with Ryan, who finished in second place. Ryan, well done on second place. It was a win earlier on today, but a slight mistake just put you out the battle.
Yeah, I mean, I was having to try absolutely everything because, you know, he was driving a very wide car, which I would do as well. He drove fantastically, and everywhere that I was faster, which is basically all the fast corners, he was right on the apex anyway, so I couldn't do anything. So I thought I need to try and get on the power really, and it just spun round on me. There's nothing I could do about it.
And at that point it was kind of gone. Richard was probably 5-6 seconds up the road to try and catch him.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it was like a couple, I probably could have, because we were playing cat and mouse and I was catching him back up anyway, but like 7 seconds, it's not going to happen. But I've had worse days.
Well, it's not bad, is it? First and second you take away from today?
Yeah, and the pole as well, so it's an extra point. I don't know what the times were like then, but it felt quick. It's just difficult. If I got away first and got a couple of clear laps in, would have been different, but I didn't, and he drove really well and he deserved it.
A good result anyway. Well done, Ryan.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go, Ryan for second place. Let's grab a quick go over our third place man in that race, which was Michael Roots. So we can just grab Michael. Can you come and join us for a quick chat on our live stream? That's fantastic. Your first podium of the year. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's really enjoyable. Thanks to Mattel Cars, produced a great car. I'm just getting used to it. So yeah, hopefully I'll find a bit more speed and start doing this a few more times. Yeah.
Yeah, the top two were away in that one, but as you said, you learn your trade, you get your race laps in, and you can be with them before too much longer.
They're in a league of their own, I think. Well, definitely not in my league at the moment, so I need to find a bit. And but yeah, hopefully my learning curve will, hopefully be sharper than theirs. They've been having them obviously been in it a few years, so yeah, hopefully a little bit better for the next 2 meetings.
Yeah, onwards and upwards.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, thank you.
Good stuff. Well done, Michael. Congratulations on your third place. Second place for Ryan Yarrow, and of course our first place there was Richard Morris. So really good racing today here at Silverstone. That's it from me down in the pit lane, and we'll hand back upstairs to Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for all your hard work in a much more difficult environment now with social distancing needed down in the pit lane, but Matt's dealt with it well, and we've heard, I think, from pretty much all our podium finishers. We heard 2 more meetings to go in Sports 1000s. They will be at Anglesey and at Snetterton. This, though, is what we will see tomorrow. The first race of the day will come up at 10:50, so we will go live on air before that, and that will be for the second of 3 races for the Swallow Hills Homes F1000 Championship. And then we have our categories are joining us. The 5 club racing, MX5 Cup. There's over 40 Mazdas for that, so that's going to be exciting. Toyo Tyres, Toyota R2 Championship. There's nearly as many Toyotas, and they were really good at Snetterton last time out too. Then the Race Parts M50 Formula Championship, the longest running championship in the country, is back with us. And then all those races will get a second run in the afternoon, so F1000, MX5s, MR2, the 750 Formula, but amongst them will be the Tegua Club Enduro Championship, which has a grid of something like 50 cars to look forward to tomorrow, sort of a longer version of road sports. 100 minutes of racing for those, a slightly shorter race than perhaps we've seen in the past. We should look forward to that because there are some star names and some star cars to look forward to in Club Enduro. But thank you for joining us on Alpha Live, and please do join us again tomorrow with a full day of 750 Motor Club racing to look forward to.